25 years ago, the SuperKarts USA program making its first foray into Florida racing at Opelika back in 1998. 25 years down the road, we're here once again in Florida for the SuperKarts USA Winter Series, the 6th running of this program. Round 1 going in the books yesterday here at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. We're back for round number 2 of the 2023 season here today. My name's Rob Howden, joined by Xander Clemens, Mr. Kart Chaser himself. And Xander, great day yesterday. It was a chilly one. That changes things today. It's still cool, not as warm as it was all week, but a lot warmer than it was yesterday morning.
A lot warmer, and the big difference, of course, the wind has died down. This is, again, a racetrack that is about as close to the coast as you can see. Now, you can see the American flag there in the distance. Still a bit of a light breeze this morning, but I'd say probably at least 5 to 10 miles an hour lower on the wind speed. It's about as, least amount of breeze as you'll get being this close to the Atlantic Ocean and the coast. So that's a big difference, of course, when it comes to gearing. When it gets windy enough here, you get that big headwind down a couple of the straightaways. You might want to add one tooth. They're not going to do that here today. And I was walking down the grid before we went green here with this X30 Sr morning warm-up session. We saw a lot of drivers going with new sticker tires here throughout the grid, a good handful. At the same time, some of the big guns from yesterday, like Austin Garrison, still going out on scuffs, happy with their happy hour set. That'll make a difference, of course, in total on where everybody stacks up. And for Garrison, on scuffs, going to the top of the boards right now at a 47.418. So the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver. We talked to him at the end of the day yesterday. Obviously, throughout that main event, he was able to make a little bit of ground up on Joe Turney. Then it seemed like the kart kind of fell off just a little bit there at the end. So when we chatted with him right before podium ceremonies, he said, I feel like we're good on raw pace. We just need to find a way to get some more longevity out of this thing. Looks like, again, raw pace right there for Austin Garrison as he tops the boards over Diego Ramos. Yesterday's winner, Joe Turney, only 600ths off in third. Norberg fourth. Noel Leon fifth. And Donovan Bonilla puts 6 drivers within a tenth of a second here in morning warm-up, Rob.
Indeed, final warm-up session done now. We'll head into qualifying here momentarily as we'll go through the order. Micro Swift coming out of the gate, followed by KA100 Junior and then Senior. Then we'll have our Mini Swift category, followed by the combined Pro and Master Shifter class. We'll wrap things up with X30 Junior, KA100 Master, and X30 Senior. That is your rotation throughout the day here. Again, qualifying set to go here momentarily. Then we'll head into the pre-finals at about 11:05 this morning here Eastern Time. Lunch break set for 12:05. And then main events, round number 2 of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series here for 2023 starting at 1:35 p.m. And Xander, as you had mentioned, a lot of drivers now with that feel for what it was like yesterday, a cooler day after really nice mid-70s temperatures throughout kind of midweek testing. They've got the feel for what this track's like when it's a bit cooler. You said some drivers going out on stickers here in the warm-up to get a feel for it because qualifying is so crucial. Any advantage you can get in qualifying to move yourself up in some of these very competitive grids, that's a key move, and a lot of guys go into stickers. A lot of guys stay on the scuffs, maybe saving a bit of dough. But the bottom line is qualifying is going to be crucial, and that comes up next.
There's no bigger confidence than when you go into a practice session, you're on scuffs, someone else on brand new rubber, and you're quicker than they are. Now, it helps a little bit with the temperatures being a little bit cooler as they are. We're kind of about the same as we are yesterday morning here, as you can see, just outside the Homestead-Miami Speedway here at AMR Motorplex. We have, again, 40 degrees right now to start the day, lower 40s to continue to roll through. It should get up to, again, just touching 60 degrees by the early afternoon for pre-finals. Here for qualifying, though, expecting the temperatures to stay right on the cooler side, just a little bit above freezing. So that's going to be at least good for most because we're pretty similar to yesterday, again, besides the wind. The wind seems to have died down a little bit, and that was the big kind of chill factor for everything, and a little bit of a difference on gearing.
And we did have a little bit of cloud cover in the morning. It obviously cleared out by the middle of the day, but we had some cloud cover. Right now, full blue skies here in Homestead. Of course, this racetrack located just outside of Homestead-Miami Speedway. Great shot there of the Champions Club, and this track, of course, has been in operation for over 20 years. It's been a staple of South Florida karting competition for 2 decades. And again, back here once again for the 6th running of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. And essentially, 2 months off from that fantastic Super Nationals, Xander. You guys did a tremendous job with the Kart Chaser coverage throughout the weekend here. You guys are back for a very energetic season. You guys have a lot of races that you guys are doing on Kart Chaser this year.
We have quite a bit. Obviously, you know it as well with the ECAN Trackside Live Tour, the Kart Chaser Live Tour. We both have upwards of 25, pushing over the 30 mark, I think, for us between all of our live coverage here this year. At minimum, 9 regional events. We'll be at 21 national, international events. Still a couple more yet to be announced, so I think we're going to end up around the 33 or 34 race weekend marker, which is pretty stellar, especially that's 34 individual race weekends. I think only one doubleheader event here through the year. So
Xander and the staff planning to take all of December off to sleep, right? You guys are 100% going into hibernation.
Yeah, I mean, it was an attempt this year. I gave myself about probably the week from Christmas to New Year's was the goal, and even then we still ended up, of course, you can't get away from it. When you're addicted, right, it's no different than being a driver or anything else. You know it as well as anyone.
Yeah.
You know, you can't stop at all. But let's talk about, again, those drivers here. We talked with a bunch of them at the end of the day yesterday to get their Saturday thoughts from the good, the bad, the ugly, and the in-between. Here's a little bit of a preview of what everybody is expecting out of today and where they wrapped their weekend so far.
Every lap through the final, and I managed to win with not a big gap, so tomorrow's definitely going to be hard as well.
So what do you think, I mean, over the progression of today and what tomorrow's looks like? I mean, do you guys think you got more speed to find?
Well, maybe not on one lap, but over a race I think we can improve, because that was the first time we've actually driven above like 12 laps, and that was 22. So, you know, the kart was doing things at the end that we didn't know were going to happen, and I think we can improve at the end of the race for sure. No, I think we had a good pace all week. We just didn't put the laps together. Pre-final was a bit tough. I had a contact in the first lap, and this bent my chassis. So I did all the pre-final with a bent chassis. Now in the final it was much better, but in the 6th, 7th lap I had a contact with the Tullio, and I bent something here in the front. Couldn't turn to the right, but I think overall it was a good final. My first race with the team, taking home a P4 because Norberg had the bumper. I think it's a really good result, and we can start working from here.
Yeah, so I mean, this morning and in qualifying, we had obviously top 5 pace. So I think we've improved from last year, and we take a step in the right direction. So yeah, I think tomorrow we should have pace for the podium. We going to make some changes overnight on the go-kart. I think the gearing and the engine was perfect, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a disaster this weekend, had no pace really struggled in qualifying, DNF the pre-final with a chain going off, and then we've gone from 34th to 9th in the main event, so I'm happy with that, and we found some pace, so hopefully we'll carry that into tomorrow.
So what kind of changes for tomorrow? Any, or are you going to leave it with where you got?
I think we'll stick with what we got. We know it's pretty quick, so yeah.
Yeah, we started off the day with qualifying, pretty good qualifying, P4. The pre-final had a good start, was up to 3rd, and then made a mistake, and then fell back, got trained going into the back straight, and then again going down to turn 4. So that was a bit of not a great race for me, P7 in the end. And then in the final we had a good start, got up to 2nd or 3rd, and then just fell back to 4th, tried to catch 3rd again, just wasn't enough. After the penalties, we ended up 3rd, so pretty decent. We just need to find some speed for tomorrow to, you know, to challenge the leaders.
Yeah, you probably got the best bird's eye view of anybody to see the different leaders, Turney, Norberg, Garrison. Where do you think any of those guys are beating you that you can find some overnight?
Yeah, Turney was a bit far, so I couldn't see much off of him. We were a bit quicker than Garrison at the end. In the beginning, we were pretty even. And then Norberg, it was just a bit everywhere. Mostly through the high speed and a bit in the low speed, so I guess we just need to find overall.
Today, probably not your favorite day on the racetrack. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I mean, to the beginning of the day, it was pretty good. Obviously, we qualified pole, won the pre-final. Final, you're racing good drivers, so they know how to take advantage of situations. We were a little bit slow to start the race. They took advantage of it. I fell back pretty far, and yeah, just didn't have enough time to get back up. It's a smart strategy. So, I mean, I expect it. They did what they needed to do, and yeah, I just got bested today.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty excited, you know, from not running Tag Senior that much. I think this year I'm definitely going to hit it a lot harder. You know, the whole team's happy, you know, the way today went and everything, but we still have to go and go back to the drawing board. You know, we still got to find that couple more tenths left in the go-kart and then make it last a little bit longer throughout the whole race. But, you know, besides that, I think we did pretty well for all of us.
Yeah, is that about what you think, just more longevity, or do you feel like there's stuff that you can find more raw speed too?
I definitely think that there is, you know. I mean, raw speed, I think I'm okay at that, but I definitely think that, you know, being consistent every single lap, you know, I need to work on that 100%, you know, not being in the seat, you know, as much that I want to. But this year I think I'll definitely clean that up. But for sure we got to go and find some stuff to make the kart last longer. You know, we kind of struggled after halfway, started to fall back a little bit. But tomorrow we have a game plan going in, so we'll go and try that, and hopefully it works for us.
Awesome. Congrats, Austin.
Thank you.
We are ready to go. At 6 o'clock, we'll be clear for all the categories.
Remember not to show the burrow.
Oh, yeah. We'll turn this.
So we're just waiting.
All right. Oh, yeah. All right. Here, I'll fix it up, actually, so it's not choking you.
And we're back at it here with qualifying. Some great input from yesterday's action here in Homestead. Again, the SKUSA Winter Series getting back underway for 2023. And again, just 2 months off from that fantastic run in Las Vegas. Lots of great storylines happening here this year. Drivers, Xander moving to different teams. Some drivers jumping on different material, different chassis as well. A lot of really good storylines. Obviously, Matheus Morgado running with PSL Karting, I think, is one that we'll be watching throughout the season as they continue to focus on developing that chassis. I think there's a great stuff to look at throughout 2023.
One thing that was interesting for Matheus Morgado, he spent both the pre-final and the final driving with a bent-tip go-kart, as he mentioned in that interview. Crashed, had some contact early in the pre-final, bent something in the front end, and then in that main event, he had that awkward moment coming out of turn 9 with Alessandro Di Tullio that kind of popped the nose up in the air. That bent either the steering column or the chassis or a little bit something up in the front. So it's for him to have relatively good pace, you know, again, like a top 5 car, not a top 3 car, not a winning car for sure. With something bent up is a good sign for today for sure for him. And then, of course, you know, we talk about the storylines coming into today. You know, many drivers that'll be, trying to undo issues from yesterday. You think, as we talk, stay on X30, we have Paulie Massimino involved in a wreck in the pre-final and the main after a poor qualifying effort after going inside the top 5 multiple times on Friday. Noel Leon had that great drive through the field. Louis Westover as well, he mentioned in his interview, said, well, the last 48 hours have been a disaster, in his words there, as we just saw. And, for Westover, he finally found pace, said he was going to keep his cards to himself, but he feels good about where he's at. He's going to be able to hopefully continue that 1-2 OTK, a Nash Motorsports punch that Blake Nash had. And, again, redemption for that kid, right? You know, getting the bumper hooked behind the right front tie rod just sent him all the way down, had to come back up, but he was up there, you know, through the day. I mean, I think, again, turning some heads on putting himself, I would say, a level up for sure from where he ended 2022. I
actually talked to his dad, Seth Nash, and we discussed that, the fact that Blake, obviously, we've watched him kind of develop right over the last couple of years and really kind of inserting himself into that lead group, right, that elite pack. And this will be an opportunity for him to learn what it's like racing up there. That's the other thing, too. Here he is running up front. You know, Ryan Norberg ends up getting pushed back. He and Norberg get together. Anybody else might have said it's Ryan Norberg. I'm just going to tuck back and stick with him instead of trying that move to the inside, right? That obviously did not play well for him. I think you'll see see him have a different feeling when he gets up front. He's going to settle in probably a little more, maybe not quite as aggressive coming out of the gate. So Blake Nash, definitely a driver to watch. On the racetrack now, our Racer Racing Micro Swift drivers, their first group has already qualified. Second group now onto the track, so we'll have a look at what happens. They're getting about 3 laps, one driver getting 4 laps. Juan Garcias Davila was the quickest with a 55.557. Byron Boardman was second quick as well. He was back by 0.4 of a second. Mikey Collins in third. Luca Becerro in fourth spot, and Alvaro Medeiros rounding out the fast 5. Good run there for Davila up top, and Xander almost a half a second faster than the rest of the field. So Davila may have a chance with that speed that he laid down there, that purple lap, to potentially go somewhere inside the top 10, top 15.
And we're going to see here Antonio Pizzognanito obviously on your screen. He was so dominant throughout the day yesterday. Perfect day, pole award in qualifying, led and pulled away in the pre-final. Did the same in the main event. There were some flashes, some hot flashes of a few drivers throwing pace that could contend with him. We saw Parker Ives kind of get hot and cold moments throughout the main event where all of a sudden he'd be the fastest driver on the racetrack by a couple tenths, and then the next thing you know, he would fade back for a little bit. Hard to, see what was going on. Then you have like Pasha Ali, for example, as well, who's right now second and third in that 2-car pack headed to turn number 1. Pasha Ali yesterday was consistent, Consistently second, though. Consistently third. Everywhere he was, just a little bit off where he needed to be throughout the day. And as they exit turn number 4 here, Antonio Pizzognanito will tuck his head down. He has yet to jump up into the lead, but his first lap already put him up to second.
Well, and one of the things about the drivers in the micro category that are as young as they are in this class, consistency is one of the things that the driver coaches really work on. You're going to see these drivers, as Xander said, with like a Pasha Ali or a Parker Ives, you lay down a smoking lap, and then they end up being a half a second off or even more that next lap around. Just a minor mistake. They'll miss a couple of apexes. That's what you work on with these younger drivers. Once you dial that in, once consistency becomes something of a calling card for a young micro driver, they're going to get a lot of success. And that's what we saw out of Antonio Pizzognanito. He was able to, of course, lay down great laps the entire weekend or entire day, didn't make any mistakes, and really had a flawless event. Now, Parker Ives and Pasha Ali, the two that were running second and third yesterday, if they can step up, get that consistency, Xander, then maybe they'll have the opportunity to battle it out. Right now, Pizzognanito has gone to P1. He's 0.8 quicker than Davila, 54.668. Now P1 lap, provisional pole for Pizzognanito. We'll see where Davila ends up slotting in. But there's Pasha Ali, we talked about, Xander. He's P3. Parker Ives in 4th as well. And Maxwell Masha, who was a top 5 driver yesterday as well, slotting into P7.
Yeah, Maxwell Macho was one of the quickest throughout. Obviously the quickest in Friday happy hour. But yesterday had to come from the back of the field to work his way forward. Did so very well in both the pre-final and the final. So today, one driver that maybe be able to bring something to Pizzognanito. We still see, though, I mean, even on the third lap, that gap remains pretty hefty over the field. Pasha Ali, 6.5 tenths back. Ives a little further as he did not improve on the third and final lap. He'll drop all the way down to the 7th spot for now, maybe more. Colton Snegenberg becomes best of the rest, but it's still a second delta. So Antonio Pizzognanito, obviously Orsolon Racing's home racetrack here at AMR Motorplex, so you expect him to be quick. This is a absolute whooping he's putting on the field right now. 6.5 tenths here over Pasha Ali and the rest of the pack.
Reminds me a little bit of Alessandro Truchot last year. He was so good in the micro category. In fact, moved right up to mini after the end of the winter series. So Pizzognanito, again, over 6 tenths of a second quicker than Pasha Ali. Colton Schneegenberg in 3rd. Couple of drivers still to come through here. We're not quite done. See if anybody else jumps up into the top 5. Number of drivers getting that last lap in. Yeah, indeed.
Huge benefit for all those, because that was all the front half of the field.
And if you were able to get through 5 quick enough, you're able to get it done. Indeed, Jean-Paulo Benadaman ends up going up to 3rd spot. Schneegenberg goes back to 4th. Macha in 5th. Parker Ives slotting down another position. He's down into the 8th spot, but Pizzognanito gets another fast lap, 54.0, and he goes 7 tenths quicker. So Antonio Pizzognanito in the Orsolon Racing Parolin, very impressive out of the gate once again, looking to duplicate that success that he had on Saturday.
Yeah, huge run there for Antonio Pizzognanito to continue on through to a maximum points weekend. Big boost of confidence going in, and of course, like we said, we believe 1 drop here, so 3 out of 4 should be very easy for him to try and clinch that result when we look on through. Here's a look once again at the unofficial results so far here through qualifying. You can see the run order all the way down. One thing interesting, Valentino Santillan is the only other driver we didn't talk about. 2.9 seconds off. Remember, he was second yesterday. Great run in that SLA Kart Racing, Kart Republic. Today, though, a lot of work to do for Valentino.
Yeah, indeed. Santillan, as we said, was able to run up there strongly onto the podium and a great drive yesterday. Lots of work to do there. He is right there back in 16th position, outside row 8 starting spot for the pre-final, which will happen later on today. Again, the pre-final is getting started with Micro Swift at 11:05, so we're talking still about an hour and a half away, over an hour and a half before they're back on the racetrack for their pre-final session. But to get underway with qualifying, first one in the books, Micro Swift. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're getting ready to roll off here on Kart Chaser with KA100 Jr.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
So qualifying underway under beautiful blue skies here in Homestead, Florida. Still a little bit chilly, though. Temperatures still in the mid-40s. So we're expecting to get up into the mid-60s today. Again, as Xander mentioned earlier when we came into the broadcast, much less wind than we had yesterday, which always cools things down here trackside. Again, just a couple of miles away from the ocean here. So getting set to go with the next category. It'll be KA100 Jr. Those drivers getting ready to fire things up here. Xander, I'm a little bit behind schedule now, but again, qualifying will continue once we get cleanup done.
And the good part is there's a couple classes, of course, like Pro Shifter and like K100 Master that are single groups, but timed for 2, so that will help us catch on up. But beautiful sights here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Of course, it's not just me and Rob Howden on air here this weekend. Alexander Searle and Emery Lida make up our pit lane crew, and we'll send it on down to Alex here. Alex, what do you got for us so far this morning?
Yeah, thanks, guys. First of all, good morning here from a very sunny Homestead-Miami Speedway. We're getting ready to get underway for K100 Jr Qualifying. I got to speak with a few drivers, including Stephen Miller and Leonardo Scopioni. Stephen Miller told me he feels really comfortable with the go-kart. He said warm-up went great for him. He obviously went P2. He thought he had the win in the bag yesterday until Jensen Burnett pulled off that great over-under move to finish first. Stephen Miller, like I said, didn't make a lot of changes to the kart this morning. Says he feels really comfortable and thinks he can put it on pole. Leonardo Scopioni, on the other hand, said K100 Jr. didn't go as well from this morning. He felt really comfortable in his X30 Jr class, but his K kart wasn't as good. He says he made a bunch of changes this morning, and he thinks he has a top 3 kart heading into qualifying. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thanks, Alex here. And again, lots of drivers hoping for a good car, but really K100 Jr., we've seen that be such a toss-up throughout the weekend so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of great drivers that have good speed, and we saw drivers get caught out a little bit here and there, lead drivers pulling away. That opening lap is so crucial at this racetrack because turn 1 is so inviting to dive down the bottom, and even really the first bunch of complex of corners, the back-to-back hairpins in turn 4 and turn 5. You really have to be patient in the opening lap, opening couple of laps, because you can really change the whole overall complexion of your race if you go backwards. But again, temperatures is very similar to where they were yesterday. I was a little surprised that Scorpioni's got one good kart and one bad kart, because normally, even with the X30 Jr and the KA100 Jr, they're going to handle similarly. Of course, more horsepower in the X30 Jr, but we'll see whether or not they can dial things in as the drivers have now rolled out on track.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting there as we see one going for rather the spin cycle over in turn number 4. But like you said, Rob, you'd expect the same thing, especially because they're on the same tire compound. They're within 10 pounds of minimum weight, so it's strictly the horsepower difference. But, hey, I mean, that could be it. And, of course, you have to estimate that maybe he's got a little more wear and tear on the KA kart or the X30 kart or vice versa. They're not going to be, the exact same amount of laps on those chassis.
Yeah.
And some guys are superstitious. They think there's one specific go-kart, no matter what the age or model, they like the most. And a few more spins here on the outlap.
Hey,
it's looking icy.
That's not hard to do. Trust me. When I ran the Supernats, I've never been in a kart before that cold on new tires. The thing just wants to spin around on you. It's so super slippery. These drivers are doing a good job so far, but not surprising that a couple drivers go around a little too much on the pedal coming out of the corner, and the kart's going to break loose pretty quickly.
Well, let's send it on down here to Emery Lida. Emery as well, also on pit lane. Emery, good morning to you first of all, and also, what do you got for us here this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Xander. And really, again, you're seeing the KA Juniors now on the track, just getting started with the slow group, and it was really interesting to watch that race yesterday. Obviously, you had Jensen Burnett up at the front, pulling off a sensational move to win the race. But one of the guys that had control of the race throughout the race was Enzo Vimontienne. Came up a bit short yesterday, finished up in 3rd position. But over the course of the weekend, he's been really confident in his parallel kart. Feels like that kart has a lot of speed in it. Akins it to a Kart Republic, which is the chassis design and everything. And he has been confident in the kart. This morning I got the chance to talk to him. He's really fast, had the opportunity, did not make any real changes after warm-up, and he's ready to go in the kart. Similarly, Oliver Weldon, another driver who was really fast in KA Jr yesterday, did not have the results, had a really bad crash. He is someone that was really fast as well, and again, someone that did not really make a lot of changes to the go-kart. Seems like a lot of guys are staying similar with what they decided to do from a kart standpoint and are really just focusing on honing in the driving and putting themselves in the best position to win here in KA Jr.
Good insight right there for sure from Emery Lyden. Talking to a lot of the drivers, I watched Emery and Alexander. I was out there with them on pit lane during the warm-up to chat with some of the drivers with what's going on. Interesting that a lot of drivers kind of staying with what they had yesterday. Not really too surprising to me. If you have the speed, you don't want to mess with it, right? You got to tinker a little bit, but if you had good pace, come back out with that baseline that you've set, because how many times you've done it before, I've done it before. In the search for more speed, you get away from the baseline that was fast, you make a mistake and have to come back. And it's just this series, a lot of these classes are too competitive to make that mistake and go backwards, especially in qualifying.
I mean, you know, the human element is never perfect, can always be better. That nut between the steering wheel and the seat is usually the thing that's worth adjusting on to find a little bit more pace in any kind.
Very
and,
true.
You know, it's hard to gauge where that last little percent is. Is it the driver? Is there a little more that can make him a little more comfortable or have that roll speed get a little better with the go-kart? And, of course, the question of, you know, is there a little bit more speed you can find out of that engine or your tire pressure? Again, all those questions key for these guys to try and find more, but like you said, you can dial yourself out. So, you know, you would expect maybe more guys to take some stabs at it in morning warm-up, maybe try and find a little bit of something there or take a swing and then go back to something that they know for qualifying, because, you know, again, the one thing that does make sense, along with the classes being competitive and along with guys already having good pace yesterday, we talked about it. The conditions, very similar. Outside of the wind dying down, we're looking at pretty much identical temperatures to what we saw before.
And I like the idea of, you know, you take the swing in warm-up, right? You have that baseline that you know you're going to be fast on. Try something different maybe during that warm-up session. The temperatures are going to be very similar, right? Obviously, maybe a couple, 3-4 degrees when we go to qualifying. It's only going to give you more grip coming in anyway. So try it in warm-up. Go back to the baseline. Don't make any major mistakes. When you put the fresh rubber on, when we get ready to go here for qualifying, it comes down to the driver again. I don't care what the chassis is. On brand new tires, it's so much about the driver.
Yeah, it's so much here, especially, again, with this 3-lap qualifying. One shot to really get it done. It's that final lap. This is the end of the session for the first of the two groups in Motorsport K100 Jr. We followed a couple of different drivers around so far. Quickest one is that number 137 Speed Lab Engine, Speed Concepts Racing, and Race Lab driver Ty Fisher, who is gone the quickest so far, and then you have a few others that have been close. Turner Brown's been decent here. He goes a 10th and a half back. Cash Perkins third, and we'll throw you the unofficial results here in just a moment onto your screen as we watch that 8:25 Motorsport Parallel, and that is going to be Chase Buscaglia, who is down in the 6th position, 3.5 tenths off. He rounds turn number 9. The checkered given to everyone, so we think we're all locked in, and it'll cycle through there. That's the back half of the field. It's set to go. 50 drivers total. Ty Fisher, at least, better of the back half.
Yeah, indeed, Ty Fisher, we've watched him over the last couple of years coming up through the mini categories. Now, of course, into the KA100 Junior class. He's the quickest driver out of the gate. Provisional pole time at a 50.738. There's no way that's going to stand because the next group of drivers are ready to come out and drop the hammer. Fisher, Brown, Perkins, Tomkes, and Isaac Malkit rounding out the Fast Five for the first group here in KA100 Junior. And Malkit's a driver I'm looking forward to seeing how he develops throughout the year. He's had a really solid last couple of years in that micro and mini category, so I think he's going to be very strong.
We think he'll be strong, and we've got another driver we hope will be strong again today. Colin Lloyd had one of the most topsy-turvy main events out of anybody yesterday. Wrecked in turn 1, drove it back into the top 5. Heck of a drive in KA Senior. He's down with our Alexander Searle.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with one of the stars in the K100 Senior category, Colin Lloyd. Colin, obviously, I mean, you put together such an amazing comeback drive in yesterday's final, coming up just a little bit short. Walk me through that race for you, though.
Unfortunately, on the first lap, I made a little bit of a mistake, and we got a tap from behind, and I kind of spun around. But from there, I just kind of got my head down, and we just went forward.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, your kart seemed to be so hooked up yesterday. Have you made any changes for this morning? It seems a little bit warmer, obviously, with no wind. What have you done to your kart since then?
We really haven't touched anything. We changed the front bar just to test it out, but that's it. We didn't really change anything.
Yeah, one more question. I mean, what are your expectations right now for qualifying?
We're going to try and get top 3, I don't know. Just try and stay in the top half of the field.
Awesome, yeah. All right, Colin Lloyd, everybody. One of your stars, like I said. K100 Senior category coming up in just a few minutes' time.
Xander, there you go right there. He told you he tried a new bar in the front of the cart during warm-up. Not sure whether or not he's going to stay with that bar or not, but making that swing like we talked about. Try something in warm-up knowing he had a baseline that allowed him to come from deep in the field to get back up front there in the main event yesterday.
Yeah, just one of those stabs at it, right? I mean, they give you that free practice here in the morning to obviously make sure everything's all lined up as we see a couple drivers going down to turn number 1. Here's a look at Stephen Miller. And there, I thought we caught it and we switched away. It's Max Taylor. Locked the brakes up, trying to make a pass down in turn number 1 here on the opening circuit, and went a little bit wide. It looks like he might have stopped before the wall or might have just knocked it with the right front. So it doesn't look like a lot of damage. He'll feel that out, but that's one of our top guys from yesterday.
I was going to say.
And it's a big field.
Yeah, and that is not what you want to do early on, again, especially when we were only getting a couple of laps, right? You're only getting, 3-4 laps, I think? There'll be 4 laps for the drivers here in KA100 Jr. That's a major mistake that could potentially knock him down to just 3 laps if he's not able to get all the laps in. So Max Taylor is going to drop the hammer, and that really significantly changes how things happen. If you have a rough qualifying session, knock yourself in the middle of the pack, it's going to make things a lot more difficult. We saw a number of drivers who had some issues here as well.
Well, with the first laps coming in, we'll keep a tab on the fast group so far for KA Jr. and also send it down trackside. Emery Lida, what you got? Send it on over here to Emery. Here it looks like he's caught up with Diego Ramos down in pit lane. We'll catch up with them in just a moment here. Emery, you got us down there?
All right, guys, standing here with Diego Ramos. Diego, we had a chance to talk on the grid and warm up. Just said that yesterday did not go your way over the course of the day. Not sure it was tires, just unrelated. You came out for warm up today and you were inside the top 5 really quick. What do you think made the difference?
Like yesterday, after the race, I was like a little bit, like I didn't know what happened, like real. And then I just mounted, me and my mechanic, all the changes, mounted all the chassis. We put all the parts together again. And today in the morning, we just changed the tires. And then we are quick again. But I think I'm looking forward for today. We will be like a good day, and I can for sure do a better results than yesterday.
Got you. And one last thing, yesterday you qualified 11th, even though you looked like you had a little bit better pace than that. What do you think you're going to do differently in qualifying to kind of mitigate the result?
Yesterday, like in the quali, I was 11, but I didn't have like a clean lap. But today, for sure, we're going to be better in the quali. Try find a good spot, or don't lose like time and do the whole session like clean and see what happens.
Yep, sounds good. Back to you guys, Andrew and Rob.
Xander, I think one of the big takeaways there, not only to the fact that PSL Karting is going to be able to dial things in and get that chassis a little better, more like how Diego and Mateus Morgado want it to be, but it was the need to get that clean lap, especially in such a short session like this where you're only getting 4 laps, and knowing that lap 1 and lap 2 are really throwaways. Lap 3 maybe, but lap 4 has to be perfect. You have to have that clean lap. You have to know who you're around. You can't make even that one mistake getting caught up somewhere, whatever it may be. You got to be around someone who's faster than you to be able to stick with them. If you got a slower guy in front of you, it's really going to change the way the outcome's going to play out.
That's why I'm so surprised we just saw passing right there in turn number 9. Enzo Vidmontien, Leo Scorpioni, Ivana Richards all battled. They're not going to crack the top 5.
No.
In fact, Ernesto Rivera will go to the top of the boards here on the RPG Cosmic by about a 1/10 of a second. His teammate Max Taylor, well, he makes up for that spin on the opening lap of the session. He goes to P2. Stephen Miller 3rd, and with all 4 laps in, and Miller just running by his lonesome. So no tow at all for the 873 Chad Dawkin Racing entry, but there you have it. A great run for Rawlson Performance Group to lock out the front row. Meanwhile, a bunch of non-teammates, Vidmontien, Scorpioni, and Ivana Richards. I mean, Richards is going to be outside the top 10. Vidmontien down in 7th. Scorpioni also not a good lap there on the last time. He'll be way deep in the field, 22nd for a Scorpioni, and I think Richards might even be a little bit further back, not getting a clean lap in at all. So not a good way to end qualifying by getting in that pack of traffic.
Xander, a couple interesting things there. Rivera, of course, winning yesterday in the X30 Junior class. He's got a good feel for this racetrack. He goes P1, not an over surprise. Max Taylor's the driver, remember, who had wrecked early at the very start of the session. He's able to rebound things back. And I did talk to Hudson Schwartz before the session. He said today, actually hurt his ribs a bit on the weekend. Sat out the warm-up here because the ribs were a bit sore. But he thinks he's got the pace to potentially win today. So we may see Hudson Schwartz on the podium throughout the weekend, or rather by the end of the day. And there he is, P4, kind of backing up what he said to me. Knows he has the pace right now. Worried a bit about the ribs, but the RPG driver is looking really good. 4 of the top 5 in Rivera, Taylor, Schwartz, and Jackson Wolney. Stephen Miller from Chad Dockin Racing, the only interloper there in the Fast 5.
The other couple notables there in the top 10, Alex Mercado and Walter Jenkins, the fourth, were the two drivers that did not go quicker on their final lap. So maybe some hidden pace, maybe some traffic for them. We see Mercado was about a tenth of a second off, a couple tenths back for Walter Jenkins. So he's one of the local drivers here that is really going to use this race to try and capitalize on and maybe get his best results of the year. It's always weird to have your home race, I feel like, at the beginning of the year. Coming from a Southern boy myself, whenever we'd start our seasons in the South and kind of end them up in the North or the Midwest or out West with Vegas, you know, you have that first race of the year where you feel like from a development level it's probably your worst race weekend and your coldest coming out of the winter with the least amount of testing, but it ends up being your best result because it's the track you're the most familiar with. So that's kind of an awkward and weird feeling I'm sure that a lot of these Homestead-Miami locals are going to feel throughout the rest of the season, that, you know, they may develop as a driver, get better throughout the year, but their results are going to come best in the first 2 months.
Yeah, they don't have that little advantage that allows them to potentially have a better result. One of the things I think is interesting here before we cap things off with KA100 Jr. as well as Ty Fisher, who was quickest of that first group, ends up 11th. So a pretty solid run there for Ty Fisher to lay down good laps. He's only a half a second back of the lap laid down by Ernesto Rivera of 50.219 fast lap, just 73 thousandths of a second quicker than Max Taylor, his teammate. RPG looking very good here in the KA100 Junior category. Right back into it, Xander. KA100 Senior rolling out the first of 2 groups in this category as well. We'll see which driver puts it on provisional pole here after 4 laps.
Yeah, obviously, again, same as KA Junior. Decent group and a cut line about halfway through final practice. So we're seeing first out on the racetrack, Laurent Legault and that Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic trying to improve his pace over the weekend. Of course, Laurent, what a heartbreak he had to end his 2022 season in Las Vegas. Came up 1 spot shy in that last chance qualifier with a great drive forward, and he had qualified inside the top 20 overall, had wrecks in 2 of his heat races, which is what sent him to the LCQ, and again, 1 spot shy of making that main event. Almost hurts worse than maybe getting wrecked on the first lap of a LCQ.
Xander, I have said that for 25 years. Anytime you have a last chance qualifier, when you're the 7th guy, just on the outside looking in, it's gutting, right? Because you're kind of waiting for somebody nowadays to have a pushback bumper or something in tech to potentially to come through. But when you come that close to being able to run on Super Sunday and come up just short, man, that is absolutely gutting. And again, Laurent Legault showed some good speed yesterday as well. We'll see what happens here when we roll out. You can see drivers out there really working the tires, trying to get some heat built into them. Obviously, that is absolute key here. Again, they're rolling out here for qualifying with brand new sticker MG tires on, so these things need to come up to temperature, and right now sitting less than 50 degrees here trackside. It takes a bit of time to make sure they're perfect to get that one magic lap on lap number 4.
And a less than desirable Saturday for this kid right here. SuperNet's 25K Senior winner and X30 Pro runner-up Thomas Stolz-Sermanis was really kind of, you know, under the radar yesterday. Ran around probably the 15th to 10th spot. He made up a few spots in the pre-final. Thought he was going to kind of keep going forward. Then, of course, had that wreck on the final lap that knocked the chain off. Got it back going, had a good drive again in the main, got going forward, and then in the last couple laps, they started to fight a little more for 4th through 8th, and it kept him from being able to fight for the win. So, you know, pace, I think he's going to be the one that maybe surprises people that wasn't there yesterday. And then right behind him, the driver that was working the tires was ZCD, Zach Clayman DeMello, who an interesting strategy to me because I think he went out at the back of the grid there, and he was waiting for the pack to come around to get a tow. So he's going to be 1 lap less than everybody else in terms of tire temperature. So does that cost-benefit analysis of waiting a lap to get the tow versus running alone outweigh having 1 less lap of heat?
And he used that 1 lap by himself on the back to really work the tires, and he didn't kind of get rolling up. Did he work enough heat into the tires to potentially be able to go quick. We'll see what happens. I will say this, Thomas Stolzer-Manis currently in the second spot. He needs to qualify better. If he qualifies somewhere in the top 4, that'll give him the opportunity to potentially run up front all day long.
Yeah, we know this class is a battle-hardened group for sure. Stolzer-Manis right now just behind the likes of Joey Botting, local talent in the Gillard OTK branded chassis, Austin Jers. We chatted with him yesterday. He said it's been kind of a homecoming weekend here for him, getting to get back onto the Team FMS Merlin operation after kind of running as a privateer OTK pilot for the last couple of years. He's third, again, Legault fourth. The two of them are the first two out on the racetrack. They were the first two below the cut line in Friday happy hour, so they come in as, the odds-on favorites to be quick. ZCD right there, you saw him grab a lot of curb in turn 1, but he caught traffic on this last lap. Stolzer-Manis got through the traffic the lap before, was able to still go decent. I'd bet we see that energy driver put a better lap here today, or in this final lap here, as Austin Jers was the traffic, I think. No, that's the 970 OTK. That is Zanbengia, one of the many Asian drivers that have made the trek all the way overseas to come here, and there's a big contingent of them with the Super Tune USA Tony Kart guys.
Excellent. Great to have them here. Joey Botting back to the top, 49.808. Stolzer-Manis, a 50.074, so almost 3/10 back from Botting. Stolzer-Manis needs to drop the hammer here on lap number 4 if he wants any chance of being inside the top 10 overall, and he does. Goes 49.674, getting about 3 or 4/10 of a second on Botting. 49.674. Not sure what that's going to be like when the quick group rolls out here, but right now it's Stolzer-Manis, Botting, Legault, Garcia, and Austin Jers. He was really quick yesterday, Austin. P5 right now, work to do for him when we go pre-final racing later on this morning, but right now Stolzer-Manis P1.
Yeah, half a second off for Austin Jers. There's a look at your, again, unofficial results. You can see this is the group still to come with yesterday's winner, Aiden Levy, along with Frankie Mossman and Peyton Phillips to go. Stolzer-Manis, though, 49.67. That's a little bit back on form for him. Joey Botting, a good lap, and a really good lap for someone down with Alexander Searle. Ernesto Rivera is down, our pole man in KA Jr. in the 50 driver class. Alex, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto, pole position. Walk me through it.
Yesterday we didn't have great speed, so we found some speed overnight, and I got a good lap.
Yeah, and like you said, you found speed overnight. Tell me, how different, if any at all, does the track feel from yesterday to today?
I think it feels really similar to yesterday. I think it got a little bit greasy.
And if it's got greasier, what changes have you made or will you make to your go-kart to adapt to that?
We changed some on the setup and also the gear.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, Ernesto Rivera, everybody. Pole sitter here for K100 Jr. Back to you guys.
Coached up nicely right there. I'm not telling you what I'm doing. We changed setup, we changed gear. Nothing too precise from Ernesto Rivera. But again, good insight that the track very similar to yesterday, maybe a little greasier, which I find kind of an interesting comment.
Yeah, and on top of that, like you said, trained well. I didn't really think of this till now, but as we've talked about, more guys kind of holding their cards back here on the stream, knowing that it's probably playing in every team's trailer. How many guys do you think say they're going to make a bunch of changes and don't, just to throw guys off, be like, oh, yeah, I need to do this, do that, and try to, throw like a bluff almost out there? There's all kinds of head games that you could really dive into that they might be playing, and we don't know. I think it'd be fun to plant those thoughts in these guys, get these team owners who are already stressed out to the max probably already, and stress them a little more.
Exactly, yeah. Hey, Xander, what are you going to do to the chassis? Oh, we're going to throw the kitchen sink at it. It's horrible right now. We're making big changes for sure.
Yeah, we were not right.
We're like, it's bad.
Yeah. Imagine Turney, right? That was one thing I think I saw in one of the comments from the live stream yesterday. He was so quick right at the end of that pre-final. The last 5 laps, he was the fastest guy pretty much out there. And then we go to the main event. Norberg, super low on pressure, took too long to get going.
Yeah.
Does Turney being quick at the end influence everybody else to try to go super low, and then he goes high, and then he gets away, and then it stays? Lots of games, of course, played between all these guys, and at the end of the day, the best thing you can do is keep a tab on everybody in your own head, and then work on yourself sure.
I've said that so many times. You can't let what everybody else is doing really overly affect what you're doing, because you can find yourself getting lost, right? Stay with yourself, understand where you are, focus on getting faster in yourself. They may be 1.5 seconds up right now, but you keep doing what you're doing. Stick with the program. When you lay out a race plan for a day, a strategy, whatever it may be, you got to stick to it. When you divert off of the plan you already have, sometimes it can work, but more often than not, you find yourself in the weeds.
For sure. Now we look here at the Holtz DD OTKs of Josh Holtz and Nick Terlecki. They make their way down the backstretch right now, pushing together. Terlecki's going to go by Holtz, and we'll pass him into turn 12. They're trailing Frankie Mossman and Colin Lloyd. We heard from Lloyd that he had tried that different front bar for morning warm-ups and to see where he would end up. So maybe keeping that in, maybe making a little change. It's a new package for him. No testing on it. I believe his first laps were really Thursday or Friday on that Magic Kart for Colin Lloyd. He'd been impressive in years past aboard his OTK and family-owned T1D Racers operation, so now kind of working as a satellite team with the Magic Kart USA factory squad, and he was quick, like he said yesterday, just made a mistake. Credit to him. He owned that fully.
Yeah, he did.
I don't know if you could really put a whole lot of blame on him. I mean, turn one is just a mess sometimes.
It is, and we're from where he was starting, right? You're rolling as much corner speed in as you can. He said he got on the brakes a little too much. It'll tap from the back. That happens very easily. But again, like you said, dialing in the feel for this Magic Kart, a much different machine than what he'd driven before. So you got to get a feel for what it wants. Stolzerman is still on top, but not for long. Aiden Levy, yesterday's winner, buoyed off the confidence from the victory, goes P1 here on lap number 3, 49.632. Stolzerman is still holding on to second. Peyton Phillips, who was fast, very fast yesterday, P3. Terlecki runs in fourth. Botting in fifth. Luke Welcome, who we saw run up front throughout the day yesterday, currently sixth spot. Colin Lloyd on that Magic Kart in eighth. Josh Holtz and Frankie Mossman on the Tesoro Racehorse CRG there into the top 10. Mossman was in a battle for the race win for sure, but of course didn't play out. That was that amazing over-under we saw from Aiden Levy over in turn number 5. We'll see if we have more fireworks here today, but the bottom line is drivers here now putting the hammer down on lap number 4.
Yeah, checkered flag in the air. Where do they all drop in? Terlecki goes purple, 49.46. Mossman, second best there. Levy does not improve on that final lap, so he will not be able to back up that pole feet. He goes third. Stolzerman is, like you said, needed to do better, does better. Joey Botting as well out of the slow group, seventh. So into the top 10. That's probably the best runs we've seen so far of a bigger class, and the bottom half getting into the top half of the field. Yeah. Botting, again, hangs on to seventh. Stolzerman is fourth. Lloyd fifth on that final lap, puts a good one together. 2.5 tenths for the top 5, really a tenth and a half from second back to sixth. So very, very close. And, of course, yesterday's most laps led driver, Peyton Phillips, P6 here in qualifying.
Yeah, I think big takeaways for me, Nicholas Terlecki having a really strong run, getting himself. We didn't really talk about him in the top running group there yesterday, 49.460. So Terlecki will lead him to the green flag in the pre-final later on this morning. Frankie Mossman coming right back to where he was yesterday, only 91 thousandths of a second behind Terlecki for P2. Aiden Levy, yesterday's winner, right in there, but I think the big one, Thomas Stolzerman is putting himself in the discussion to run up front. P4 start outside row number 2 for Stolzerman on that energy. He'll be looking for a much better day here on Sunday, round 2 of the Winter Series. And Colin Lloyd, hopefully will have a better start and have to come from the tail of the field. He was P5 ahead of Peyton Phillips. So all in all, a pretty good qualifying session there. Nicholas Terlecki will be happy with that P1 run, almost a full tenth of a second quicker than Frankie Mossman. 3 down, 5 to go here in qualifying. Don't go anywhere. We'll come right back here on Kart Chaser. Mini Swift up next for their qualifying run.
If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Qualifying has been quite interesting so far to start round number 2 of the Winter Series. Number of drivers who struggled yesterday, Xander, able to work their way back forward. So Thomas Stolzer-Manis being one, a much better start to the day as he'll start on the outside of row 2 in KA100 Senior. Another driver looking to continue the good pace, though, from Saturday here into Sunday. Stands by right now with Alexander Searle.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Alessandro DiTullio, one of the top drivers in the X30 Senior category. Alessandro, you've had an up and down weekend. I mean, obviously, finishing on the podium yesterday, but like you said, you told me this morning, practice didn't go well for you. Walk me through it.
Yeah, it's been an up and down weekend. Every session is just, it's a bit different. Some sessions are good, some sessions are bad. We tried something in the warm-up, didn't really go well. It was also really cold and a really short session, so we didn't get much feedback on that, but we're just going to go back to what we had yesterday, make a couple small adjustments just to see if we could find those last 1-2 tenths to be able to challenge for the win. But yeah, like I said, it's been up and down, so it could go either really good or really bad.
Yeah, I mean, one more question. If you could just pinpoint one thing maybe on the kart that you've noticed that maybe is just the one thing costing you those 1 or 2 tenths, what would it be?
I mean, if I knew, we would be great by now, so. I mean, I know what I feel, but we just don't know. We've tried many things, and maybe sometimes it's a bit better and sometimes it's worse. So we haven't made an adjustment where we say, wow, we gained a bunch. So yeah, right now we know what we feel, but we just don't know how to make it right.
Awesome. Yeah, Alessandro DiTullio, everybody. Look for him to go for pole position here coming up soon in X30 Sr Qualifying. Back to you guys.
You know, Xander, it's interesting, right? They talked about trying something in the warm-up that maybe didn't work. One of the things I'll say right now, for a driver like Alessandro and any of the drivers in the top of like a tough class like X30 Senior, this really plays the mental side of this game as well, right? Because you can hear a little bit of frustration in his voice that he's not quite sure what the issue is right now, not quite sure what they need to do, and I think the drivers at the very top, that's the challenge you have to kind of accept, right? You have to stay positive. When you start getting super frustrated, it's really hard to bounce back from. Alessandro's a kid that we've watched grow up throughout the last couple of years and become one of the top drivers. This is his opportunity. This is where he has to stay focused. He's a little frustrated, but he sounded like he knows they're going in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, that's been, like you said, his story. The biggest frustration is not so much the fact that they're off pace. It's the fact they don't know why.
Yeah.
They can't pinpoint it. Even in the interviews that we had play earlier in the stream there, you heard from DiTullio at the end of the day yesterday when we asked him, well, where do you think you're losing time? He said, I mean, honestly, Norberg was better than me in the high speed. He was also better in the low speed. It's a little bit everywhere that we need to be better, and that's a big, gut check because you go back 1 year ago, you rewind the clocks, DiTullio, kid to beat all weekend long. Yeah. I mean, the guy both days, and even with an engine swap from Saturday to Sunday, because that Saturday engine failed on the squish test, which is just by, I think he missed only by about a millimeter or two, very minimal, but just pushed the limit too tight. And then, his engine builder swapped the engines out. He went out, proved to everyone that it wasn't the engine as to why he was dominant the day before. And a lot of times where he's been on that parallel chassis, granted, of course, there's different changes each year when they come out with the new tubes, the 2023 one. I don't know if that's what he's on or if he's on his 22 chassis, but, he normally doesn't have to make a lot of setup adjustments to that thing. Yeah. He just kind of goes out and drives a little bit better. So when he comes here and you hear him searching for changes to find more speed, I mean, again, we've heard it from everybody. Each year, everyone seems to somehow step it up. The last 5 to 7 years have been a huge evolution of a North American karting at the top level with the amount of international and professional guys, truly karting professionals running in the classes. It seems to have stepped the level up. So for him, again, like you said, it's not so much the fact that he is missing that 10th to 2/10 to compete with Turney, Garrison, and Norberg. It's the fact he doesn't know where to find it.
Yeah, and you think about the way things have developed over the last handful of years, as you said, it's gotten so much more professional, so much more focused at the very top. And I could say that from working in the sport for, now 25 plus years, the way it was back in the 90s and 2000s, the way it is now, the teams are at such a higher level. And that window of that kind of tuning window that you would have had has become so narrow right now that if you miss it just a little bit, what do we see sometimes? 5, 6, 7, 8 guys within a 10th of a second. If you're off 2/10 because you just missed it, you're 15th, right? So that's the big difference right now. The pointy end of the grid is so much tighter right now. And again, qualifying, getting underway. Let's get this with Mini Swift. Xander, very quickly, Antoine Lemieux, the quickest driver in the first group for Mini Swift. So a pretty solid start to the session as well.
Yeah, Alexis Bayarjan as well. They're second, and going right off that fact, right? Yep. Literally 1/10 of a second, one bobble of the wheel, one little miscue on the setup. Tire pressure just being as much as a quarter PSI, too high, too low, could make the difference right now for me and P1 in the group for Anton Lemieux. Then 300s back to Alexis Bayarjan, another 400s to Bronson Kustis. And 300s back to make it 1/10 for the top 4 to Jacob Majeski in that Team FMS Merlin. Justin DeLucia round in the top 10, couple further 10s back, but this is still, again, only half the field. You have standout in the micro class from last year, Marco Samet going 6th on that BJR MDR Lando Norris card. William Kim, Troy Ferguson, another micro standout. He's 8th here in the bottom half of a sold-out Mini class. Again, such a cool sight to see, to have 48 drivers in Mini, 50 in KA Junior, 31 in Micro. So the foundation looking very strong to start the year. And like we mentioned, so many guys have moved up, so especially at the Micro class, lots of new first-timers on the national level.
The entire top 10 in points last year of the Micro Swift categories moved up into the Mini Swift class. And one of the things we haven't mentioned yet to the start of today's broadcast, we did yesterday, we think it's a record for the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. 251 entries to start off the 2023 season. That, of course, bodes well for the entire Pro Tour, the Winter Nationals, which will take place in March. So, again, fantastic weekend. Great numbers, as Xander had said. 48 here in the Mini Swift category. Even the KA 100 Master making its debut, taking over for X30 Master. 14 drivers in that class. We'll see that continue to develop after a fantastic, obviously, debut at the Super Nationals back in November when they had 47 on the grid as well. So good numbers and a great weekend. Fantastic weather. You said it yesterday. The weatherman actually got it right yesterday, and that doesn't always happen here at Homestead. No. That midday, 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock rain shower is something we've had so many race weekends here. But again, yesterday, absolutely perfect. No wet weather whatsoever, and what a gorgeous morning it is right now, too. Blue skies here. Temperature starting to work their way up towards the 50 mark here at Homestead. And again, we've got a great day of racing for you here on Kart Chaser. Hope you're enjoying a beautiful Sunday morning watching some racing here from Homestead. Next group of Mini Swift drivers on the track, the faster drivers from the happy hour on Friday. We'll watch for them to put the hammer down. Antoine Lemieux, as we said, the quickest driver in the opening session, 53.148. 3 drivers in total within a 10th of a second. Alexis Belageron and Bronson Kustis also there within just a 10th of Antoine Lemieux. Where will they stack up? We saw a couple of drivers do really well before that, but right now let's head back down. We've got some more interviews going. Emery Lida standing by with one of our top drivers in KA 100 Senior.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Standing here with Nick Charlecki, you're a pole sitter in the KA Senior category. Nick, yesterday you were pretty good. You were top 10 for most of the day, ended up inside the top 10 in the final, which lacked a little bit of raw pace. Tell me what changed to cause you to get pole.
We just did some minor kart changes after, not the results we wanted in the final, so we knew we had to make a change. Made a change for warm-up, saw we were pretty quick, so we just pushed the pressure up a little bit, so had the tires come in sooner. And then I also had Mossman in front of me who was super quick, so it helped me with the draft, and I was able to get the number 1.
Yeah, and talking about Frankie Mossman and just the competition in general this weekend, it really looks to be about like 10 to 12 karts that are up with the pace to possibly get on the podium. As you look for the rest of the day, you have 2 races to kind of get things sorted out, the pre-final and the final. What's your strategy going to be as you look to maintain the position at the front?
It's really just consistency. I'm going to go for the win, but I'm not going to be fighting hardcore every lap for the win if it's not needed, because it's easier to win with less people at the front. So if I can just maybe break away with another kart or two, then that's the strategy.
For sure, a calm, patient outlook for Nick Terlecki, but he starts the day on top with the pole in K Sr. Back to you guys in the booth.
You know, something interesting they picked up there, we really haven't talked about it that much, Sanders, what it takes to have a top qualifying session, right, a fast session. It's not just about going out there and hammering down laps and being really good on lap number 4. Everything has to come together. He talked about making changes to the tire pressures a bit. Your tire pressures have to get set perfectly so they're exactly where they need to be on lap number 4, right, when you're building up that temperature. And then you've also got to position yourself on the racetrack correctly. We talked about some drivers having trouble getting caught up behind a slower driver. In this particular occasion, Terlecki was lined up with Frankie Mossman, a guy that we know is quick, so he positioned himself well. Good on Nicholas there, and then you have to perform. So all those things coming in to the equation. The tire pressure has to be right. You got to position yourself with the right people on track, and then you've got to get the job done and hit 12 apexes perfectly to get a lap to put you P1.
You have to be smart about it for sure. Now we look at the minis, they're in the same boat, even more so with how big that toe is. You saw a lot of packs around the racetrack here, a few drivers trying to find some clean air. Alessandro Truccio was good with it yesterday. Today, so far, Ethan Tovo, quickest one here. Michael McGoy, good lap as well in the middle of the draft. Jackson Tovo, the brothers, first and third overall here in the fast group. That's huge. Yeah. And here you can see again, this is the intervals on the screen for the results. That's between each individual position. We'll see where it updates to overall. But 48 drivers in total, 46 laying a lap down here in qualifying. Ethan Tovo at a 52.884. There's a look at the laps for everyone, how tight it is. It's a 10th for the top 5. It is 2/10 for the top 10. It is 3 for about the top 15. So very, very close. And we see some of the bigger name drivers that will start a little further down the order. Max Christie, 22nd for a top 5 run throughout the Supernats. He's got work to do. Looks like at least most of the fast group was able to stay above the cut line from group number 1. And then much easier day to start here for Kai Johnson, Lucas Palacio. Johnson there 5th, Palacio just outside the top 10 in 12th, so he'll start good. Kai Mars 8th. I mean, a lot of our contenders at least. Nobody having a chain come off that was a big name driver so far.
Well, what I find kind of interesting here, you look at the drivers who were on the podium yesterday as well. You got Kai Johnson in 5th spot, Palacio won back in 12th. You got Ashton Woon in 9th, so not at the very top of the order. The Tovo's looking very good. Ethan Tovo P1, brother Jackson P3, Michael McGoy, as you said, in there into the 2nd spot. Alessandro Truccio looking to bounce back from yesterday. He's P4. Johnson, though, like you said, a much easier day. It started, 42nd, I think, in the main event to work his way up onto the podium. A good run for him, absolutely tremendous run for Kai Johnson. Everybody wants to do it a little bit easier. Yeah, it's fun sometimes to have to come from the tail of the field, but it's much easier to be able to run in the lead pack and just go for the race win.
It's so much nicer to be able to start the day much, 30, 40 spots higher than where these guys had to start yesterday. And again, it's a 50-driver field, so there still is always that risk in the pre-final of getting taken out, falling to the rear. We've seen it be done, at least, so them be able to come forward. And I think a big part of that, too, is, there were 10 to 15 guys in the lead pack that stayed somehow all together, battling with each other in the opening couple laps. And that's the risk you have of a class like this that's so stacked to the rim with talent that qualifying pole, 3rd, 5th, 10th, none of them are safe depending on how everybody else plays, because everyone knows how even they are on race pace. I mean, these laps of a 2/10 delta, that's really the difference in the draft if they got.
Agreed.
Because it could be 3 or 4 tenths in the minis. So they all know it's a level playing field up front. It's who out-battles who, and that's what I think made it possible for the C's to let Kai Johnson and Palacio come forward and also have some other big-name guys go to the rear.
Again, we'll see how things play out when they get back onto the track. The Mini Swift set to go at 10:50. They'll be our final class on the track for pre-final before we go into that lunch break. So if you are tuned in here to Kart Chaser, watching the action here today on a beautiful Sunday, know that we'll be off air from about 12:05 to 12:35 Eastern Time. That's the lunch break. We'll bring the SKUSA crew in, get them fed, and get them back out for a fantastic afternoon of racing. Qualifying, though, continuing here from Homestead as our split category Pro and Master shifter rolling out on track.
Yeah, A.J. Myers yesterday had a catch can and overflow DQ that took him out of contention for the main event after winning the pre-final in a great head-to-head battle against Alan Isambard. The winter training here, spring training for the Pro Shifter drivers and a light turnout. That'll be a solid turnout when we get to New Orleans for the Pro Tour opener. Getting to see two drivers that we would expect to be at the front. Of course, AJ Myers, one of the biggest names in Pro Shifter kart racing in North America and around the world aboard that Magic Kart, trying to get himself that #1 plate back for 2023 after losing it to Marin Kremers. He's the national #2. And then, of course, you have Alan Isambard, who has always been fast here at Homestead and now finally linked up with that new Formula K factory operation, AMR Motorsports, joining forces with the FK IPK brands. They're going to be making a presence at a number of major U.S. nationals throughout 2023, expanding their karting schedule alongside their very busy car schedule. Is going to put Alan Isambard in a great opportunity to really make himself a household name in the Pro Shifter ranks as well beyond the SKUSA Winter Series. Here's Annie Rule, now entering what I believe should be her 4th or 5th season there in the Pro Shifter class. Here's Isambard once again as he goes over to turn 12. Back to Rule, learning from the likes of AJ Myers. Annie Rule, one of the few female pilots we have in the headline division. She has continued to make progress year after year and get herself closer. We saw at the Stars Championship Series last year, which is kind of a lighter version of the national tours in the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour and US Pro Kart Series, but continuing to get more competitive, that she won a heat race, was able to get a few wins. She's still looking, of course, for that maiden national victory, has come close multiple times. A little bit of pace to be found this weekend for Annie Rule, and we talk about how physical the karting Pro Shifter classes are. The fact that she is such a small driver in the car, a very heavy go-kart, and being able to wheel that thing around the racetrack at a competitive pace is impressive on its own. Master Shifter, of course, like Pro Shifter, has that AMR Motorsports FK paired up against a factory Magic Kart USA entry. In this case, it's Skitchy Barnes versus Patrick Otto Madsen. Skitchy got the best of him yesterday. Madsen exiting turn number 4 on that number 699 AMR Motorsports entry, the captain of the team, looking to go a little faster today. At the moment, he's still got about 2/10 to find to Skitchy here when we work lap number 3. Meanwhile, Alan Isambard, his team factory driver, quickest so far, although AJ Myers is going to pick up the pace on lap 3 at a 45.258. Holy moly, that is a burner for AJ. He picked up nearly a second on his final lap. Where is Alan going to come across? He's a little bit further back, I think, on the racetrack to find some time. He's just going to get through one of the Masters pilots coming around the final corner. There's a look at Skitchy Barnes in the Master class, but for Isambard, when he updates across the line, it will put him second. It will not even come close to putting him on the pole. AJ Myers with a heater here to end Pro Shifter qualifying. Isambard second at a 45.60. Giorgio Emiliano Carrara on that Lenzo kart for International Motorsport in the 3rd spot in Pro Shifter. Your Master Shifter again here, Skitchy Barnes was the quickest. Patrick Madsen has bested him, so the AMR Motorsports FK in Masters turning it up, goes quicker than Scott Presti as well, who splits the pairing. But coming to the checkered flag and also seeing a lot of drivers pull in here after lap 3 once they hit their one good lap. Isambard's going for another one. Here he comes through the final corner. Anything left in that thing here as the checker flies? Well, there is some, but not enough. 45.526, still 2.5 off of AJ. So AJ Myers returns here. Patrick Otto Madsen, quickest in Master Shifter. Myers, the quickest in Pro Shifter, 2.5 on Isambard. Davide Fore picks up a little bit on that Goodwood Kartways Intrepid. He goes to 3rd. Carrara 4th, Spinelli 5th. Here's the overall split for everyone. Annie Rule with some issues in qualifying. Her transponder must not have gone here that time. So while she was on the racetrack in that 204 Magic Kart, no lap time recorded. That said, we did have lap times recorded for this kid here, Frankie Mossman. Towed around the quickest driver in KA Senior qualifying, and he's down with Emery Lida. Emery?
Yeah, standing here with Frankie Mossman, your outside poster in KA Senior. Frankie came up just short in the race yesterday, just short in qualifying today, but you've had a lot of pace all weekend. Talk me through it.
I mean, yesterday we definitely had one of the fastest go-karts out on track. I mean, it didn't really show it with the result, but kind of put myself in a bad situation and just kind of gave Levy the win. But today was definitely a lot better, made some changes, swapped the motor, and Tony and all of them, Tad, Ewan, I mean, they've made some really good calls on the kart, and we can definitely see it. I mean, went out there and towed Terlecki around a little bit, but it definitely benefited us, and I think we can work from that in the pre-final.
Yeah, so in the pre-final, you guys have probably 8 or 9 karts up at the front that have been somewhat competitive all weekend in terms of having podium-level pace. When you look at your strengths and weaknesses compared to everyone else in that group, what do you think your biggest strength is on the track?
I think my strength is once we start getting in the group is kind of positioning with the racecraft and all that, but definitely kind of pace side of it, we don't really want to let anyone get away, especially someone like Stolz or Phillips. You could see that these guys have a lot of talent here, and they're able to come onto the track and put it a little bit more down than me, but you know, being from California, I don't come here often, but I'm expecting to try to get the win today.
Definitely, and Frankie Mossman has put himself in position 2 days in a row now to possibly get a win. We'll see what he can do today. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. With that, here we'll take a momentary break while the on-track action comes to a lull. When we come back, it's X30 Jr time, getting set to go. K100 Master and X30 Sr will follow, so stick with us. 3 more classes still have yet to set the grids here for pre-finals on day 2 of opening weekend for the SuperKarts USA Winter Series and the unofficial start of the 2023 Pro National season here in North America. The wind's dying down just a little bit. The temperature's slowly coming up. Stick with us. Kart Chasers coverage rolls on.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Well, we are back once again here at Homestead for the continuation of qualifying, round 2 of the Superkarts USA Winter Series. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clemens. 5 categories in the books, rolling in now here with X30 Jr. Xander. Interesting qualifying session there in the shifter kart category. Not surprising to see A.J. Myers back up there again, but a good run for Patrick Otto Madsen as well to go P1 in Masters.
Yeah, and as we mentioned there, Patrick Otto Madsen going P1 by a couple of tenths. Yeah. So for being a couple tenths off to then going P1 by a couple tenths, that's a big swing overnight. You're talking not just 2 tenths gain, you're talking probably a 4 to 5 tenth gain. So that's pretty key for what everyone's been saying was pretty similar. We heard from Ernesto Rivera. He said the track was getting a little bit greasy, but overall pretty similar conditions to yesterday. We know that the temperatures should be pretty identical. The wind dying down. Beyond that, everything's right around where we were around the same time yesterday. Started at 40 degrees, getting up to those upper 40s now. Going to be pushing into the 50s here, going into the pre-finals, and then, right around that kind of low 60s through the early pre-finals and into the main events, and then it'll cool back off by the time the X30 Seniors roll with that final main event of the day around 4 p.m. Eastern time. So, with the track not changing too much and, nothing else really too different conditions-wise or time-wise, to pick up 4 or 5 tenths on the field is very impressive.
Yeah, big swing there for Patrick Otto Madsen. We'll see how they race when they get back at it. Scott Presti back in the race again. Not sure what happened to Scott in the pre-final and final yesterday. Had qualified well, but didn't see him take the green for either of those races, so we'll try to maybe get some input there. Otherwise, 3 more qualifying sessions still to come. X30 Jr, KA100 Master, and X30 Sr still to wrap up qualifying before we jump into our first wheel-to-wheel action of the day with a 10-lap pre-final for the drivers in a Micro Swift. X30 Jr presented by Rollison Performance Group. Up now, and drivers of the first group rolling out onto the racetrack here, and indeed, blue skies, much clearer than it was yesterday morning. We had some cloud cover yesterday morning. Still only 51 degrees here trackside. As Xander mentioned, forecast saying potentially into the low to mid 60s today, so maybe a little bit warmer. But I think, Xander, the biggest difference, other than the cloud cover for the sun to kind of warm things up a little bit, it's the fact that the wind just not what it was yesterday. It was whistling pretty good through here at the racetrack yesterday. There still is a significant breeze, but nothing like we had yesterday.
No, nothing like we had yesterday. It makes it a lot more tolerable. That wind chill yesterday felt probably 5 to 10 degrees cooler than what it was here, and that's standard for Homestead-Miami. I mean, it could be 80 or 90, and it feels like 70 here sometimes with the breeze going. Now, the sun beats you down, but again, the breeze keeps you a little bit cooler, and unfortunately on a day like this where we have that big cold front come through after a little bit of rain on Friday afternoon, it's definitely cooled the weekend off, and then that breeze just kind of pummels you even more while you're down. So at least today that's gone, and we're getting a little bit warmer when you're out in the sun like the drivers are and our cameras are. It's not too bad. Rob and myself here under the tent, so it's still a little bit chilly, but it's not bad. Again, the wind's not bad.
Let's just say this. One of the draws of the Winter Series over the last 25 years has been for a lot of the guys up north to get the heck out of the cold winter. It's, I think, 15 or 16 degrees back home for me. We got people from Michigan, from Wisconsin, from Minnesota, from a lot of those, Ohio, Indiana, where it's a lot cooler. So even to come down here in 50-degree weather, we're kind of complaining about 51. It's not 19, it's not 15, so it's much warmer. The sun's beautiful, and that's really been, what I said, one of the draws of these Winter Series since they really started back in 1998.
Yeah, it's not too bad, all things considered. Could always be worse. Could be colder. And for Hudson Schwartz here, he's just hanging on. Again, you talk about could be worse. Hudson Schwartz struggling with rib pain, right, and running double duty as well. So for Hudson Schwartz in that RPG Cosmic, he leads this train of 3 in that 7:29. He sat out qualifying yesterday, came through the field, had good pace, all things considered. But like you said, Rob, here earlier in the broadcast, the rib injury he had, he's still kind of working through the pain here. And this is much easier to do in 2023 than back in, let's say, 2021, 2020, when the curbs on this racetrack, you had to fly them like motocross whoop sections.
And he literally said he just got into one of the curbs a little bit wrong, and it kind of brought him out of the seat a bit, and he came back down on the rib, right? That's happened before. I think many of us who have driven karts have had that, where you kind of come out a bit and then just hit it wrong. And, of course, he's young, so he'll be able to bounce back a little more flexible than, let's say, the drivers like myself and KA100 Master. But he did say that it was hurting quite a bit. He's got it taped up. And, again, sitting out the warm-up this morning, knowing he obviously didn't want to run that one, He was good in the KA 100 Master, felt pretty good there, looked pretty fast. We'll see how he does here in the first group of qualifying for X30 Jr. Right now, a couple laps in. Oliver Weldon, P1. The aforementioned Hudson Schwartz in second. Jackson Wolney in third. Alex Mercado fourth. And now Lorenzo Castillo coming up in there as well. Jackson Wolney, who had a really good qualifying run in KA 100, now finds himself P1 here, lap number 3.
Yeah, but not by much, right? 0.02 of a second back to Hudson Schwartz. So the teammates topping out here with 3.5 tenths back to Oliver Weldon, who was on your screen in that Hot Wheels Racing JC karting team Lando Norris kart as he exits turn number 5. Looked like he may have just gotten through that Kart Republic for the HMP Motorsport gang right behind him. Actually, no, that's going to be one of the Chad Dawkin Racing KRs. I think that's going to be Emma Kate Scarborough in the 718, trailing Oliver Weldon. She's down in the 8th spot. So Weldon third, but had to work through traffic. What does his 4th lap look like? Final lap on the circuit. Here we go across the line for Schwartz and Wolney. Their laps, 48.82 for Wolney, nothing for Schwartz. Weldon goes a 48.9, and he splits them, goes to second.
Jackson Wolney, strong lap there, final circuit. We'll see that where that stocks up when the next group rolls out, but a 48.824 for Wolney. Just about a 10.5 quicker than Oliver Weldon. Hudson Schwartz in third, Lorenzo Castillo and Alex Mercado rounding out the top 5. Emma Kate Scarborough 6th, Christopher Aiken 7th, Mayor Dionerine in the 8th spot. Here comes Christian Meyer now up into 7th. So nonetheless, Jackson Wolney, who had a pretty good qualifying run there in KA 100 Junior, looking decently here to start things off. Quickest of the group, a 48.824. You can see Oliver Weldon just about a 10.5 back there in second. Hudson Schwartz in third. Again, you always hope to lay down a strong lap here when you're in the first group and then cross your fingers to find out where you're going to end up when that second group rolls out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the benchmark, right? And it's a decent one. You kind of judge that either off of yesterday's poll, which they have, or if you go to Saturday where you don't really have an idea of where the best time will be, you just hope you got a big delta back to second in the group. If you have a lap like Thomas Stolzermanis and Joey Botting, where they were up nearly 3 or 4 tenths on the rest of that KA Senior slow group, that's normally a pretty good sign that their lap will hold up well on the fast group. So in this one, a 10.5, that's a decent gap back to Oliver Weldon at a 48.82 to a 48.97. And then it's, another half tenth or so to Hudson Schwartz. So when you've got a big gap back to your own group, there's an idea that you're probably going to end up mid-grade for the rest of them. But here goes the rest of the X30 Juniors onto the racetrack here for that initial warm-up session or warm-up lap of their qualifying session. While they get the tires warmed up, we're trying to see who of the drivers are warmed up before the helmets come on. Alexander Searle is down with the first of the X30 Senior pilots up here to the pre-grid. Louis Westover. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Louis Westover. Louis, it was an up-and-down day for you yesterday. A lot of downs, but at the end, P9 in the final. Walk me through that race for you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a long race. We started 34th. Just picked them off one by one and ended up P9. So I was pretty happy with that. Found a bit of speed as well, so hopefully we can carry that into qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, new day. You said the kart's gotten better since yesterday. How did warm-up go for you?
Yeah, it was all right. I overtook my best lap. Hopefully we can find a bit more speed in qualifying. I'm in the slow group, so it makes it a bit harder, but, pre-final and final, we'll be able to make up some places.
Now, have you made any changes from warm-up to qualifying?
No, we've kept the kart the same.
Awesome, yeah. Louis Westover, everybody. Look for him to be up towards the front, X30 Sr. Back to you guys in the booth.
Louis Westover might be one of the tightest-lipped guys when it comes to his kart setup here I have seen in a little bit. He has been keeping it from everyone in every interview we've had with him all week long. He obviously feels like he's got something if the circumstances can fall right, but like he said, he's in the slow group, so the cards are a little bit stacked against him to start because he's got to poke his own hole. He doesn't have anyone fast in there. No other guys that we expected to be quick are with him in that group that he can run with.
Well, that's it, right? I talked earlier about the fact that you want to find the right person to be with, the guy to tuck in behind. Nicholas Terlecki said straight up he had a chance to run with Frankie Mossman, somebody very quick. They know they're going to be able to run together. So for a guy like Westover, I think his best bet's going to be to try to find as much open racetrack as he can to not have to deal with anybody else. So we'll see where that plays out when our X30 Seniors roll out here. 10:50 scheduled start time for their qualifying run. Right now, the second group in X30 Jr is out there laying down their laps here. Again, they're chasing the fastest lap laid down, provisional pole by Jackson Wolney, the RPG driver, a 48.824. We saw some really good racing in X30 Jr yesterday. We'll see how it rolls out here. And to see which drivers, if they're the same that we saw yesterday, find themselves back to the top. Enzo Vidmontien, he and Stephen Miller, Teddy Musella in there as well. Even on lap number 2, they've already worked their way to the top. Lap 2 for Stephen Miller in the Chad Docken Racing Machine, a 48.800 on the FA Kart. Stephen Miller, P1 by 24 thousandths of a second. Jackson Wolney still holding on to second. That was only lap number 2. Teddy Musella in third and Enzo Vidmontien in fourth. That does not bode well for Wolney right now with those guys going quick here on lap 2.
Not at all here. He needs these guys to hopefully battle on this final lap, but I don't think we're seeing too much passing. They're all spread out at about pretty perfect distances, couple car lengths away to have a rabbit to chase, maybe a little tow, not to get in the way. So here's Vidmontien. He's yucking across the line. First will be Scorpione. He goes 6th, so doesn't beat Wolney there. Vidmontien, no improvement on lap 3. Teddy Musella improves a little. Ernesto Rivera as well, but Jackson Wolney's time holding up here at the top. We didn't expect that there, but there is still one more lap to go.
That's when you're sitting here on the side of the paddock. You're looking at live timing. You're wondering what's going to happen. You know that for sure that Jackson Wolney hoping to potentially hold on to a spot in the top 5 or the top 10. Currently P2 for Wolney. Miller on top. Did not go quicker on lap number 3. 48.800. Still the fast time for Miller. It's Miller, Wolney, Musella, Rivera, and Vidmontien. Vidmontien did not go quicker on lap number 3 either. Oliver Weldon is holding on to 6th from the first group as well. So a couple of drivers from Group 1 still holding on to good positions here now. Miller, Wolney, Musella, Rivera, and Scorpione. Checkered flag now flying. Vidmontien goes to the top of the charts. He'll go P1, a 48.698. Does anybody have anything for the Motaz Sport? Parolin driver here on the final circuit. Drivers just getting that last lap in the books. Enzo Vidmontien able to work his way to the top of the charts in the category. Indeed, he does. A 1/10 of a second faster than Stephen Miller. Jackson Wolney holding on to P3 from the opening group. Strong one there for Wolney, and I'm sure he'll be thrilled with that. Again, pretty solid drive there for Enzo Vidmontien, laying it down. Miller, Wolney, Teddy Musella holding on. Yesterday's winner, Ernesto Rivera, will launch from the inside of a row number 3, a P5 qualifying run for Rivera as he tries to grab a second win on the weekend here in X30 Jr. Enzo Vidmontien, though, Xander, out of the gate strongly. Fast lap, not by a ton, though, but enough over Stephen Miller. And, again, Jackson Wolney pretty happy, I would believe, here on the scale line, having held on to third.
Yeah, and Vidmontien did that without a tow at all. So Vidmontien on by his lonesome because Leonardo Scopioni long down the road there. Of course, him going 7th, so he had someone to kind of keep a gauge on and chase a little bit. He did go 2/10 better than him, but ultimately Enzo Vidmontien did that all by himself. Didn't have someone right in front of him towing him along like we see in a lot of classes so far. KA Sr. most notably with Nick Terlecki right off Frankie Mossman, but a good lap, a lot of confidence, 48.698 again, as you mentioned, for Enzo Vidmontien. Helps for sure to start off quick by yourself.
That should make Louis Westover happy because he's going to be by himself, as we know, in that first group of X30 Sr Qualifying. So if he can get some open racetrack and lay down a magic lap on lap number 4, we could see Westover somewhere within the top 5 or top 10 as well. Still to come, though, 2 more sessions. KA100 Master up next. Those drivers getting set to go. And then X30 Sr to wrap up qualifying. The KA100 Masters drivers all chasing Luis Schiavo, who has been very strong. You mentioned his kids are racing as well. I talked to Schiavo just a little bit here, just a couple minutes ago. Kids are running here in the club program and getting a chance to race here himself this weekend, but a very dominant run for Schiavo yesterday. We'll see if Ravello and the rest of the crew can dial things in. Garrido, Miguel Mir, they're going to have to find a little bit more if they want to challenge Luis here throughout the day on Sunday.
They definitely will, and they are all coming up next here. Just a moment or two before KA Master gets underway, so we'll take a commercial break. When we come back, it's time for the veterans of the sport to take their way onto the racetrack. A little gap after them, and then the X30 Seniors will be the final class to set their grid for the last day of action here for rounds 1 and 2 in Homestead.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Back live here in Homestead for round number 2 of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. As I said right off the top of the broadcast, SuperKarts USA making its first foray into Winter Series racing back in 1998 at Opelika, Florida. And a couple of constants over the last number of years, from then till today. The man actually on the timing and scoring, Tom Thielen, made his debut in SuperKarts USA and part of the staff on the second ever SKUSA Winter Tour race in Hialeah, Florida. Back in 1999, started in 1999, and he has been working with SKUSA on and off for 25 years. He was, of course, part of the action on timing and scoring at the Super Nationals here again this weekend, which Tom and I thought was quite interesting. He and I both were at that second ever of SKUSA Winter Tour event. So 25 years ago, getting started with Winter Series racing under the SuperKarts USA banner. I had a chance to race actually here myself at Homestead in the SKUSA Winter Tour. I think it was 2001 in the shifter kart category. So SKUSA's been coming down here to Florida for many years. They restarted the actual Winter Series 6 years ago. And a great way to get things rolling again. Kind of the unofficial spring training for SuperKarts USA competition. The Pro Tour kicking off, of course, on the first weekend of March with the Winter Nationals. Through the Spring Nats in what is planned to be the new K1 circuit in Winchester, California, just outside Temecula. That'll be an exciting venue to debut at. And, of course, the kind of unofficial home, the spiritual home of the Summer Nationals at Newcastle Motorsports Park to cap off the Pro Tour this year. Second day of action, though, here to start off the 2023 national season for SuperKarts USA, the Winter Series here. Working our way through qualifying. 6 down, 2 classes still to go for qualifying. KA 100 Master brought to you by Kart Racing Solutions has rolled on track for their 4-lap run. Luis Schiavo, the man they chased throughout the day yesterday, he was the dominant factor, scoring the race win. But we saw great races between Michel Garrido as well as Rivero and Mir, part of the action there in that battle. Ruben Ravello finishing second yesterday. Michel Garrido in third. That was a great battle at the end of that one. Miro Dominguez was in there too, Xander, along with Miguel Mir. They were going back and forth, like a little over-under. I think they were battling right at the very end. Mir able to come home P4.
And all still early here. So Luis Schiavo, you'd have to think, was probably taking a warm-up lap to get the tires ready. Here coming across the line is going to be one of the Alessandro's racing entries. That was Michel Garrido. He'll set the benchmark at a 51.72. While the second laps come in, let's go trackside. Emery Lida down on the grid here. Emery? Send it over to Emery Lida here down with Thomas Neveau as we get set for X30 Sr Qualifying. We'll check on in with him here in just a moment and see if he's got us on the radio. Emery, do you got us down there on the grid with Tom?
Thanks, guys. Standing here with Thomas Neveau in the Kart Republic. Thomas, you've been kind of up and down this weekend. Have had roll pace at times, sometimes not so much, but walk me through your weekend so far.
Yeah, so yesterday qualifying was pretty tough. Made a few spots in pre-final, and then final wasn't so bad. Finished 10th on track with a penalty, so obviously not what we wanted, but today I think is going to be our day with a better result. We had some pretty good speed in warm-up, just didn't have the transporter on, but should be okay in qualifying to get a good spot for pre-final.
Got you. And talking about qualifying, obviously yesterday it did not go so well for you. Have you made any changes from like a tire pressure standpoint or something to combat what caused the issues in qualifying?
No, yesterday was just track position. I didn't get a clean lap, so today just need to find some clear space on the track and go for it.
Good to know. So some clear space. Watch out for Thomas Nabu here in qualifying. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, Thomas obviously has the speed to run up front. We've watched him over the last couple of years. We saw him in the USF Pro Championships, formerly known as the Road to Indy, be one of the top drivers in USF 2000, and he's been kind of doing double duty. But every time Xander comes back to the kart, he still is very, very strong. He's been running, of course, with Trinity Karting Group the last couple of years. A very talented driver.
Yeah, very, very talented, and a lot of speed throughout practice day. Like you said, track position the key there. We had 5 guys really leading the way in the X30 Sr main, going back to Morgado at the end of the top 5, but a lot more were kind of trapped in the midfield fighting and couldn't get through till the end. We've seen it time and time again where the top 20 are running identical lap times by the middle of the race, so no one can really make a whole lot of headway. You see a few guys coming from the back, maybe helped a little bit by fresher tires from crashing in the pre-final, but ultimately, you see for the most part the field kind of stagnate. And if you start qualify up front, you're going to stay up front, qualify out back. You're not really going to be able to make your way forward. Tom said obviously he didn't put himself in the best spot yesterday. Got held up on the good lap. I think a lot of other drivers in a similar position. So they're getting ready on the grid. Meanwhile, here's your update on KA Master qualifying. Michel Garrido, Dominguez still topping the board. Schiavo third. So not as quick as yesterday where he was dominant. Field looks like maybe it caught up a little bit.
Well, I said that. They're going to have to dial things in, and the two Alessandro Racing drivers, Michel Garrido and Mario Dominguez, finding some pace for sure. They dial things in to go P1 and P2. Schiavo not that far back, 2/10 behind Garrido and just 3/100 behind Dominguez. But Miguel Mir and Ruben Ravello, both those drivers were kind of there in the top 5 as well. So the same top 5 we're seeing now. But again, good speed out of Garrido to go P1. Another one, let's give a shout out to Tom Gerstner. 60-plus years of age running here in the KA100 Master category. Got a chance to race with Tom in his magic kart at the Super Nationals, and good for him. Laying down a P7 lap there, 52.519. Nice job there for Tom Gerstner, P7 out of that 14 kart field. But again, Michel Garrido, 51.117. He'll start on the front row. There's Alessandro DiTullio, a good little run. There's Diego Ramos as well. A number of drivers chatting it out, he and Thomas Navu having a quick little chat. There is a bit of time here right now. We've talked about the fact that the major categories, the bigger classes, Xander having split squads, split groups, only the one group for KA100 Master. So a little bit of time right now before these guys roll out onto the racetrack, especially those who are running in the second group.
Yeah, there we see again Thomas Naveau, Diego Ramos. To the right of them there was Mateus Morgado in that PSO Karting Burrell Art. So a few more starting to work their way on forward. Let's see who else we can find on this grid walk. There's Thomas Stolzermanis suited and booted and ready to go on that Nash Motorsports Factory Energy. Yesterday, again, kind of just around the mid-grid. Second place at Supernats 25. I think was expecting a little bit better pace to kick off 2023, but he also struggling with some rib injuries lingering from 2022. And again, there's Morgado. We heard from yesterday again that his kart bent in both the pre-final and the final, so to put the laps in that he did, impressive, very impressive. And in KA Senior, Aiden Levy, apparently his steering column also bent on that last lap win. And speaking of winning, well, Joe Turney in that Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic there with tuner Daniel Tate. Well, they look pretty calm and collected. Matching jackets right there. They look like they're just ready for another day here in paradise, having a good time so far. It's always fun when you win.
I think I'd feel pretty good, too, if I were Joe Turney rolling in with the kart that I had yesterday, the baseline. We talked a lot about baselines, didn't we? Drivers trying certain things. They don't have to do a lot. When you're able to roll out what they did throughout the entire day yesterday, you're really at a fine place. You're not taking big swings, right? You're not throwing the kitchen sink, if you will. You're just making maybe some minor fine-tuning based on the way the track could be different throughout this weekend, warming up again a little more today than it did yesterday. But again, good look at the field. These are the drivers in group number 2. They're the ones that are waiting further back. There's Aiden Ingrata as well in the Speed Concepts racing machine. Austin Garrison, we know he's had some good speed throughout the weekend. So these drivers all going to kind of chill out here, waiting to go. Drivers in group number 1, though, Xander, getting themselves ready to rock, getting those helmets down and getting ready to get back out onto the racetrack.
Yeah, talk about Speed Concepts Racing. There's Paulie Massimino pushing his way up towards the front here. He obviously was quick through Friday happy hour, so he should be in the second group to go. But the SCR camp, they're in kind of a different position this week. Aiden Ingrata, Austin Garrison, they can at least compare quite a bit, both on those OTK machines, the red speeds. Massimino testing out that Kart Republic. Similar position to, let's say, the Nash Motorsports camp. There's a look at Blake Nash chatting with his mechanics underneath the Nash Motorsports entry, and they've got himself and Louis Westover on EOS karts. Then they have teammates Ryan Vincent and Thomas Stolsermanis on the Energy. So just like the Speed Concepts Racing Group, they've got two different packages under there. Noel Leone going by on that Alessandro's Racing CRG. He's really the lone wolf for them, but for some of these guys, they can at least have different data points, but they're not learning as much as maybe a full uniform team like Frolison Performance Group, like PSL Karting, where everyone's under the same tent. And speaking of RPG, well, there's the captain, number 1.
That's it.
Ryan Norberg, Mr. 7-time, working his way up the grid here to get himself in position for qualifying as well. He obviously, by Ryan Norberg standards, had a frustrating day yesterday, for sure.
Indeed, right? Ryan Norberg standards. Any one of the drivers in the paddock probably would not be overly disappointed with a top 5 finish, but a little bit of an issue for him. A pushback bumper knocked him off the podium and backed him down a little bit there.
What do we have for that? What do we have? Yes, Austin. Austin Garrison's got a fan club here going on with his teammates going around. So I like it. The signs, everyone having a good time here in Florida. It may not be the warmest, but at least we're all enjoying the weather and having some good fun with it. So Austin Garrison probably in some good spirits here today, especially coming off that good run yesterday. We talk about injuries as well for Austin. He had a shoulder injury that really kind of held him back throughout the end of 2022. He said he was looking to hit the X30 Senior class, get behind the wheel a good bit more here in 23. I know that's what Captain Alex Speed of the Speed Concepts Racing Team wants him to do. And for him to start the year with a podium result, P2 after penalties, Norberg's pushback jumped him off the podium, put DeTulio up there in third.
Yeah.
So really, really good points day for Austin Garrison yesterday.
You may be wondering why there really is no sense of urgency right now. We're still 4 minutes away from the official start, staying right with the timing. 10:50 scheduled start time for qualifying. So, again, even that first group of qualifying here for X30 Senior still about 4 minutes away. This class brought to you by Speed Concepts. So those drivers will roll out here again, 10:50 scheduled start time. So everything's gone good throughout the morning here, Xander. We've had a clean day so far. A lot of drivers stepping things up. The drivers we saw yesterday be very quick have found themselves back up to the front. Some of them, though, falling outside the top 10. Qualifying so crucial at a track like this here. We did see some guys come from the tail of the field, but some of the more, I think, tighter, closer classes like the X30 Senior class, you do not want to be near the tail of the field, because if you are, you're not going to be winning.
Well, what do you got for it then, Rob? Put your prediction here. Put your money where your mouth is. What do you have here for today? Can we expect from this division?
You know what? Ryan Norberg was very, very fast yesterday. I think he was about 0.2 of a second quicker. I think the only mistake they made yesterday maybe was going a little too low on the tire pressure. You talked about it earlier on, that maybe Joe Turney was a little different. Do they chase Turney's tire pressure selection? That's all going to be different for the main event. It'll obviously be a lot different when we get ready to go qualifying. I think Joe Turney is going to be super quick. I wouldn't be surprised at all, though, to see Ryan Norberg go back to P1.
Yeah, I think Norberg is a safe bet. Obviously, you look at the track record, no doubt he should be one of the drivers to be up front, if not the man to beat today. We saw that yesterday. Joe Turney, he said yesterday he felt was pretty difficult. The biggest thing, they hadn't had a long run like that. So the kart, as he said, did a couple of things that he didn't really expect it to over 22 laps, things they didn't know it would do. But I think this guy on screen right here could be a very safe bet. And I talked about it during the main event yesterday with how good Austin Garrison was running. He's got a big fan club that would love to see him get back to victory lane. And at the part-time schedule he's run and a couple full-time seasons with different brands over the last few years, it's been a long time since this Florida native, this Davie, Florida local to Homestead and AMR Motorplex has gotten himself a major U.S. national win. So if he gets that done today here in front of a hometown crowd, it could be a big-time party here Sunday night in Miami for Austin Garrison. I'd love to see that, and I'd love to see him be able to get that monkey off his back. Everybody knows how big of a talent this guy is, and for him and Paulie Massimino, it would be a great start to their 1-2 punch on the year. And, of course, sophomore senior driver Aiden Ingrata has been coming along. I think he breaks onto the podium today after that sixth-place result yesterday.
That's an interesting call. Really good to see Garrison. You think back in the Superkarts USA archives and go back to the days with Ocala Grand Prix running S2, on the Tony kart and winning races in the S2 semi-pro shifter kart category. Again, one of the drivers we've watched through the last couple of years. Anytime he gets behind the wheel, Austin's going to be able to wheel it to the front, and he's done it on different machinery as well, whether it's an OTK, whether it's a CRG. We've seen him work his way forward on the Red Speed here this weekend with Speed Concepts Racing, and indeed that would be a big potential for him to like you said, have a bit of a party tonight with the fan club if he's able to score a victory. And based on what he did yesterday, it's only going to take a little, little fine tuning to be able to put him up front. He had really good speed, but as you said earlier, faded a bit midway through the race. But with a guy like Mike Speed, Alex Speed under the 10th there, that's something they can easily change to be able to make sure he's there at the end.
Yeah, just a little bit of difference on tire pressure and maybe, again, trying to make that front end a little bit easier on tire wear as well. It's a 22-lap main, so anything you can do to mitigate that stuff is going to be huge. Here's, again, a look at the man looking off into the distance. Ryan Norberg, a little thumbs up here to the camera as he gets set to go. Like he said, your pick for the day, a safe pick overall for that RPG Cosmic team. And this weekend, he's kind of been pulling the weight by himself. He got Diego Contecha up with him in the pre-final. And then I don't know what it was for Contecha in the main, but he was nowhere to be found. So he's been on his own without teammates, which was not the case last year.
There's Alessandro DiTullio as well. He talked to our pit reporters and said, hey, you know what, I'm not really sure what we're missing. We're kind of up and down, not quite sure what it was. But a guy like Ryan Norberg, of course, consummate professional. He was not happy yesterday afternoon, did not like the fact, number one, that he didn't win the race. Number two, he knew, obviously, he had a pushback bumper penalty when he was on the scale. So immediately after the scales, he bolted back to the paddock, didn't get a chance to chat with him afterwards. Not a happy guy when he's not winning races. But he's able to put that behind him, totally put it away. And a lot of drivers can't do that. Some guys struggle with the fact if you have a really rough Saturday, you just can't bounce back on Sunday. And that's something, Xander, I don't know. I've struggled with that sometimes. If I have a rough day one day, I come back the next day, and, man, you just got to be able to put it behind you. Some guys just can't do that.
It's tough. It's definitely a sign of a really, really well-rounded driver when they can mentally reset, not get too high off the wins and get too cocky or confident or overconfident, and also, again, not getting too low on the frustration side.
It's a fresh day, right?
It's a fresh day. It's all over. So the best guys are able to stay right in the middle, not get too hyped up no matter how good they are. I mean, even Joe Turney in his interview yesterday, he's like, yeah, it was good. It was hard. I think we learned a bit. But he was still very neutral. He was happy he got the win. Yeah. Stoked to get that on his debut in the U.S., but I think he felt like he had a lot more in the tank and a lot more to find. So he was already back thinking about how to go quicker for tomorrow. That's key on the other end, too.
And don't you see that some of the times with the junior drivers as well when they struggle with that, when they're super, super happy they've got that win and maybe they don't qualify as well, they're immediately down on themselves, right? Mm-hmm. Not knowing that, hey, listen, I had the speed yesterday. I've just got to focus and get myself back where I am. That's really, I think, that's the other part of being a top-level driver. You got to have the sheer speed. You have to have the feedback to be able to talk to your engineer to get things dialed in. But the mental side of this game, especially at the top level, you already mentioned, less than half an hour ago, how much top-level karting in the U.S. has developed and got even more competitive. And really, then it comes down to a lot of the times that mental side of it. A guy like Blake Nash knows he has the speed, struggled a bit yesterday. He's got to bounce back and realize that he's turning himself into a top-level driver here.
Yeah, he's got to not beat himself up for that mistake yesterday, because when you talk to him, he took a lot of the blame. Said, I tried to get it. Everybody checked up. I checked up. Norberg went to close the door on me, and I just kind of left it in too little. Either commit all the way or back out. And he's got to be like, okay, you know what? Mistake, lesson learned, learn from it, move on, pocket it, move on to today. And again, talk about moving on, you want to talk about mental fortitude. Louis Westover there at the front of this group has had to have a whole lot of it this weekend as we switch to Ryan Raffa and Lucas Nanji down the front stretch. Raffa goes quickest in that full tilt racing, Speed Concepts Racing OTK. But for Louis Westover, I mean, it's just been bad session after bad session after bad session. And then, of course, a chain popping off in the pre-final. He finally gets a good session in the main event to go from last to ninth, but he knows his expectations with that Nash Motorsports camp, they're much higher than that. Yeah. They're looking at him to be one of their flagship guys this year. It should be him, Blake Nash, through the season, through the USA, between the Pro Tour, some U.S. Pro Kart Series events, the SKUSA Winter Series. He's even set for the Florida Winter Tour, rock stuff as well, so he's got a full calendar. You want to start off when the team takes a big bet on you, steps up, funds your ride, brings you over to the country you're not native from. You feel the pressure.
You have to deliver. That's what it is, right? You're here for a reason. And I think we're going to see Westover look very good. He was able to get out in an open racetrack, and that was going to be key for him. We talked about that. Don't get caught behind someone of lower speed, especially when you're with the first group. You need that open racetrack. Yeah, you're not going to get the benefit of the draft, but pull away and get the open racetrack and lay down that lap you need to. Kevin Quevedo now up top here as we'll jump in here. Lap number 3 going in the books at 47.612 for Quevedo. Laurent Legault in second, just 74 thousandths of a second back. Nicholas Ambiato is there as well, only 22 thousandths back, so very close up top. Louis Westover, though, on lap number 3, back P5. That's not going to be what he needs. He's almost 2/10 behind Quevedo right now. 47.612. We'll see what Louis Westover does on lap number 2. He goes to second with a 47.618, just 6 thousandths of a second back. But you mentioned it. In the first group, you want to be 2 to 3 tenths up on everybody to think you're going to be able to slot back into the top 10.
Yeah, it looks like, again, here, not a great start for Louis Westover. Kevin Quevedo at least doesn't improve, so he remains second as the last few come across the line. Laurent Legault, Nicholas Ambiato, Luis Colomodio, who was very impressive at the Florida State Regional Championship race, got a win over Alessandro De Tullio and Austin Garrison here just about a month ago.
Impressive.
So very impressive for Colomodio. I know he was looking at this weekend to really be a breakout weekend for him, kind of establish his name on his home racetrack, his home race of the year, as to be a contender. You know, a big sense of pride for him. He was one of the many rookies in the 2022 rookie class on the national scene. Made the main at SKUSA Supernats, was running pretty decent inside the top 30. So, you know, solid run for him on his first trip to Las Vegas after a kid that got a late start in the sport as well, late into the junior ranks when he first started in the 206 ranks and has moved up into the X30 Pro category quickly.
Super interesting, Xander, seeing here only 4 drivers going faster on lap number 4 of this group. We expect everybody to get their fastest lap on lap 4, and only 40% of the top 10 here in the opening group for X30 Sr. Westover, Colomodio, Ronvo, and Lucas Nanji also be able to go fast on lap 4. That's not really good for some of these drivers. I wonder whether, is that a tire pressure thing, you think? Maybe expecting a little more out of it, maybe going a little too high on the tire pressure?
That could be, right? I mean, we're seeing the temps kind of come up, so maybe they went a little bit too high and peaked too early. You know, I've talked about this on some of the broadcasts before. The way I've always understood it when it comes to tire pressure, it's better to take the approach that guy on the screen has, Ryan Norberg, a lot of your career, where you're always kind of slowly building a couple percent up, 70, 80, 90, and then once you hit the peak, it's like a half drop-off. If you overshoot tire pressure and you overheat them and get them too high, then you go down to like 50% ability.
Yeah.
So it's better to consistently be getting better over the course of the race and maybe never hit the peak. Just stay on the uphill climb. So when you're seeing guys peak on lap 2 or lap 3 and then that lap 4 lap is decent, it probably should have been better because the heat would have been built up more with 45, 48 degrees air temperature here, probably track temps in the 70s or so. So in any case, we're going to see more guys, I think, some experience used here in X30 Senior's fast group. We're seeing Joe Turney on the racetrack right now. He's normally taken 2 laps to go at about 70, 80% pace, build the pressures up, and shoot for that last lap and have the pressures come in there. So he's not going to overcook them, whereas we saw everyone it looked like in the first group was gung-ho, full gas, out of the gate.
And add another layer to the equation I talked about of how to get a fast lap, right? It's not just about going out and laying down that big lap. You have to build the tire temperature up, as you had mentioned. You want to get it exactly where it needs to be on lap number 4. A couple drivers may have pushed it too much early, as I said. Guys, they're just not going quicker. Kevin Quevedo being one of them. Laurent Legault in that first group, not able to go faster on lap number 4. But we are now rolling with the opening couple of laps for the remainder of the group. We'll see what they do to lay things down here right now. Kevin Quevedo's lap still holding on. Louis Westover right there. Second laps in the books. Watch for lap 3 and lap 4 to see some drivers go to the top of the charts. Maybe even lap number 2 as well. Everyone getting their first couple of laps in here now. Final qualifying session of this trip to Florida. We'll be back, of course, in February for rounds 3 and 4 of the SKUSA Winter Series. But this is the last qualifying run. We'll go right into pre-finals next up with the Micro Swift category. 4 pre-finals on the docket before we head in to the 12:05 lunch break. So those of you tuning in here on Kart Chaser know that we'll be gone from 12:05 rather to 12:35 for the lunch break. Qualifying, though, rolling out here now for the drivers in the second group.
Turney at a 47.493. Tyler McIntyre, impressive again.
You talked about him yesterday.
6th yesterday. It's kind of the same story from 2022, though, where Tyler McIntyre has had good pace on a track with a lot of laps for him, but then he just kind of gets shuffled out in the opening couple laps. The aggression, the right decision-making, because he hasn't been up front consistently through the year. Last year, his second year in senior, now entering his third season in the pro ranks, and he's had kind of flashes of brilliance, but he hasn't been able to capitalize on it. Maybe today's that day. He's right now 5th overall. Diego Contagia shows top of the ticker, but that was a transponder issue. The quickest is Austin Garrison out of 47.34. Aiden Ingrata second, Donovan Bonilla third, Joe Turney fourth. Make him to the top. DeTulio towing off of Turney will go a little better.
McIntyre now goes to P1 with a 47.231 on lap number 3. Diego Ramos on the PSL Karting Burrell Art now up top as well. So it's Ramos, McIntyre, DeTulio. And then we've got Austin Garrison back in the fight. So the drivers up front looking good here on lap number 3. Does anybody have trouble on lap 4 like we saw out of 60% of the top 10 from group number 1? So far, everybody quicker on lap number 3, not surprisingly. Ramos, McIntyre, Garrison, DeTulio, and Turney top 5. Norberg 6th, Ingrata 7th, Bonilla in 8th, Kolar in 9th, and Mateus Morgado, your reigning world champion, running here in the 10th position. 4th lap coming in the books here. Checkered flag flying. Who's going to take the top time in X30 Sr? Joe Turney, 47.102, over a 10th quicker. Thomas Stolzer-Mann is now up into second. Ramos still holding on to third, but he has not laid his 4th lap down there. When he does, 47.028.
Norberg, not enough. He'll go at a 47.21, jumps to third. Turney still second. Diego Ramos, it'll be his first pole award in a couple of seasons. And with PSL Karting Burrell Art, he said he thought that it was a bad batch of tires yesterday. Well, hey, he's proven whatever changes they made, and if it was the tires, it's not the tires today. Diego Ramos, pole by 700ths. What a lap for the Brazilian. And over Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg, Thomas Stolzer-Mann. Then you go Alessandro DeTulio there in the 5th spot, 2/10 back. He ties Tyler McIntyre, the Motaz Sport Paralympic teammates, 5th and 6th in a lap that goes down to the 10,000th mark, a 47.231. Then Austin Garrison, 7th. Look how close it is from about 3rd all the way back to looks like maybe 10th. No, go back to 12th. 1/10 of a second from Ryan Norberg in 3rd all the way back to Jacob Kolar in 13th. I mean, that is literally a fraction of a difference.
Yeah. And again, less than 3/10 of a second, even for the top 10 all told. So strong run up front for a number of these drivers. A couple of quick drivers further in the back. Let's have a look at it again. Morgado ends up 15th, and Ingrata 16th, Leon in 17th. Naveau we talked to in the 18th spot. Louis Westover back in 22nd position. Lots of work to be done for Louis Westover as well, Xander.
It's just such a stacked class here all the way through. I mean, you know, really, right? 4/10 there for the top 16. So close all together. But Diego Ramos got to be pumped up after this one. I talked to him at the end of the day yesterday. His father was coming into town to hang out and watch him race this weekend and get the grill out, grill that picanha steak, that Brazilian specialty, the rump steak. And Diego, I know, was excited to grill out last night with him and the team. And, hey, maybe that little bit of morale building kind of built him back up. Woke up Sunday morning, and he means business. Jumps up ahead of yesterday's winner and the national #1. So Ramos to the pole. We'll speak with him and speak with a few others that jumped up into the top 10 here in post-qualifying interviews. When we come back after the break, though, it's time to get on to the racing action. Micro Swift will kick us off here for round 2 of action at the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more.
we have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Well, with drivers rolling on track to get things underway here for the Micro Swift Pre-Final. Let's head down for a quick interview, though, right now. Alexander Searle standing by. A good run there for Tyler McIntyre.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Like you said, I'm here with Tyler McIntyre, your P6 qualifier. Actually tied with his teammate, Tullio, for 5th. They ran the same exact lap time. Tyler, you've had a pretty up-and-down weekend. I mean, yesterday you qualified 6th as well, but like you told me, you got run into the barriers. Walk me through what happened yesterday.
Yesterday we started off with great pace, like you said. In the pre-final, we got into the barrier on the first lap and got disqualified. Well, didn't finish. And then we went out for the final. We got spun on the first lap and then ended up 13th. So we have pace all weekend. We just need to get better in the racing and hopefully can move forward.
Awesome. Yeah, and I mean, just walk me through what have you changed, if anything, to your kart from yesterday to today to show this incredible pace that you have?
Nothing much, to be honest. We went a little bit higher on pressure, but other than that, it's just driving.
And one last question. I mean, what's your strategy right now going into the race, obviously starting on the outside in P6?
I'm going to try my best not to get in the barrier again, so hopefully we can get top 3 or something.
Well, that's not a bad strategy to have there. All right, that's Tyler McIntyre, everybody, your P6 qualifier and X30 Sr. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you, Alexander. We're getting ready to go rolling racing here right now. Antonio Pizzonia Neto and Pasha Ali. Green to start today. Our first wheel-to-wheel racing. It is the Micro Swift category onto the track for their first run at it. Wheel-to-wheel action. 10-lap pre-final to set the grid for the main event. We're going to go at it big time into turn number 4 to kick things off. Opening lap in the books right now. Drivers getting at it, and a good start for Pizzonia Neto out front as everybody else kind of settling in here now. A little further back, the battle for second on back. A little more aggressive as they're trying to get themselves into single file order. This has allowed Pizzonia Neto to get out to a decent little advantage here on that opening circuit. They'll work their way out of the inner loop, turn number 7 and 8 through turn number 9. Back to the box here, turn 10 and 11. A couple of double left-handers to roll them down the straightaway for the first time. And indeed, big lead right now for Antonio Pizzonia Neto. Yesterday's winner out of the gate will lead it. Maxwell Masha up from 5th to 2nd on the opening circuit. Colton Schniegenberg goes into 3rd. Chapalo Banataman into 4th spot. And Pasha Ali, who started on the outside of the front row, slotting back there into P5. So the opening lap in the books. More to come here in this particular category as we're now wheel-to-wheel racing. But let's have a quick chat with the driver who showed it all here in qualifying for X30 Sr, Diego Ramos, standing by with Emery Lida.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Diego, you were outside the top 10 in the final yesterday. You kind of struggled at the back half of the day, like we mentioned, before qualifying. But in qualifying, absolutely rapid, a 47.0, faster than anyone by almost a tenth. You had quite a bit on the field. How do you make it happen?
Was not just me. Like I would say like thank you for all the team, because yesterday we leave the track late, like trying finding the problem. Ariel, the AM engines work a lot also in the dyno yesterday, and we find something more for today. And yeah, I think we come back with the pace we had before. Like just yesterday we had something strange, but I wanna forget yesterday and focus today, and I'm gonna try my best to win.
Yeah, and looking at the races now, you have Joe and Ryan right behind you. Both of them obviously had really strong race pace in the second half of the races yesterday. Is there some kind of strategy in terms of tire conservation, or kind of the way you race them, maybe trying to shuffle them back a little bit in terms of trying to maximize your chances, or are you just going to go out there and straight up just full sends?
I think I go like full send, but like for sure if I open a little bit, if somebody like crash or have some contact, I'm gonna save a little bit of tire for the final. But for sure I wanna win. You know, I gonna try my like hard I can to the pre-final, to the final, and yeah, because I'm really happy. I don't know what I wanna say, but my first pole with PSL, I'm really happy.
Gotcha. Well, we've seen Diego Ramos in these colors for the better part of 7 months at this point, and certainly this has been a highlight for him getting on pole here in Homestead for round 2. We'll see what he can do in the pre-final and the final in X30 Sr, but for now, back to you guys.
You know, Xander, I think one of the interesting things, we talked yesterday about the fact that some drivers have different focuses, right? As we have an issue on the racetrack here, you can see coming out, I think that's turn number 1. We had an issue just on the outside of 1, a couple drivers together.
Yeah, small wreck there. We'll try and ID them in a moment. One of them looks to be the 48. That might be from the middle of the pack. That might be Parker Ives involved. And, yeah, Parker Ives and Pasha Ali involved there in turn number 1. So those were drivers running 5th and 6th and were big names yesterday. While Antonio Pizzonia-Nito gets away, and it looked like it included maybe a few more, because it's a 5-second gap already back from Pizzonia-Nito to that 3-car pack with Maxwell Macha, Colton Schniekenberg, and Yao Paulo Bonataman. But unfortunate for Parker Ives and Pasha Ali as we saw them there again, just the crash carts, the aftermath.
Back to Ramos very quickly. We talked about the fact that some drivers, of course, have a different mindset coming into a Sunday race after Saturday, because if you had a really strong Saturday, whether it's a Joe Turney or one of the drivers up front, the Austin Garrisons, the Alessandro Detulios, you're going to change the way your mindset is coming into Sunday. All those drivers comfortable. A driver like Diego Ramos wants to show what he's got, right? He wants to be back on the podium. He wants to win a race. And that was, Emery asked him about a full send. This guy's got a completely different mindset. He wants to go out and win this thing. He wants to get in there. He wants to get the job done. So not surprising to me that he's got maybe a different focus on the fact he's going to throw it all out there today. He doesn't worry about finishing, 5th or 6th. He wants to be able to win. He wants to be on the podium. So, again, we'll see what that translates to when we go pre-final racing. But, again, congratulations to Diego as Emery said, his first pole position. He said as well, first pole position running for PSL karting. A great way to start the season for him.
Yeah, big deal for him. I mean, they kind of revitalized his career at the summer point of 2022 when he parted ways with Racing Edge Motorsports. Didn't really have a way forward, and PSL stepped up, offered him a one-off opportunity at the U.S. Pro Kart Series event in Road America. He podiumed over there, and they continued to take him on, and then they were able to get to an agreement to continue his racing career with them through 2023. We see now battling once again in this grouping here. Schniegenberg going to get thrown to the wayside. He went up to 2nd. Now he goes back to 4th. It's Yao Paulo Bonataman in that Ursuline Racing, either Paralin or Kart Republic at the front of the group. Then there's Maxwell Macha in the SLA kart racing entry. And then you go back to Colton Schniegenberg. He's on the number 17 for the GWR Energy.
That was interesting because all happened there was in turn number 12 earlier in the lap. He just did not get through that corner, and a big push, an exit push right onto the rumbles, and allowed both those drivers around him to go by to take the position. So that's all it takes is a little mistake coming through a corner like turn number 12, and you lose all that momentum down into turn number 1, and both Bonataman and the other driver able to slide through. So Bonataman up into the 2nd position right now. The drivers are battling it away here. 4 laps remaining. A 10-lap pre-final for the drivers here in the Micro Swift category. We'll have KA100 Jr and Sr along with Mini Swift to cap off the morning action here from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires, the second round of the 2023 SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clemens live here on Kart Chaser, part of an extensive calendar of events that Kart Chaser will be producing throughout the 2023 season. Antonio Pizzogno-Nieto, though, picking up right where he left off yesterday, qualified on the pole again, jumped out to about a second lead in the opening circuit here of this 10-lap pre-final, and then some action behind him allowed him to stretch away to what is now a 6.9-second advantage over Banataman, Macha, Schniegenberg, and then another 2.5 back to Enzo Di Gennaro. I'll leave P6 for you, Xander. I know you like that one.
Yeah, Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres up 6 spots. For one of the coolest names in the field. And Valentino Santillan, well, we talked about how terrible of a qualifying effort it was. He's making up for it. 22 spots picked up here to 7th from the back of the grid.
In
Josh
8 laps.
Bergman in 8 laps. Very impressive. He's still got more he could get to. He's only about a 2.5 back from De La Vega Torres, so he could get to him, maybe even Enzo De Janeiro if they fight for 5th and 6th. That's, of course, behind this 3-kart group that we're continuing to follow. Now going the way of Yao Paulo Banataman. Maxwell Macha back to 3rd, was 2nd last time by. White flag will wave this time around, and Colton Schniegenberg continues to follow. Then you see that 3-car forming pack behind with Enzo De Janeiro, Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres, and Valentino Santillan closing up to them, so he'll have a shot at it. So 3-car packs coming across for 2nd and for 5th while the leader is long gone. Here goes the battle in the blocking to 1. Down the inside to defend goes Banataman. He'll hold the spot.
Yeah, able to get some good speed through the corner, and Macha did not force the issue, knowing there's lots more places to pass. He's looking behind his shoulder as well for Schniegenberg. They'll clean through turn number 4, the first of the 2 hairpins on the final circuit. Pizzogno-Nieto out by almost 10 seconds right now. The 23 of Macha looking to the inside of 5, but does not take it. A little bit of a push entry corner, and that's going to give Banataman a pretty decent advantage coming through 7 and 8. Tight, though, through the corner there for Macha. You have to wonder if he's thinking more about Schniegenberg than he is about trying to get by Banataman.
He could be. He's in a good spot to start the main, as is this kid. Antonio Pizzogno-Nieto dominates again. He wins the pre-final. Although Valentino Santillan on the final lap's gone purple. Here's the battle into the corner. Macha high side, low side, crossover, not enough. Banataman holds on, and coming across the line, Valentino Santillan to 5th. Gets by De Janeiro and Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres on the final lap, and goes purple on the 2nd to last lap. Best lap of the session by 4/10. Hello, Valentino Santillan, 24 spots gained there on the number 11 SLA Kart Racing KR. That is a way to make up for qualifying.
That's a huge recovery after trouble in qualifying. And talk about guys going in different directions. Santillan, who starts back in 29th, drives to 5th. And then 2 of the drivers that we saw battle yesterday behind Pizzogno-Nieto, Parker Ives and Pasha Ali, end up going to the tail of the field, 28th and 29th. They'll be fun to watch in the main event, but what can they do? They're obviously out of a chance for the race win because Pizzogno-Nieto's got so much speed right now, but they may not even be able to get up to the top 3 onto the podium. Top 5 may be lucky for both of those drivers.
Yeah, talk about a point swing, right?
Yeah.
You know, qualifying only has 10 points of a bonus. So with Valentino Santillan getting to 5th, it looks like a normal day on paper for him, getting 5th place points in the pre-final. On the flip side, Parker Ives, Pasha Ali, this is a points hit to them. May end up being a drop day in their championship. Santillan with a good run yesterday. Obviously, Antonio Pizzogno-Nieto would exit the weekend with a big lead if it all goes good in the main event, but Santillan is keeping himself in contention. This drive right here, again, we talk about championships are not won on your good days. They're won on minimizing your bad days. He does a good job of that here in this pre-final for sure.
That's a really good point, Xander. It's the low days that really change things. You see that in anybody's championship battle. You watch the fact when they're going through all those years, you look at the points, and it's that low day, the maximum, or minimizing the damages and maximizing every session on the racetrack. But again, that's our first pre-final, our first wheel-to-wheel action of the day. We've got KA100 Jr coming up next, about 3 minutes away before they roll off the grid. Don't go anywhere, folks. More coverage coming here on Kart Chaser.
I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic rising up in me. You, why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back by, double you sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back by, double you sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I want to fill your gap without making a mess of you. Why won't you tell me something new? I want to tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back by, double you sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back by, double you sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I want to fill your gap without making a mess of you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
If you're looking for
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Motorplex as we are getting set to go with our second pre-final of the day. KA100 junior drivers rolling out on track to get ready to fire things up here once again. Just tremendous racing in this KA100 class yesterday. It's such a fantastic category, and excited to watch these drivers get out here and get rolling here. Starting on the pole position will be your Ernesto Rivero alongside Max Taylor. A tremendous run for the RPG drivers. Stephen Miller and Hudson Schwartz on row number 2. Alex Mercado alongside Enzo Vidmontien on row 3. Jensen Burnett, yesterday's winner, will start 7th alongside Walter Jenkins, the 4th. Good qualifying effort for Jenkins. Diego Ardiles and Ty Fisher on row number 5. Field working their way around here right now, and that's actually the 873 of Stephen Miller coming on the pole position. Not sure whether or not there was some kind of a shake-up there, but Miller on that Kart Republic. An unbelievably slow start as they're just crawling their way up here, ready to push things off. And indeed, we'll stand on the loud pedal. We'll go green, 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 but wow, a very slow start. Drivers coming on. Stephen Miller totally controlling the start, coming down into turn number 1. We'll get things underway, and he is able to come out with an absolutely massive lead. Look at the lead for Miller as he controlled the start with the pace and is literally jetted away, smoking them out front right now. Look at the lead right now here for Stephen Miller. What an unbelievable run there. Everybody else trying to work their way through turn number 5. The gaggle of cars coming through pretty solidly right now. One driver slower from the back. Might have been one of the Speed Concepts drivers. But you can see the rest of the field further back there just, I think, probably surprised by the launch by Stephen Miller as he literally crawled them up to the line, punched off, and left them all in the dust. What kind of gap is it going to be when they come across the line for the first time? Let's have a look. Miller by 2.3 seconds on the opening circuit. Jensen Burnett now runs in second. Diego Ardiles in third. Max Taylor fourth. Hudson Schwartz fifth. Enzo Vidmontien sixth. Christian Garduno, Emma Kate Scarborough, Walter Jenkins, and Christopher Aiken rounding up the top 10 on the opening circuit. We're underway with racing here. First lap in the books for KA100 Junior, but Alexander Searle down on pit lane, standing by with the driver. Had a solid run there in qualifying for the pre-final for Microswift. Valentin Setien standing by with Alexander.
Thanks, Rob. Like you said, I'm here with Valentino Santillan. Valentino, 29th to 5th. Obviously, you got a bumper penalty, put you down to 7th, but still, describe that race to me.
Well, the whole race, I was just trying to get in front. The fact that in the pre-final, my chassis just bent it all the way. I was trying to get a good start, and just what happens, happens.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, you made up 24 spots in the race. Talk to me. How good has this Paralympic kart been for you?
It's been good. in the pre-final, Noah crashed into me, and I had to get a new kart, and it was the best pre-final that I had yet.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, moving up 24 spots, starting in 7th now for the final. What are your expectations coming up?
I'm just trying to stay in the guy behind me, push him until I can pass him, and try to pass the leader and stay and keep the momentum building as the laps go on.
Awesome, yeah. Valentino Santillana, everybody, up 24 spots in the Micro Swift race, your hard charger. Back to you guys in the booth.
Indeed, great run there for Santillana to be able to work his way up from deep in the field after a tough run in qualifying. Really salvaged things for himself there in that pre-final. So we'll see what he's able to do when we go main event racing with Micro Swift about 1:35 this afternoon. Back at it here right now, though, in the category for KA100 Junior, brought to you by Motaz Sports. Stephen Miller, who got that tremendous launch after a very, very slow crawl to the line to get things underway, now leading by 2.9 seconds. Yesterday's winner, Jensen Burnett, the Canadian, has got himself up into the second spot over Max Taylor running in third. Enzo Vidmontien just went purple from P number 4 in the number 895, that Motaz Sport Parallel, so he's got his head down. He's got Hudson Schwartz right behind him. Diego Ardiles, Walter Jenkins, Emma Kate Scarborough. Leonardo Scorpioni up 11 spots. Scarborough up 10. 18th position starting spot for Scarborough, 20th for Scorpioni. Both those drivers, Scarborough and Scorpioni, Xander, getting themselves up into the top 10. That's a solid advancement. If they don't move any farther forward in this particular race, from almost outside the top 20, inside the top 10 in a pre-final, that is a solid run.
Yeah, great run, especially when we talked to Leonardo Scorpioni, how much he said he didn't like how his KA kart had been, right? So this has got to be obviously feeling a little bit better than where he was before. So good stuff for Leonardo Scorpioni for sure. Across the line here, Stephen Miller continues to pound laps away. That'll make it 7 to go. Here's Jensen Burnett's clan headed down the front stretch. Max Taylor going to take a look down the inside. He'll take over second, put him back up to the top.
Max Taylor with a strong move to the inside of turn number 1. He'll take that position, but nonetheless the lead now still 2.9 seconds for Stephen Miller. He's got that gap that he got from the opening couple of laps, or opening couple of corners rather. Had that big gap of over 2 seconds on the opening circuit. He's really just maintained where he is right now, putting good laps down. He turned his fast lap like a majority of those did in the top 10. In fact, Leonardo Scorpioni goes purple last time by. He's about 8/10 behind Emma Kate Scarborough. She runs in that 8th position in the RPG Cosmic Machine. So they're locking and loading, trying to see if they can't close up here on Walter Jenkins. They both were quicker than Jenkins and Ardiles and Schwartz in front of them. So Scarborough and Scorpioni, two of the quickest drivers on the racetrack right now, 8th and 9th.
And that time by, they'll do it again. Emma Kate Scarborough as Scorpioni, also still quick. However, they will lose the fast time on her. That goes all the way down to Turner Brown in the 16th position at a 49.99. He's just ahead of Jackson Wolney, who has had to come from the tail end of the field. Lots of movers in this one. Along with Scarborough and Scorpioni, Ivana Richards is up 16 spots to the top 10.
Oh,
and as we watch this group here exit turn number 6, with now looks to be Hudson Schwartz leading over Jensen Burnett. So Schwartz in 4th, Burnett in 5th in that line. They're trying to hunt down 2nd and 3rd. Stephen Miller is still way out of the way, but they're potentially losing touch with Enzo Vidmontien and Max Taylor. They're about 5 car lengths away, and if they battle again here for 4th, they will for sure get away to a safe starting spot. Here they come.
Jensen Burnett in a RPG sandwich there between both Hutch and Schwartz and Diego Ardiles. That is 4th, 5th, and 6th, as Xander had mentioned. But they got to watch out that Vidmontien and Taylor are going to pull away from them. It's a 2.5 second lead for Stephen Miller. That gap actually, Xander, down about 4/10 of a second. He almost had it up to 3/10, but Taylor last time by quicker than Miller by a full half second. So 2.5 seconds now the gap as Max Taylor up on the wheel, the number 833, trying to reel him in here. Still a number of laps to go. 7 down, 5 laps remaining. It'll be 4 to go when they get back to Aaron Likens at the stripe here right now. So we'll see whether or not they're able to keep eating into the gap. Was it a one-off slow lap for Max Taylor, or rather for Stephen Miller? Does he go quicker again? He does. Yeah, another 6/10 of a second. Not sure if he was cool in the tires or maybe just missed an apex. Sometimes that happens when you're running all out front with nobody chasing you.
Yeah, I mean, you feel like you probably don't need to make those kinds of changes at all. So Stephen Miller, doing what he needs to. He's built that insurance. He can use it up if he wants. And as we look back behind, more shuffling there for the 5th spot on back. Ardiles Burnett has gotten away in the 4th position. It's Ardiles at the front of that train, and Hudson Schwartz as well, along with Leonardo Scorpioni. They're all shuffling around there for 5th, 6th, 7th. It's allowed Scorpioni, Scarborough, Ivana Richards to catch on. We saw Walter Jenkins in the dark blue and black OTK machine. He was right there in that 10th spot, up and down in that group. He's faded to the back of it for now, and they've got more company on the way. Here comes Oliver Weldon into that mix. As we watch across the line, Taylor has Vidmontien starting to bear down on him just a little bit, still 2/10 away. Burnett, big-time burner that time. He was 2/10 better than everybody.
Yeah, look at Ivana Richards as well. You mentioned earlier, she's up to 8th position right now, able to get by first Weldon, then she gets by Jenkins, then she gets by Scarborough. So right now, Ivana Richards, although right on the move now, almost up to Ardiles. So Ivana Richards is absolutely flying right now in the number 820. She is into the 8th position, having started in the 26th spot with just a couple of laps here remaining, 3 laps to go in this one. And Ivana Richards is absolutely rolling right now up onto Diego Ardiles.
Yeah, Ivana Richards rolling up the order again. Like you said, 18 up. Could be able to get as high as probably to the top 5 with the Scorpioni holding that 5th spot at the moment, leading that 2nd train. Double sticks in the air. Here they come across the line. As Scorpioni out by 4 car lengths back to the next driver in line, which is Richards. She's gone herself up to 6th. 20 spots gained for Ivana.
She got by Diego Ardiles and brought Hudson Schwartz and Emma Kate Scarborough with her, so a good run here for Richards right now. She's only a half a second behind the Scorpioni. Not quite as quick that last lap, but of course was making those passes happen. So indeed, I'm not going to throw out the fact that she couldn't potentially get to P5, but also if you're on the sidelines, you're thinking, hey, listen, you just locked down a huge move forward. Let's not make any mistakes. Let's not try to do a low percentage move to try to potentially get to P5 when 6 would be a massive recovery, having started back in 26th position.
And speaking of recovery here, Max Taylor, Enzo Vidmontien, Jensen Burnett trying to close that gap back to Stephen Miller after the bobbles he made a lap or 2 ago with that big time loss. He's kind of picked it back up, kept himself at that 2.25 second gap to these 3, so he should be safe. We're watching this final lap battle for the final couple spots up at the front. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on your screen. Taylor not going to block. Vidmontien, late move, blocking from Burnett. Very late to get there. Borderline reactionary, so he's got to be careful. Let's see how he holds on to the carousel over to turn 9 here, Rob.
Yeah, you wonder whether or not a pushback bumper potentially for Burnett, because got in there pretty deep, and Vidmontien was kind of down to the bottom, pinched down into the inside of the, like you said, potentially a reactionary move. Here's the driver who's absolutely smoked him, though, in this one here. It all started with a really slow start, and then he jetted away when he got on the throttle. Stephen Miller going to see the checkered flag to win 2.7 seconds. He goes actually green. His best lap was the final circuit. So Stephen Miller saving the best till last, 49.864 for Miller over Max Taylor. Enzo Vidmontien in the 3rd spot. Jensen Burnett ends up 4th. Scorpioni up 15 positions. He goes to 15th. Ivana Richards turns her fastest lap on the last lap as well, a 50.090. 20 position improvement over a 12-lap pre-final for Ivana Richards. Very impressive for her. Hudson Schwartz, Diego Ardiles, Emma Kate Scarborough, and Christopher Aiken rounding out the top 10 in KA100 Junior. Again, the Motez Sports sponsored category. Stephen Miller, though, interesting start, as I said, Xander. He really brought him down to a complete crawl. When he punched off, he was the first guy to get it rolling. Obviously, he handled things nicely and came out of turn number 3 with a massive lead, over 2 seconds on that first circuit. A good job for him, as I think he caught everybody off guard on that one. Nonetheless, some great racing further back. And again, one of the stars, of course, Ivana Richards, up 20 positions.
Big storyline out of that one, of course, was a couple big names that got taken out early. First lap victims, Ernesto Rivera and Alex Mercado. 2 top contenders from yesterday that'll start 49th and 50th here for the main event this afternoon. Lots of work to be done, unfortunately, for them. On the flip side, of course, like you said, Miller, great run, dominated the whole way. Easy going morning here for Stephen Miller. He'll take his lunch break and get set for X30 Jr after the break. But we've still got two classes to come here before the lunch break hits us. KA100 Sr is on deck. The mini Swifts will follow. There's a little bit of kart recovery to go, so we'll take a moment to take a commercial break and thank our partners here making this live broadcast possible here for SuperKarts USA and Kart Chaser. Before we do, don't forget, if you're here in the paddock as well or watching along online, you can buy photos from the official event photographer On Track Promotions. Their new digital on-site or website allows you to order and instantly get, at the moment of purchase, your entire folder of pictures. You don't have to wait till the end of the weekend. You'll get them instantaneously as the weekend goes on, and more continue to get added to that folder through the website. Very cool interactive feature they added for 2023. If you want to get your photos from this weekend, again, On Track Promotions can take care of them. And, of course, SuperKarts USA's Winter Series is only the start of its 2023 National Championship. You have the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour headed to New Orleans to kick off the regular season in March. You have the Spring Nationals at the brand new K1 circuit in the spring in May. And then, of course, in the end of July, the SuperKarts USA Summer Nationals at Newcastle Motorsports Park in Newcastle, Indiana, the home of that event for the last near decade. And then the SuperKarts USA Supernats, 26 dates and locations to be confirmed very soon. Should be back at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, down by the Strip. A great event there, and don't forget all the other SuperKarts USA and IKF affiliated events still to come your way in 2023, like the Texas Sprint Racing Series, the IKF Grand Nationals, and the SuperKarts USA Pro Kart Challenge for California will get underway very soon as well. All that to come, but it starts here in Homestead. The road to Las Vegas kicks off this weekend, and it rolls on more with KA Sr after this.
Welcome back to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex as the drivers are rolling off track right now here in KA100. Senior getting ready to go. And before they do come back around, let's jump down quickly for some insight on this event with Emery Lida.
So talking about KA100 Seniors, they get set to go for this 12-lap pre-final. Obviously, Nick Terlecki and Frankie Mossman on the front row. We did interview them. But what's interesting is I talked to Peyton Phillips and Luke Welcome, a couple guys inside the top 8, and both of them really sort of stressed the importance of being patient. Neither of them have made a lot of changes to the go-kart, mainly the same stuff, just trusting their racecraft to get to the front and just really being patient. It's a long race, long final as well. And then Josh Oates kind of more of the getting his elbows out, having to make up a little bit more ground than they maybe wanted to. But really just 3 guys inside the top 10, all with pace, all going to have to try to figure out a way to get to the front here in this 12-lap pre-final.
Thanks, Emery, and exactly that, right? It's all about patience for some drivers. Others, like Holtz, got to get the elbows up, sharpen them up, try to work his way forward. It'll be Nicholas Terlecki starting on the pole alongside Frankie Mossman. Yesterday's winner, Aiden Levy, and Thomas Stolzermanis on row number 2. Colin Lloyd, Peyton Phillips on row 3, Luke Welcome, and Anthony Rivera on row 4. Noah Rosser and Josh Holtz with those sharpened elbows on the 5th row of the grid. Field rolling their way up, very similar slow start that we saw out of Stephen Miller. You wonder if Nicholas Terlecki maybe took a chapter out of the book of Stephen Miller. They're getting into position, they're going to spool up, and we are green, green, green. Let's see whether or not Terlecki able to get that run as well. And one driver a little bit wide coming out of turn number 1, and you can see the contact further back. Otherwise, everybody sliding into position. Stolzermanis up into that 3rd spot. He'll stop and lock and load. That's one driver out. That might be Mossman. That might be Frankie Mossman, and it is. He has lost a chain off that machine. So I talked about some contact coming out of turn number 1. A tough one for Frankie Mossman, who was in the battle for the race win yesterday, trying to get the chain back on that CRG. I don't think he's able to do it. He is going to be out of this race. Tough one for Frankie Mossman. He'll push the CRG out of the way. That is not how you want to start a pre-final here in KA100 Senior. We'll be watching him, Xander, come from the very tail of the field in the main event this afternoon.
Man, what a turn of events there for poor Frankie Mossman. You know, again, you look at how much confidence he felt like he had. He said, you know, I'm a West Coast kid. I'm a California guy. I've never grown up here. I don't have a lot of laps here, but I feel like I can compete and I can win here today. In that interview we had right after qualifying, and now it's going to be a whole lot harder. Hopefully, though, we get racing like this. That'll make it possible for him to come from the rear. A pass like that and a big pack up at the front will back them up, and so with Aiden Levy going to the lead here, that kind of racing is what Mossman will lead in the main event to give him any kind of shot to get there. It's a 5-car train. Levy leads over Nick Terlecki, Thomas Stolzermanis, Peyton Phillips, and then Colin Lloyd right there in the top 5.
Xander, what kind of value do you put for Aiden Levy on winning yesterday? That extra bit of confidence, right? Needed that first national win, right? He gets that win, and now we're seeing him up front here right now. Once you get it done, you know you can do it. Levy back to the lead here right now. I love what this kid's doing here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he said it himself yesterday in the interview. I think he was just happy to be there in the top 3. Granted, you know, he was doing it with a bent steering column, so that makes a little more sense for why he was so stoked to be up front versus looking to find a way to the win. But, yeah, the confidence changes so much once you get your first. As we see now, Stolzermanis, he was under heavy pressure the last couple turns from Peyton Phillips. Finally has to go on Nick Terlecki. I don't think he wanted to dive bomb for second, but he didn't have a choice. He was going to lose his spot. Phillips now goes on Terlecki. Here comes Lloyd. Here comes Luke Welcome. Welcome was the other driver that was up front yesterday and had that issue in the start where he kind of got driven up and over from the 3rd spot into the driver outside in 4th and had to come from the tail of the field. The AMR Motorsports FK driver working his way down the front stretch here in 6th. He's just behind this group, although he dropped a tire. He lost about half a second there as we saw the dirt kick up out of turn 10.
Thomas Stolzermanis putting yesterday behind him and trying to focus here on the action of Sunday as he has got himself up into 2nd position. The Super Nationals winner for Nash Motorsports on the Energy Kart, number 923, now running P2. Last time by, right there with Aiden Levy, who has a bit of an advantage. Levy able to get nicely out into the front with a good pass down into turn number 5, but he's now got Stolzermanis rolling up on him as well. Nicholas Terlecki right there. Top 5 drivers trying to pull away a bit. A gap between 2nd and 3rd, as you can see, and a bigger gap between 5th back into the 6th position. Here's your top 5 coming out of turn number 12 and across the line to put lap 4 in the books. Levy, Stolzermanis, Phillips, Terlecki, and Lloyd. Terlecki going purple last time by, and that's going to allow him to close back up here. Your top 5 drivers. Now with about a second back to Luke Welcome, who runs in 6th. A good start here for Zachary Clayman DeMello and the Goodwood Cartways Intrepid machine. Started 16th. Xander, he's worked his way up into 7th.
Stolzermanis now taking over the lead in turn 4, and it got a little bit physical. You could see in that shot between Colin Lloyd and Nicholas Terlecki. Terlecki was hoping that they wouldn't have this happen, that he would maybe line up with a couple guys and get away, but Lloyd side by side with him at the end of the corner. They banged wheels, sent Terlecki kind of skidding over the outside curb, And again, all this shuffling is allowing more and more drivers to get to that group. Welcome, as you mentioned, DeMello with some better speed today. Up a lot of spots, 9 spots gained after a terrible qualifying effort for the second day in a row for Canadian Zachary Clayman DeMello. Joshua Dickens, local talent, looking decent up to 8th. And again, Holtz, you mentioned, Noah Rosser in 10th. But the biggest mover still DeMello, 9 up there to P7.
And talked about the 5-driver breakaway with Stolzer-Manis, Levy, Phillips, Lloyd, and Terlecki. But Luke Welcome went purple last time by. It was almost a full second between 5th and 6th. Now down to just 4/10 as he's gone as a purple lap driver. 49.520, significantly quicker than Terlecki and Lloyd last time by. So make that 6 drivers potentially up front. Here's Luke Welcome trying to bring himself back into the fight, but back gap behind him. Over a second now to Zachary Clayman DeMello, who runs in 7th. So watching them get up on the wheel. Luke Welcome pushing hard right now. Again, another good lap for him. In fact, everybody in the top 6 turning their best laps. Only a second and a half, Xander, from P1 back to P6.
And now we're going to see that gap maybe change a little bit there, back from P1 as Peyton Phillips passes Aiden Levy. Not a lot of damage in that one. That was a pretty easy-going move, it looked like, so they'll stay single file to turn 5. But this is what I think everybody feared after Friday practice. Thomas Stolzer-Manis had a lot of single car long-run pace through the practice sessions as an aggressive move there by Colin Lloyd in turn 9. But Stolzer-Manis looked like he might be one of the few guys that could break away. And he was mentioned there by Terlecki, either him or Peyton Phillips. And those two are 1st and 2nd, so it's all on Phillips' shoulders. And then RPM Tony Kart to try and hunt down Stolzer-Manis and try and go one spot better than yesterday. P2 on Saturday, P2 right now. 5 laps to go, make it 4.
Closing in on the end of our morning runs here is only Mini Swift set to go to cap off the action here this morning from Homestead. This one pretty solid, though. Some exciting racing so far. Has got some of these drivers battling away here. Nicholas Terlecki, a little bit of trouble there, Xander, coming out of turn number 4. Got up on the exit curbing and I believe allowed Luke Welcome to slot through. And indeed, Luke Welcome now into the 5th position.
Yeah, it looked like he kind of went in front of Welcome and Levy, and I think Levy was trying to push him at the end of the corner when he completed the pass, and just for whatever reason, Terlecki was already up in the air on the curb, and the way the bumper hit, it sent him from straight to sideways, and his hand went in the air. He was kind of frustrated at Levy. Didn't look like there was any malicious intent, but it definitely frustrated Nick Terlecki because it cost him 2 spots and cost the 3 of them a lot of time. On the flip side, 4 to go, and Peyton Phillips has found that extra gear he needed to run down Thomas Stolzer-Manis. He's brought Colin Lloyd on that magic cart for T1D Racing along with him.
Yeah, there's some action happening here for sure. We're definitely not locked and loaded. And here you go. There's a pass for the lead right there. Peyton Phillips pulls the trigger down in turn number 5. We had to wonder whether or not a couple laps ago Stolzer-Manis, Xander, was setting up to potentially pull away. Kart looked really good midway. He pulled out to, 3/10 of a second advantage. But indeed, Peyton Phillips dialing things back in, able to make a move over in turn number 5. And Colin Lloyd, and you had mentioned before, closing right up there on the magic cart as well. Does he pull the trigger going down into turn 1? He does not. Stolzer-Manis late move. He'll go to the inside, book it. He's through as well, Stolzer-Manis. That was a late move to the apex to get to the inside of Peyton Phillips.
Caught Phillips off guard, and then the mistake there as Colin Lloyd drops a tire at the outside of turn 3. Looks like he got a good corner through turn 4, though, to make up for it, so he won't lose too much. But Thomas Stolzer-Manis putting himself in the driver's seat here for the final couple laps, being able to lead the way a bigger pack. I've always said I think it's better when it's 2 drivers, either the leader or the pusher is fine. When it's more than 2, 3 is a crowd, and that's when you want to just lead, block, back them up, make them fight behind you.
That seemed like a bit of a statement for me from Stolzer-Manis, right? He had potentially looked like he was pulling away, as I had said. Phillips makes the move down in turn number 5, and then Stolzer-Manis went right back in turn number 1. He wasn't going to let himself sit in second. He wanted to let Phillips know that he was here to lead this race.
Definitely. And now Peyton Phillips has to burn his tires up a little more to drive back up to him. He'll do so here with 2 laps to go. Closes to half car length away through turn 4. And right now, again, Peyton Phillips is getting a really good look at where Stolzer-Manis might be better, and now he's going to dive bomb in 5.
Again.
What a pass there in turn 5 for Peyton Phillips. And now does Stolzer-Manis answer? He's trying. Got hooked on the bumper. Here comes Colin Lloyd through. Lloyd now into second. Stolzer-Manis back to third. Here comes the cavalry. Luke, welcome on the way. So is Terlecki. So is Aiden Levy. We'll have 6 drivers to fight for the win on the final lap. Here comes Colin Lloyd to the inside for the lead. Turn 12, and he's going to get help to get through.
Oh, indeed. And Peyton Phillips took a beating there. Might it be 4 full drivers going by? Indeed. He may even go back another spot if Aiden Levy gets aggressive. He does not. And in fact, coming around the outside, aggressive here on the final circuit. Stolzer-Manis, who had tried to go by on the inside of the inner loop, didn't work. But this is, again, put Colin Lloyd up front. That big run down into turn number 4. Another driver who went way wide there. Was that Terlecki? Potentially way wider.
That was Phillips. Phillips got booted. Aiden Levy and Nick Terlecki were right behind him, and one of the two of them shuffled him all the way to the outside in turn 4, so he's trying to play catch-up. Meanwhile, Colin Lloyd has got himself a little bit of a cushion. 2 car lengths back to Stolzer-Manis, who needs a flyer of a backstretch. I don't think he'll get there in time. Colin Lloyd on the T1D Magic Kart. Stolzer-Manis trying to let Welcome go. They're brake checking for second. Who wants it? Levy's going to steal second and third.
Wow. You can see they're playing some games there. Stolzer-Manis did not want to start on the outside of road number 1. Luke Welcome looked to the inside. Both checked up on the way to the inside. Aiden Levy said, if you guys are going to do this, I'll do it. I'll go to the outside. So Levy ends up getting the second place position. He was back there in 4th. So a little bit of gamesmanship there, a little strategy from both Stolzer-Manis and Welcome. Neither driver wanted to finish second. They all wanted to be on the inside of road number 2.
Not the first time we've seen that happen this weekend.
Indeed, Xander. We saw a couple of drivers play around with that. Levy said, hey, I'll take it. I'll go to the inside. And I'm not sure I wouldn't have done the same thing. Starting on the outside at road number 1, not the worst thing as long as you get a decent start. And indeed, Lloyd with the win, though. That's a statement, I think, for Colin Lloyd, getting that done. Aiden Levy second, Stolzer-Manis third. Welcome and Terlecki 4th and 5th. 6th, Phillips 7th. Up 9 spots, Zachary Clayman DeMello. Vinny Maskelis up 3 out of the side of the top 10 into 8th. Austin Jers up 6 spots. Move him after a tough qualifying run into 9th. And Josh Holtz started where he finished where he started. Those sharpened elbows did not come into play at all. He ends up finishing in the 10th position.
Yeah, it just kind of evens out there in just inside the top 10 overall. Not enough pace really to go forward. And don't forget about the outside pullman, Frankie Mossman, who was probably the quickest overall go-karting qualifying as he gave a tow to Nick Terlecki to get him to the pole. And this is why none of those guys wanted to start second. They saw what happened to fast Frankie Mossman there, getting only 2 corners into the pre-final before the chain got knocked off the go-kart.
So here's your final race for these guys. We're going to be watching both ends of the grid, are we not? We're going to watch Lloyd and Levy, Stolzer-Manis Welcome up front, but we're also going to keep that second eye on fast Frankie Mossman coming from the tail of the field. He's going to start all the way at the very back of this grid. It'll be a 28th position starting spot for Mossman. He will be a man on the move over the first couple of laps. You know he's aggressive, and you know for a guy starting at the back of the pack with front-running speed, you have to be unbelievably aggressive on the opening couple of laps. I think we'll see Frankie easily into the top 20 at the end of the opening couple of circuits.
And he's been in good spirits all week, and I have no doubt that when we talk about that mental reset or to get amped up enough to come back from this, I mean, it seems like it's always exciting when there's a new venture, right? That's the Sorrel Raceworks team. It's their debut race weekend. They're pumped up. Frankie got him a podium, nearly a win yesterday, battling there with Levy and with Phillips all the way to the end. And then here today, right, so quick, fast in qualifying, second overall. A little bummer here, but I bet those guys will get him amped up. He'll be amped up. He's happy to represent them in the CRG brand. We heard him even earlier this week that while he's got the car racing on the horizon for him to keep working on his RTI career, he's so stoked to make a run for the X30 and KA Senior National titles on the Pro Tour. He said he's fully locked and loaded with the Sorrel Raceworks for that.
And no conflicts this year. I'm happy about it because I'm not going to miss any Pro Tour races like I did last year. So the USF Pro Championships and the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, no schedule conflicts, so we'll see Frankie on both of those programs as well. Guys, one more race to go to cap off the morning, Xander. We're all wrapped up with Micro, KA100 Jr. and KA100 Senior. Mini Swift set to go to cap things off for the morning action.
If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
So one more pre-final to go into the books before we head into that lunch break. Remember, those of you tuning in here, we will be back again at 12:35. That's the scheduled start time for our Pro and Master Shifter pre-final. 4 pre-finals after the lunch break before we dive into the main event with Micro Swift at 1:35. But we'll cap things off here right now with Mini Swift. It's been some tremendous racing throughout the weekend thus far in this class. And again, those drivers getting ready to roll here. Mini Swift onto the track to fire things up.
Yeah, Mini Swift making their way out there, one of the many sold-out classes. While they do, let's go quickly here to the man involved in that big fight there at the end. Thomas Stolzermanis is down with our very own Alexander Searle. Alex?
Xander, I'm here with Thomas Stolzermanis. Thomas, third on track, I believe second after Colin Lloyd got a bumper penalty. Thomas, walk us through that last corner, last lap. I believe you're trying to just let Luke Welcome by there, but it didn't work out.
Like you know, inside is always better, even if you are second or third. Like inside is better, so just try to stay inside for the final, and I think it didn't go as planned.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, watching that race, you seem to pull a gap pretty early on in that race and kind of just lost ground. I mean, you had about a half-second lead, and the group behind you caught up. Did you just the tires fall off, set up, or what was it?
I think lap before, someone go off the track, and like me coming first, like before everyone, and I think I get sand on the tires, and was really slippery, yes.
Yeah. Well, Thomas Stolzermanis, everybody, second place in the K100 Senior Pre-Final. Look for him to try to win the final coming up shortly.
Yeah, no doubt we're going to see a lot of Stolzermanis in the main event. You saw that we had a bit of action there at the start. A number of drivers together over in turn number 1 as we launch things off here for the drivers in this Mini Swift category. Ethan Tobo, Michael McGoy started on the front row. Jackson Tobo and Kai Johnson on row 2. Alessandro Truchot and Devin Waltz were on row number 3. Drivers working their way to complete the opening circuit here, but there was a handful of drivers involved in an incident on the outside of turn number 1 rather. The SKUSA staff jumping into action to get everybody dialed in there. Drivers coming across the line for the first time. Tobo holds on to that pole position. A good start for Alessandro Truchot. Xander started 5th. He goes to P2. Ashton Woon up 6 spots. Alexis Belargian as well up 9 positions into 4th. Kai Johnson, P5, Tristan Murphy in 6th.
Yeah, Tristan Murphy yesterday, so good all the way through. Another good start for Tristan in 6th, like you said. Then with Tovo, Mars, Palacio up a couple. McGoy, the biggest loser on the start. Benja Fernandez up 11 spots to 11th so far. So lots of shakeups there as that wreck really came about just outside the top 10 and back, trying to ID who are the drivers involved. Well, Drew Waltz had to be one of them. He dropped 17 positions there in that deal. Santiago Namnum, I think, involved. Royce Vega dropped back quite a bit as well. Matthew Cagle, 27 spots back, was just outside the top 10. So Cagle, Santiago Namnum, I think some of the big ones involved, and a few more that got collected midway on through. And that's, again, just the chaos you really get when you're beyond the first couple rows. You're not safe. You're in the hornet's nest. You're in that danger zone, and the wreck can happen at any point. You don't know, and you just kind of hope it isn't you.
And you're rolling so much speed into that corner, and you're using all of the exit curbing
speaking of
as
which,
well.
we got another one over here.
That's out of 3, is it not?
Yeah, out of turn 3. We'll switch. We got a better angle of it. Looks like one of them is one of the CRG entries. Actually, no, that's one of the Tovo. Jackson Tovo in the 131. And the other one just went off without him, so we'll see who Tovo was around at the time. Jackson Tovo was up in the 7th spot, and I think the other one collected might have been Ashton Woon. That was Ashton Woon. It looks like that was the other driver involved. So
ouch.
5th and 7th come together at turn number 3. 7 laps to go, and 2 more drivers inside the top 10 fall out.
Ashton Woon on the podium yesterday as well, so a tough one for him after being a driver you would, out of the gate with a good result in the opening round. You say, hey, you're a championship contender here. But no, not right now. This could be a drop weekend, unless Woon could come from the tail of the field. Let's be real. We saw some amazing runs from deep in the field yesterday in Mini, so let's not put anybody out of this one yet, even though they're going to start, he and Tobo starting deep in the field. All they got to do is hook up and be able to work their way forward as well.
You talk about deep in the field. Michael McGoy probably felt deep in the field to be 10th and 11th at the end of the first 2 laps. He just clawed his way by Kai Mars, put him back into the top 5. So the Nitro Kart driver for Ryan Perry Motorsports makes up some ground there ahead of Mars, and then Benja Fernandez, who is now up 15 spots on his way forward. Lucas Palacio as well, up a number of spots here in this one to make himself up 5 by the end of this lap. Going purple, Mars going to go back now on McGoy. Palacio will follow. Palacio picks up 6 now and goes purple last time by. All the shuffling still keeping them 4 to 5 seconds back from the leaders, though, as McGoy answers back on Palacio here in this midfield fight. Alessandro Truccio continues to lead.
Yeah, they're not working together at all. Let's put it real there. That is 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. They are not working together at all. It's sliced and diced, inside, outside. Not going to be able to close up to Michael McGoy if you keep racing like that, or even Balageron, who's up there too. This is where you got to kind of settle in here mid-race and see if you can't get a couple more spots. But you look at a driver like Lucas Palacio, just went purple, had a rough run in the pre-final, had to come from 29th, but was able to drive his way forward to the win. We talked about Kai Johnson as well, 42nd up into 3rd yesterday. So if you do have an issue, you can work your way forward here if you got the pace. So, again, a 20-lap long main event coming through, so there is an opportunity to get it done still. But a guy like Palacio looking for a much better run here, currently in the 6th position coming across the line. Kai Johnson, same thing, Xander. As he runs on the racetrack right now, if a driver just went off here in turn number 12, lost it coming into the corner. For a driver like Kai Johnson, the way things are playing out right now, it'll be a drastically different experience here in the main event on Sunday.
Yeah, he's going to have a much easier road to the top 5 to try and repeat a result or improve on it here on the next day. Now, Lucas Palacio continues to lead this pack. What you're watching here is 5th on back. He and Kai Mars have traded that top 5 spot a couple times. Then up the road, of course, is Kai Johnson, as mentioned there in that 3rd spot, running with Alexis Bayarjan. They are about 3 seconds up the road from this group. This group crossed the line 4.9 seconds, nearly 5 back from the race leader, Alessandro Truccio. And then it's, again, 2.5 up, nearly 3 to Kai Johnson and Alexis Bayarjan, and then another 2 seconds from them to Ethan Tovo, who trails Truccio by 0.3 of a second. Another driver keeps going, another driver spun over in 12. So far, though, pretty far back in the pack, as we'll pick that one up here and ID who we've lost. Hopefully we can get this one cleared before the leaders make their way by, because they'll be there in about 10 seconds. You can see the on-track AMR and Superkarts USA combined team doing a fantastic job of clearing that cart quickly before the leaders get to it. Keeps the zone green, and that's exactly what Alessandro Truccio wants to see. Clear racetrack with 3 more laps here to try and get this pre-final win. Johnson and Bayarjan still working together in 3rd and 4th with 3 more laps to try and cut the gap down. They're not making much headway, but they're at least evening out to the top 2 and keeping 5th and on back at bay.
That's the key right now. Take care of things. Alessandro Truccio looking good out front here right now. We'll try to find the driver again who got off the racetrack over there, as we said, in turn number 12. A driver coming down the order. We'll try to figure out who that is. That might have been Santiago Saab, I believe, went out there as well. Yeah, Santiago Saab might have been the driver who went off. Nonetheless, Truccio up front with a couple laps remaining here to cap off our morning runs. Head to the lunch break after this. Back again, as we said, at 12:35. At least that's a scheduled time. We're very close to the end of this session. Great racing for the drivers up front now, being smart and trying to get themselves the pace they need. Lucas Palacio works his way up to P5, able to get by Michael McGoy, who set the fast lap a lap ago. McGoy, who started on the outside of the front row, fell outside the top 10, but has worked his way back up into 6th. So good recovery throughout the race for Michael McGoy in the 161. Truccio still leading over Ethan Tovo. Kai Johnson has got Alexis Balargian right on his rear bumper too. So essentially, Xander, a couple of duos up front. Truccio and Tovo by themselves, then Johnson and Balargian a couple of seconds back as well.
Yeah, here they go, Balargian and Johnson. Now, they haven't battled for 3rd. We are not close enough up front to see a battle for the lead, so we'll try and guesstimate where that battle may come on the final lap. Johnson took a look back here as the white flag waves. Bayarjan not going to go by him yet. Down to turn 1, Johnson just goes a lane over to kind of keep him at bay. And then here's your leaders. Alessandro Truchot, Ethan Tovo have had a pretty uneventful pre-final, to say the least. There's been a lot of big-name drivers in the Mini Swift class having issues, going to the back, coming through the field. Rex all the way through, passing, shuffling. Had another one, just coming back on the racetrack. Benja Fernandez in the 180 on that Kart Republic. Heading out of turn number 3, dropped a wheel. Just off screen, off camera. We'll come back on camera for the battle for third here as Kai Johnson and Alexis Bayarjan go. But Fernandez was 8th at the time of the wreck. He'll drop all the way down outside the top 20.
Checker flag getting ready to fly here right now for Alessandro Truchot. A strong advantage over Ethan Tovo, who started on pole. Tovo, though, on the outside of the front row for the main. Give Truchot the win. Side-by-side action across the line. That is some contact out of turn number 12, and Bayarjan ends up with the spot, run around the outside of Kai Johnson. They came across the line essentially even. Wow.
Keep your foot in it. Alexis Bayarjan, bang wheels through the dirt, onto the pavement again, around the outside. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Alexis Bayarjan, 10 spots gained to third. Johnson fourth. Palacio fifth there to round the top 5.
You know, when you're making that move around the outside, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I'm not giving up.
It was committed.
Yeah, 100%.
Fully.
Bayarjan ends up getting that third spot over Kai Johnson after they ran together. That's 10 spots up for Bayarjan as well. Started 13th, ends up P3. Really solid run for Alexis. Truchot, though, with the win by just over a half a second from Ethan Tovo. Both those drivers looking very good up front. Bayarjan ends up in third, Johnson fourth. Palacio up 12 spots, so a much different starting spot for both he and Johnson. Johnson started 42nd yesterday in the main. He'll start 4th today. Palacio started 29th and 1. He'll start P5, so they're definitely in the fight for it. Michael McGoy recovering back to 6th. Kai Mars in 7th. Devin Waltz in 8th. Tristan Murphy 9th. And Antoine Lemieux rounding out the top 10. Started 10th, ended 10th. That will be your front 5 rows for the main event that gets set to go at 2:50 this afternoon. Xander, that wraps things up right now for our morning. We're heading into the lunch break. We'll be back live here on Kart Chaser at 12:35.
See you all then here. Pro Shifter, Master Shifter, right when we get back.
Bro, why is his thing like this? Why would he put his monitor like aiming up in the sky? Why don't you want to just look at it straight on? I don't understand. Don't making shit hard for himself. I gotta piss so fucking bad.
Well, it's about that time to get back to action here as we head onto the racetrack with Pro and Master Shifter. The lunch break concluded, and the final round of pre-finals here. 4 classes to go: Pro Master Shifter, X30 Jr, KA Master, and X30 Sr. And then we go into our main events for one more run through the rotation to close out Sunday afternoon. Yesterday, Alan Isambard got one up on AJ Myers after Myers was DQ'd from winning the pre-final, but their pre-final was an awesome battle and pretty evenly matched between the pair of them following a qualifying where there was a pretty big delta. And it kind of feels like deja vu because, again, AJ Myers laid down a burner, 2.5 tenths up on Isambard. But for Alan's case, yesterday after quali before the pre-final, and it seems again today, he feels like he's more than capable of putting the lap together to be consistent with him through the race. Just qualifying he's got to beat.
Yeah, indeed. You look at the pace they were able to lay down in the race yesterday afternoon, and of course, an issue, as we said before, with Myers in the pre-final, ended up having to start at the tail of the field. He wasn't able to eat into the 2.5-second gap that Isambard had built off the hole shot. So we'll see what happens head-to-head this time here, and they're underway. Big hole shot there for Myers. He gets off the line very nicely. Isambard slots into second spot. We're underway now with the pre-final for the Pro and Master Shifter category. Patrick Otto Madsen quickest in qualifying for Master Shifter, so we'll keep an eye on how those opening couple of corners go for the Masters drivers as well. Yesterday's winner, Scott Skitchy Barnes, going to try to dial things in. He ended up P3 in qualifying. But there's your hole shot out of the gate, Xander. We always talk about the pro drivers in shifter kart racing able to be really strong on cold tires. Out of the gate right now, about a 5 or 6 kart length lead.
Isambard's got a problem. He is way slow here over in turn 7 and 8. The ANSA Motorsports Formula K driver was slow coming out of turn number 5 and 6, and he looks like he's got an issue. Whatever the issue is right now, it's going to take him completely out of contention, and it's a reverse of the storylines from yesterday.
I was going to say the stark contrast of yesterday when it was Myers who had the issue in tech. He ended up starting at the tail of the field in the main event. This time, it'll be Alan Isambard who will start at the very back of the grid for Pro and Master Shifter for the main event this afternoon, with he on the sidelines. New drivers moving their way into second, third, and fourth, and it's Myers stretching out right nicely. It's Davide Foray who runs second right now in the Goodwood Kartways Intrepid.
Yeah, Davide Foray with a little bit of a gap back to Giorgio Carrara in that Lenzo kart for International Motorsport, and both of them just ahead of Loris Spinelli in the 299 Magic kart, who is right there. Loris keeping them close, and a big improvement here from yesterday as they head down to turns 1 and 2. 3 cars all together, 2, 3, 4. 4A actually faded a little bit that lap, and he's got Carrara that was pressing him into 1. Does he press him into 4? He looks to the inside. 4A shuts the door, and Carrara has to stay back in 3rd.
Yeah, Laura Spinelli right there as well in the 299 to make it 3 drivers battling for this 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions here. Back in 5th position is Gianna Torino with Pedro Piquet in 6th spot. This is all allowed, of course, A.J. Myers to stretch away. He was significantly quicker, over a half a second faster than 4A on the last lap. Looks like potentially 2 more drivers together there, Xander.
Annie Rule is one of them. The other one, I believe, might be Gabriel Cower involved as well in the 215. They were 9th and 10th across the line that time by, and I think they're going to be the 2 involved with that crash over in turn number 2. So the leader will go by. A.J. Myers is clear, and indeed Annie Rule and Gabriel Cower, the 2 drivers collected. So we're now down to just 10. Skitchy Barnes has also had a problem here to start this pre-final. So lots of our shifter pilots having issues here on Sunday morning, or actually almost Sunday, really now Sunday afternoon following the lunch break, except for A.J. Myers. He's able to continue to open that gap up over these guys, Davide Fore, and Loris Spinelli was able to get around Giorgio Carrara while we focused on the crash there in turn number 2. Now Carrara back to 4th, and Loris Spinelli on the Magic into the top 3.
Yeah, Fore comfortable in 2nd, Spinelli on the Magic Kart 3rd. Carrera goes back to 4th. Not that far back, though, to Pedro Piquet. Got Gianna Turini and Scott Presti, the driver who's leading the way in the Masters category over Patrick Otto Madsen and Frank Runco. Look at Presti right there. He's just behind Torino, not that far back. In fact, he was quicker than Gianna Torino on the last lap, so Scott Presti, the Masters driver, showing some pretty good speed.
Yeah, he's not too far back from him, and he's again also got Patrick Otto Madsen not too far from his rear bumper. So the Masters shifter field probably going to have a pretty good fight to focus on here as we watch Spinelli continue to slowly edge that gap over Giorgio Emiliano Carrera. So that fight for P3 kind of fading down. Davide Fore safely in 2nd. Your Master shifters with Patrick Otto Madsen versus Scott Presti might be the best battle we've got on the racetrack. The only battle with so many drivers having a variety of different issues here in the pre-final.
Let's keep an eye on Spinelli as well. Had a good lap there. Was quicker by a 10th than Fore's, only a second back. It's still with a number of laps remaining here. And this one's 7 more laps to go here in this pre-final for Pro Shifter. There's an opportunity potentially to see Spinelli roll up on Fore for a battle for 2nd. Just off the racetrack on the outside of turn number 7. That's where Scott Barnes lies in that Magic Kart. Only got the 1 lap. Actually didn't even get a lap in the books. So out early there for Barnes, yesterday's winner. He'll start at the tail of the field as well. He and Alan Isambard will be at the back of the pack to get things underway when the main event goes green at 3:15 this afternoon Eastern time. Myers again having an easy time of it out front. 2.4 seconds as the leader, turning similar lap times. He's backed things down a couple of tenths of a second, but a good lap there for David Fore. Davide Fore of 46.173, former world champion. We saw him be one of the challengers in the Master Shifter class at the Super Nationals, qualified on pole there. Not for a couple of issues, a stuck engine and then a contact in the main event to take him out. He would have been a primary contender for the race win. Spinelli, though, in 2nd spot. The other Magic driver, Xander, has closed back up. He's been just chipping away at it now, down to just 8 tenths of a second. And Giorgio Carrera coming as well.
Yeah, Giorgio Carrera kind of getting a little bit of a second wind here in this one. A slow start to the pre-final for the Lenzo Kart driver. But he goes purple there, 45.946 on lap 7. Closing that gap back up to Spinelli for 3rd. So that battle might kind of open back up again with David Fore still slower than both of them by 2 tenths.
Yeah, Spinelli was 2 tenths quicker as well. So 2nd, 3rd, and 4th really according together here right now. It is Fore on the Intrepid running 2nd, Spinelli 3rd, and Carrera 4th. But you can see how much closer there is. We're keying on Spinelli in the middle, closing up here on the driver right in front of him, Davide Fore on the Intrepid.
Yeah, Davide Fore having the best run so far here this week on that Goodwood Kartways entry. This is the first time we've seen this collaboration. Of course, the last time we saw Fore was at the Las Vegas SKUSA Super Nationals with the Italian Motors Italkart factory team running in KZ Masters and Pro Shifter. And now here just focusing on Pro Shifter, but completely different chassis brand. I'm sure he's driven it before. He's driven about everything under the sun at this point in his career. But with the Goodwood Kartways group, I think one of the first times he's been rolling with them. He posted on his Instagram not too long ago this weekend saying how much fun it was to be able to be a coach with them and kind of drive. This is obviously not a full field that he's run against, probably one of the smaller pro shifter grids he's raced in the last couple of years. So, still focusing on developing the product, putting something good out there, putting his best foot forward behind the wheel, at the same time getting into the pit area and coaching a few of the younger drivers in the Goodwood Kartways Team Canada camp, which is something he said he's really started to enjoy in the twilight of his career.
3 laps remaining right now, and Spinelli has closed it within a half a second. Very similar lap times. In fact, all 3 drivers, Foray, Spinelli, and Carrera, all turning 46.3s last time by. PK was actually quicker than both of them with a 46.243, but he's a second and a half back. He's got room back to Giano Torino. Patrick Otto Madsen has been able to reel in and pass Scott Presti, so we got a good battle here for the win in the Masters class as well. Patrick Otto Madsen on the Formula K for AMR Motorsports gone into P1.
Well, and here goes Presti right back on him right as we talk about it. The Master battle heats up again. Presti gets a great launch out of that turn 5-6 complex, and on that Ralph Schumacher kart, Scott Presti back to the point of it. But a 2-driver head-to-head fight here in Master Shifter. Madsen will get a big run on him down the backstretch. He doesn't go to the inside in 12. Presti slides a little wide. Big run. Here comes Patrick to the inside with 2 to go. Turn 1. And an over-under coming as well. Presti gets back by it, 2.
Great pass to the inside there for Patrick Otto Madsen, but got a little wide on the entry and a nice little over-under there for Scott Presti. Handled that really well to get back to the inside. These drivers having a great scrap at it right now for the lead. And Scott Barnes can only watch from the sideline yesterday's winner. Maybe going to school a bit here, Xander, seeing where they are quicker, trying to find at least some kind of a silver lining for being on the sidelines. Might as well have a look at what's going on up front.
Yeah, at least getting to, kind of judge the competition a bit. He's going to see again that Scott Presti, after the issue he had on Saturday, where he qualified better than both of them in Saturday qualifying, and then from the rest of the day, just kind of bad luck took him out of contention. So, now we should have a 3-pronged fight at the front in Master Shifter, just like we've seen these 3-driver fight for the lead or for second in Pro Shifter. However, it has been all about A.J. Myers thus far as we watch this fight for second. Going to go down to the wire. Spinelli all over Foray. Going into the final couple turns, Myers will head down the back straightaway on that Factory Magic Kart, the national number 2. Looking to rebound from second yesterday on a DQ in the pre-final. Today, first across the line. Hopefully it'll stick as A.J. Myers shakes the checkers first for the second day in a row in the pre-final. And that got a little bit wild there. Very dirty for Luis Spinelli. Kicking up the sand coming out of the last turn, Rob.
Well, Foray had the inside, but a little bit to the inside. Just a light defensive line. Loris Spinelli decided to go to the outside, and they were really side by side coming out of turn number 12. Foray wasn't giving up any room, and Spinelli essentially went up and over the other side of the exit curbing and got into the dirt and grass there and held on to it, kept the throttle down, ended up losing the spot, but very close there for Spinelli and Foray through the final corner. They do finish second and third respectively. Carrera ends up in fourth, Pedro Piquet in the 5th spot. Torino ends up 6th. Scott Presti, though, with the victory over Patrick Otto Madsen in the Master Shifter category. Frank Runco and Dane Breitenstein rounding out the 4 drivers in the class. As we said, Scott Barnes going to end up coming in on the hook for that one. In fact, he'll push the cart in. That'll be it for him there. Nonetheless, A.J. Myers, a 2.9-second victory in the absence of Alan Isambard. So we'll see. Again, Isambard going to start at the tail of the field, as will Scott Barnes. A couple of drivers we expect to be podium finishers in both of their respective categories. Going to have to start at the tail of the field.
Yeah, going to the rear for Skitchy. He's at least got a much shorter run to the front than poor Alan Isambard does. And Isambard, again, going to feel what A.J. Myers had to yesterday. Here's a look over at Gabriel Cower and Annie Rule, again, collected in that crash in turn number 2 about midway through. They'll also be starting tail end Charlie, although they were not too far from it, having a less than desirable Sunday afternoon, running just outside the top 5. On deck is X30 Jr. They'll be on the racetrack when we come back live from AMR Motorplex here in Homestead-Miami, Florida. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the opening weekend of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series.
If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
We're back here for another one of our pre-finals. Just a couple more to go here right now with X30 Jr, KA100 Master, and X30 Sr still up on the docket here right now. The drivers here in X30 Jr rolling up to the grid to get things underway. Enzo Vidmontien going to start on the pole position in that Motorsport parallel alongside the CDR FA kart of Stephen Miller, Jackson Wolney, and Teddy Musella on row number 2, and Rista Rivero and Jensen Burnett row 3. Row 4, Leonardo Escorpioni and Oliver Weldon. Row 5, Hudson Schwartz and Lorenzo Castillo. Field set in the lanes, and we're underway. Green, green, green. Racing into one. See the inside drivers there climbing up on top of that curve. Everybody trying to get through this double right-hander, left-hander rather, the 1 and 2 left-handers. The right-hander of turn number 3, the short shoot down there to the hairpin now of turn number 4. A longer straightaway down into the second of the 2 hairpins, turn 5. That shoots right back through turn number 6. You can see the quick little left-hander back out of the corner. Number of drivers trying to get down to the inside, get back on the throttle, get that kart to rotate. But we are underway with Vidmontien now into the lead. Enzo Vidmontien, who has moved to the Motorsport operation here for 2023, finds himself up front again on that parallel chassis. Good run down the straightaway, and Stephen Miller, who has been super strong all weekend long, tucking in. And right with them as well is Teddy Musella, who has moved his way into the 3rd spot. Opening lap underway here for the X30 Jr category. Just saw a dominant performance there by AJ Myers in Pro. Shifter, let's send it down right now to Emery Lida.
AJ Myers. AJ, another dominant performance from you. It looks like you were on cruise control over the course of the pre-final. Obviously, with Alan Isambard having mechanical issues on the opening lap that made it to where you really didn't have the competition that you've been having all weekend. What was your mindset through that pre-final?
Yeah, I mean, after the first lap, they were there, and I looked back again, and no one's there. It's unfortunate he had the problem. Yesterday, I had my problem with the disqualification in the pre-final. When we're together, it seems like we're getting really good racing out of it. It's unfortunate that he has to start and do what I had to do yesterday, and, it'll be a fun race for him. But for me, yeah, it was easy out front. Just manage the gap.
Yeah, and so talking about your weekend so far, obviously you've had a couple of times where either with the disqualification or having to fight your way through the field in the final. We really haven't gotten a chance to ask you, how's the kart been this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't done too much. Yesterday I left alone all day, and then I think it cost me in the end. I feel like I was missing a little bit to close the gap to Alan once I got there. We were the same speed. So I made the changes last night, and I loved it this morning, and we're not touching it.
Got you. Not touching it, but so far no reason to. As they head into the final, AJ Myers looks set for another Pro Shifter victory here at Homestead. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery and Xander. Interesting input there from A.J. Myers. You talk about the fact when you're that good, we talked, you're not making big changes, but you do have to make a couple here and there, especially when you're racing against someone with the speed here at Homestead of Alan Isambard. Just didn't make that one final change, that one more little adjustment for the main event yesterday, and instead it kind of bit him a little bit because he didn't have the little extra more he needed to try to go after Alan.
Yeah, and that makes sense, right? I mean, they're going in, I'd bet more than anything here to keep him fresh and in the seat, maybe get that the championship prize, get himself a full Pro Tour ride covered. At the same time, do a lot of more maybe just testing, not so much trying to dial in to be super fast and fine-tune, but try different things. They know the competition field isn't as stout at this round, but it will be better next month, and it'll undoubtedly be top level in New Orleans. So I bet they're coming in thinking, let's try some stuff. AJ's good enough. He'll drive any piece of plywood to the front. And then they go yesterday, get put in a tough spot, and by not doing those extra changes to chase that last 5%, it makes the difference. And so here, he's like, all right, fine. Now I know exactly what I need. I want to try a little more, made a little more, and like you said to Emery, he's happy.
And the interesting thing for a guy like A.J. Myers, as long as you come to any race and you are challenged aggressively, it's still worth it, right? He knows Alan Isambard knows this racetrack. He's going to be one of the top drivers to battle with. They really haven't had a chance to battle in the mains. The issue yesterday in the pre-final with A.J., this time, of course, the pre-final with Alan, so they're not going to get that head-to-head battling we hoped in both main events, which is sad. But nonetheless, like you said, for A.J. Myers, come down here, dial things in, try to get that championship to be able to get the money, the prize package to be able to run the Pro Tour and then move from there. Otherwise, on the racetrack now, again, a little bit laps in now, finally 4 laps down here in our X30 Juniors. And it's still Enzo Vidmontien who led from the get-go, Xander. And again, Stephen Miller right there. This is how they run for the majority of the start of the race here. Vidmontien led from pole. Miller slotted into second. And they're looking pretty good here right now. Both drivers turning personal best times.
Yeah, no one really that kind of stands out to me as the dominant force here so far. I mean, the top 4 all are pretty evenly matched. I think Stephen Miller would go if he had a golden opportunity, but I also think he's probably fine right now riding behind Enzo Vidmontien. They're not really losing any time to the guys out back, 3rd and 4th. Again, they're just kind of waiting in the wings there for the battle to open up, but in the meantime, they've continued to kind of open that gap up to Jensen Burnett behind him. They put a 10th on him last lap. They also put a couple of 10ths on the group behind with Leonardo Scorpione losing a lot of time in the bobble, and Jackson Woolney, Hudson Shorts all fading back. So these opening few laps have been really good for the top 4. We'll see if any battle happens where Jensen Burnett can get there, but again, that lap, all they did was just kind of hold it even to him. As quick as Jensen Burnett is alone, he needs them to pass for him to get into the mix.
And Xander, nobody really making any big moves either. The biggest move inside the top 15 has been Max Taylor. Taylor's worked his way up from 18th into the 12th position. Otherwise, a swap there right now for 3rd spot. Ernesto Rivero getting by his teammate Teddy Musella, who had just gone purple last time by. So right now, 3rd and 4th pretty quick. We'll see them try to reel in this front-running duo.
That's always surprising, right? When a guy goes purple the lap before and then he gets passed. Normally you'd think he'd be a lot better, but to be honest, they both were within a couple hundredths. They both were quicker than the leaders, and now Miller's actually starting to push a little bit on Enzo Vidmontien to try and send him forward. They're running low on laps, 5 to go, so Stephen Miller, if he's going to stay patient till 2 to go, then it could stay down to the 2 of them, but if Enzo Vidmontien continues to fade a little bit to the front bumper of him, he'll have to go because Ernesto Rivera took the fast lap honor and was a 10th and a half better than both of them.
Yeah, and if there's any junior driver right now in the category with confidence, it'll be Ernesto Rivera. He'll make a move now to the inside, down to the bottom. He's able to get by Stephen Miller. Here's a kid who just won the SKUSA Super Nationals 2 months ago, and he takes the lead with a nice tight line. Does he hold it coming through? Bit of contact there. Rivera to the inside through 7 and 8. Took the tight line. Comes out of turn number 9 through 10 and 11 with the lead. Super Nationals winner. Starts the season with the victory here yesterday and now leads the pre-final on Sunday.
That was synced up, Rob. Did you do that on cue?
That's
Talk
it.
about his confidence and then tell him to pass then?
I pressed the button. Light came on the dash, and away he went.
Time to go here, although he did get shoved a little bit wide. Vidmontien a little low through 1 and 2. They're stacking up now. This is what Jensen Burnett was hoping for the last few laps. Here they go for 3rd. Here they go for the lead. Vidmontien pops Rivera in the left rear tire. It'll knock him sideways. Now he's banging wheels with Teddy Musella headed down to turn 5.
A lot of action up front. And as Xander had said, here comes Jensen Burnett and Jackson Woolney as well. Another one of the Rawlison Performance Group drivers, a 48.399. Woolney goes purple this time by. Make it 6 drivers in the lead group with just a couple of laps to go. 4 laps remaining of a 12-lap contest here. The pre-final to set the grid for the main event. And here's what we saw for the first half of the race. Vidmontien and Miller trying to pull away.
Yeah, they've got another opportunity to do the same thing here, but less time to do it. 3 laps to go. They need a gap of maybe half a second to 7/10 to allow for a pass without either one of them dropping back a lot of spots. The problem is Ernesto Rivera seems to be the fastest driver here in the second half of this pre-final. They all know it. And now, unfortunately, an overshot pass by Jensen Burnett gets into him, halts the progress. Here comes Musella for third. And it's going to have Burnett on the defense from Jackson Wolney. That kind of bobble, not even on the fault of Rivera, is exactly what Stephen Miller and Enzo Vidmontien needed. Now we're going to come to 2 laps to go. They're going to have a nearly second advantage back to teammates in third and fourth with Musella and Rivera, but Rivera's been the quicker of the two. So good thing is he's not leading the way. He's back in fourth. I think these two up front are in a great spot. Double sticks in the air.
Yeah, indeed. The battling between the two Rawls and Performance Group drivers for third and fourth have opened the gap up a little bit here for Vidmontien and Miller, the Parolin FA drivers out front. Nice little advantage. Now almost a full second back to Teddy Musella, who was able to get by Rivera back in turn number 5 on the last lap. These guys pulling away a little bit, as Xander mentioned. 2 to go, shown by Aaron Likens at the flag last time by. They'll see the white flag when they get back around. But again, Vidmontien, who started on the pole position, leading the way. This is the front row we had for the pre-final. If they stay where they are right now, we'll have the identical front row for the 22-lap main event this afternoon.
Yeah, they have been on it all weekend. It's been a very consistent weekend for both Enzo Vidmontien and Stephen Miller, staying inside the front pack in both the KA Junior and X30 Junior classes, it seems so far. They're going to battle for third now. Rivera back on Musella in turn 1. He'll get through. We go back to the lead with less than a lap to go. Does Stephen Miller have anything left here? He signals to Vidmontien to keep going forward. Doesn't want him to block. Vidmontien going to take that kind of with a grain of salt and go a little bit low, but not too low into 5 where they lose too much time. They've still got a big cushion out back to third.
Yeah, exactly that. He doesn't want to completely open the door and say, yeah, you're okay, I'll run for up front. You don't want to open the door and not trust and see the guy dive down the inside. Right now, Vidmontien, just as he said, Xander said, leaning towards the defensive side, coming into a couple of these tighter hairpins. Otherwise, a good run out of turn number 11. Checkered flag waiting in the hands of Aaron Likens, and it will be a win in the pre-final for Enzo Vidmontien. Stephen Miller second. Rivera gets back around Musella to start that last lap. He ends up in third. Musella fourth. Burnett fifth. Jackson Wolney in the 6th spot. Alex Mercado up 4 spots from 11th to 7th. Oliver Weldon holding station in 8th. Leonardo Scorpioni in 9th, and Hutchin Schwartz rounding out the top 10. Max Taylor up 7 spots, goes from 18th to 11th in that short 12-lap sprint.
Well, there's a look again all the way on through, as you mentioned. Big run forward for Max Taylor, pretty even to the edge of the top 15. And then you go down, really not too much changed outside the top 15 either. Everyone about roughly where their pace is. Only one DNF at the end down with Gennaro Tapia. So Enzo Vidmontien and Stephen Miller come out on top on a pretty high-speed chess match, I would say, of a pre-final. Not too much chaos, and a lot learned, I think, for all the drivers inside that top 6 or 7, both on racecraft and probably a little bit on raw pace as well, because we got a good long session in the same conditions as yesterday, similar to what it'll be in the final. And they were all around each other in a I would say, a high-speed format, right? There wasn't a lot of passing.
No.
They were single file, so they really got a good look. Beginning of the run, middle of the run, end of the run, where everybody else's strengths and weaknesses are. That's good notes.
Yeah, and you look at the fastest laps of those races as well. Remember, it's a 12-lap race. Who was fast later on in the race? Not anybody. Everybody essentially quick right in the middle. You go back to Mercado on lap number 9, Weldon lap number 10. All those guys up front, their quickest laps were lap 6 or lap 7. So they'll look at that as well. They're going to have to go 22 laps in the main event. But really the bottom line is they'll get a chance to race with each other again, find out who's quicker where, but still work to be done before we go racing this afternoon. That X30 Junior main event set to go for 3:40 Eastern Time.
Well, it's coming up later on. Before we get to that, though, 2 pre-finals still yet to go. KA Master on deck here, presented by Kart Racing Solutions, and Speed Concepts Racing X30 Seniors pre-final will follow. We'll be right back here live from AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. You're watching Kart Chaser's coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Welcome back to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. KA Master on the racetrack, getting set to go green. Michel Garrido in the Alessandro's Racing OTK lines up on the inside of his teammate Mario Dominguez in the number 421 machine. Luis Schiavo, yesterday's dominant winner, rolls off on the inside of row 2 alongside Miguel Mir. For the first time all weekend, it's someone else at the point, and it's a clean start for Michel Garrido down to turn 1. Schiavo will try to get to second, but he gets crossed up as Dominguez takes the spot back away through turn number 3, Rob.
Yeah, Mario Dominguez aggressive there. Wanted to make sure he didn't lose it. Here comes Schiavo, big time to the inside. Doesn't get it done in turn number 3 as well. And indeed, Schiavo was the driver who dominated the action yesterday, but again, everybody else picking up some speed. The Alessandro's Racing drivers dialing things in. Everybody finding more pace. Could be a more interesting day here, I think, in KA 100 Master.
Well, I'd hope so, but I'm sure Michel Garrido is hoping the opposite. He's starting to pull away just a little bit as this first lap comes to a close. 1 coming to be put in the books. 11 laps to go as we get to the early stages of this KA Master Heat. Let's hear from our X30 Jr Pre-Final winner. Enzo Vidmontien is down here with Alex.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I'm here with Enzo Vidmontien, your winner in the pre-final for X30 Jr. Enzo, a flag-to-flag victory for you. Walk me through it.
The kart was really good. Tires were all right. I was kind of sliding a lot, but Steven was pushing me a lot. Thanks to him, and yeah.
Yeah, and obviously today it seems a bit warmer than it was yesterday. How different is the track from yesterday? How much has it evolved throughout the day?
Now it has a lot more grip, but my tires weren't they didn't really have grip for some reason, but now since it's really hot, the tires just get more grip, but mine didn't for some reason.
All right, guys. Enzo Vidmontien, your winner for the pre-final in X30 Jr. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Vidmontien pretty strong there, but obviously a lot of drivers flexing their muscles. I think that Teddy Mussel looked good. Vidmontien was for strong. Miller seemed very comfortable there as well. And then Nestor Rivero led at one time, too. So I think there's a lot of guys that know that they have the ability to run up front, including those a little bit further back, like a Jensen Burnett. There's a lot of drivers there that I think were more biding their time to a certain extent through that heat race.
Yeah, and I think that was the most humbling thing to Enzo Vidmontien. He could feel Stephen Miller pushing him along through a lot of the second half of that pre-final. And like he said, he just felt for whatever reason his tires didn't seem to have as much grip as everybody else. Center corner grip for him, maybe braking, maybe entry to get into the corner. So just overall a lack of grip in the car with probably 0 changes from qualifying, and a lot of yesterday where he was quick as well is probably going to have him scratching his head just like his elder statesman in Alessandro Di Tullio, elder teammate in X30 Sr, who's also been struggling to get a little bit more pace to where he was back on Friday afternoon.
Luis Schiavo just went purple from P2, yesterday's winner, about a 10th quicker than Michel Garrido. It's an 0.8 of a second advantage for Garrido in the Alessandro Racing number 407. Schiavo runs in second. Mario Dominguez, one of the drivers we saw for many years in the Champ Car World Series. Dominguez, the Mexican driver, the number 421, running for Alessandro's Racing, running P3 ahead of the multi-time Texas Masters champion Miguel Mir for Orsolon Racing in the number 477. Ruben Ravello, who was on the podium yesterday for Alessandro's Racing, currently P5 ahead of Diego Rodriguez, Alex Dalbon, Elliot Van Rankin, Luis Quiones, and Tom Gerstner rounding out the top 10 of the 14 drivers we have in the category here this weekend. This time Garrido goes quicker, not by much, but gets that gap up to 0.9 of a second. So Michel Garrido, who was running right there, second, third, and fourth yesterday, able to find a little bit more here today. Now finds himself as the primary challenger up front.
And Luis Schiavo hoping that would not be the case or won't be the consistent case through this pre-final. He's just outside of the drafting window, I'd guess, from the back bumper of Michel Garrido. So the father of two, racing in Micro Swift as well as competing himself, has kind of had the field on lock most of the day, most of the weekend. This is the first real challenge we've seen from him. As we go back further, this is a good battle here on the edge of the top 5. You've got Diego Rodriguez, Ruben Ravello, and Miguel Mir all right in this skirmish for 4th, 5th, and 6th. And Rodriguez, I think, has gone around or is right at the end of it. Ravello getting around Miguel Mir for P4. So Ruben Ravello up 1 spot, still 3 seconds back, signaled for help from Mir. Mir wasn't close enough to give it to him, but the Orsillo and Tony Kart drivers got more so to worry about in the form of Diego Rodriguez than he does of making a counter challenge, as Rodriguez is all over him here with 6.5, 7 laps to go.
Yeah, the focus more backwards than forwards for Miguel Mir. A quick look over the shoulder coming into the braking zone of turn number 5, wondering whether or not he'll see a challenge from the inside. And that extra focus has given Ravello the opportunity to pull away by probably 4 or 5 kart lengths right now. So Ravello working his way up into the 4th position. Based on sheer pace, they're significantly off the front runners here right now, 2 to 3 tenths of a second. Schiavo went purple again last time. By first time we've seen a driver, Xander, get below the 51-second mark, and he did so with some strength at a 50.850, backs it up with a 50.9, and then Ravello does the same thing. He goes purple with a 50.815. So tires, of course, coming up to that nice temp here right now. Lap number 6, drivers laying down some good speed.
Laying down some really good laps here with just another lap complete. We're at the halfway marker in this pre-final. You can see Diego Rodriguez almost looked to the left like he was cocking his head, just kind of locking back in to try and make up some more time if he lost a little bit to Miguel Mir. But you look at the gaps throughout. Here is Michel Garrido back to Luis Schiavo. It's come back down the last couple laps. Another 10th to the favor of Schiavo. Looks like it'll do it the same this time. And he's more than enough going to be in that slipstream. So he'll close down to 2 car lengths, 1 car length away through turn 12. 5 laps to go. We've got a 2-driver head-to-head battle headed our way.
Yeah, and a long way to go, still a handful of laps. And Schiavo has been able to get it done. He reels in the leader, Michel Garrido. So we'll watch these drivers go at it here for the last couple of laps. I think Schiavo may hang with them here. Just have a little bit of a feel for where he's quicker. A little bit high on the apex there for Garrido, and he'll pay that with the exit speed. Gets a bit out on the exit curbing, as you can see that Schiavo was right down on the apex through turn number 4. Looks good in 5, and Schiavo now going to work, sizing up his competition to try to see if he can't get back to P1, put himself back on the pole for the main event.
Yeah, he might be able to get there here. He's still got time, but he definitely lost some ground coming out of 6 in that run through the carousel, that kind of rhythm section that you hang on through, and then you pop the 90s, go down to the long back stretch, reset for the final corner, and then reset again for turn 1. He lost out about a half-tenth slower that time by to Michel Garrido. 4 to go. He'll close it back down to a car length through turn number 1. Needs a good run through 2. Good run through 3. Pops the curb a little bit. Not enough to get a move done in turn number 4, so he'll stay in line as they exit the hairpin.
Laps winding down here in the KA100 Masters pre-final. X30 Sr drivers getting ready to jump on the grid now to fire up for their pre-final to set the grid for the main. A very crucial run for every one of these X30 Sr drivers, especially those who may have had rough luck yesterday. They need to rebound quickly and get themselves into a position to fight for strong finishes here in the last main event of the day. Again, that's set for about 4:30 this afternoon to cap off round 2 of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series. Here comes a move for the lead into turn number 12. Book it, Schiavo through. He takes the lead at the end of lap number 8. Luis Schiavo, yesterday's winner, back to the point.
Nice pass by Luis Schiavo there. He made sure that when he got through, he didn't get crossed up, didn't get a pass back in turn number 1. In fact, Michel Garrido's got to go back on the offensive to try and close the gap up. It's 2.5 laps to go. It's 2.5 car lengths from Luis Schiavo back to Michel Garrido. You look back from them, though, Mario Dominguez and Ruben Ravello have also been clicking off some really good lap times lately. The last couple laps, they've been at least on pace, if not a little better than the top 2. They're only a 1.5 seconds away. So, again, we looked at qualifying. We hoped that it would be a little bit tighter today for our entertainment sake. It has, and I think we've got 4 real bullets in the gun to give us a good shot for the main event later on. 2 to go this time. Schiavo over Garrido. Garrido pops the curb. Big run for him coming to turn 1.
Ruben Ravello pushing hard as well to close up to Dominguez. Dominguez turned his fastest lap of 51.001. A little bit quicker than Ravello, but not by much. So we could have a battle here for that third spot. Definitely a potential battle for the lead is Michelle Garrido, who had led the majority of this race, does not want to give it up, trying to get back by again. 2 to go, and they'll see the white flag next time by. Garrido staying right there with Schiavo, but Xander Schiavo pretty good coming through that right-hand hairpin turn number 5.
Yeah, Luis Schiavo looked really good there, and considering where he was 2 laps ago, he didn't look that good in that sector. So interesting, and Garrido really getting bogged down coming out of turn 9 that time. You saw him hop in the seat to try and kind of jump the RPMs for a second. He's going to come to the line this time 2 car lengths away with the white flag waving. Mario Dominguez is flying as well. I think he might go purple this time. 50.93, just a bit slower than the overall best lap.
Back-to-back personal best laps, though. So you're right, Sandro. That cart's starting to come alive for Mario Dominguez in the 421. Look at him back there in that yellow suit with the yellow accent on the helmet as well. Easy to pick up on the racetrack. Dominguez trying to work his way up here on the leaders, 8/10 back, but was quicker by 3/10 from Garrido last time by, a little too late. But he definitely showing the added pace he needs to make us consider him for a race winner this afternoon. Otherwise, it's still Schiavo up front, Garrido giving chase from second.
Yeah, Michelle Garrido trying to keep him honest there, keep him close through 10, over to 11. He'll have one shot at him if he wants it down to the final corner. Luis Schiavo, though, keeps him at bay, and it will stay that way. Schiavo wins the pre-final over Garrido by about a couple feet. Mario Dominguez closes into just a second out from the lead by the end in third. Ruben Ravello fourth. Miguel Mir fifth to round off the top 5 ahead of Diego Rodriguez. And then on down the order, it's spread out a little bit past your top 6. But, Rob, we should be in for a pretty good showing at that point there for the KA Master Main.
Xander, look at the fast laps. It's either a 50.8 or a 50.9. That's from all the drivers in the top 4. Top 4 drivers, very strong. Miguel Mir's going to find something. They're going to make a couple of adjustments. His best lap of 51.196. At least 0.3 of a second off of the top drivers in that front 4. He's going to find a little bit more for Miguel Mir, but otherwise we're going to have a great race in KA 100 Master.
And we got a great race here with our group down on the grid as the X30 seniors begin to make their way on through. Paulie Massimino, Austin Garrison having some better runs today. Diego Ramos, of course, looking really good as well as we see the last few making their way forward. Garrison is suited and ready to go. Our camera's right in the middle of the grid. You can see that's where Noel Leon has to roll off after a less than ideal qualifying effort. Your pick, Ryan Norberg, rolls off P3 after witnessing qualifying. Rob, where do you feel with him?
Well, again, like I said, anytime it comes to racecraft, I think Ryan Norberg's a guy that you're going to be able to watch run up front. He's won, 5 SKUSA championships for a reason, right? We watched it even yesterday. He wasn't bang on with the tire pressure, fell back early and had to get elbows up to scrap, and then fought his way back up to second. I expect him to be really good here. But I think Joe Turney, again, just has so much confidence based on what happened yesterday. I expect him to be very strong coming out of the gate. I think there's a number of drivers we'll watch work their way forward here. There's some guys that didn't get the qualifying run, so I think we're going to see a bunch of guys +5, +10 potentially coming up through the field.
Talk about not getting the qualifying run. Right there in frame for a minute was also Thomas Neveau, and then we talked to the Burrell gang. Diego Ramos all the way at the front of the grid there on pole. You could see in frame Mateus Morgado on the other end, 15th.
Yeah.
Not a great qualifying effort for the world champion, Mateus Morgado. Look, there's Louis Westover, who was quickest in the slow group to the outside of row down in 18th, row number 9. He rolls off behind, I believe, one of the Lenzo carts for International Motorsport.
So what do you say for Morgado? What is it, plus what?
I think we got to go probably plus, I'm going to go +9. Ooh. I think he gets up to 6.
Wow, okay.
Mainly because he's on that inside lane. We've seen guys, again, try to throw their whole race away coming to the final corner to get down the inside. If he were starting 16th, I'd say probably plus or minus 5
yep.
To get up more. But for starting on the inside, that row gets a good start. We'll see. Now, I was talking actually with Race Control's Dalton Egger before during the lunch break. We were talking about how some of the starts, right, were a little bit messy. Ryan Norberg especially took advantage of that here in that X30 Sr Pre Final to eliminate the back half of the grid. He kept his outlap as fast as possible. He just had to be in formation. He didn't have a specific speed until he got onto the straightaway. That, of course, kept the back half of the field way behind him. And Dalton was like, well, Norberg knows how to game the system. A couple other guys learned how to do it. There's not a rule against the pace speed at a certain cone, so it spread the field out. Does Diego Ramos do the same thing? Does he do more of a proper start to group everybody up? Well, we're about to find out.
We've seen some success of guys that were super slow, like a Stephen Miller, bringing them, really crawling them down the front straightaway. We'll see what happens with Diego Ramos. Maybe he tries to pull the Norberg and Jet away. He did say, remember in the interview that he had with us earlier on, he said it was going to be full send. So I think Diego Ramos is, really with nothing to lose right now. He wants a great run. He wants to get that victory for PSL Karting, his first pole position since joining the team here. He wants the victory for sure, and he wants to get that pole position for the main event. And look, they're on the throttle 100%. Nobody's waiting right now. We'll see when they woe up. In fact, he'll do it coming out of turn number 9 a little bit, so it won't be the same kind of effort from Ryan Norberg, but Diego will slow him up coming into turn number 10 and 11.
So Ramos will keep them nice and tight here as they exit 11. They'll make their way down the backstretch. There you see the SuperKarts USA official in the middle of the racetrack trying to keep them nice and tidy. When they hit that cone right past the official, this is the formation cone I believe that they need to get into line by, so they've got to start getting into their specific places on the racetrack. The leaders are still single file. They'll form up, it looks like, coming onto the front stretch, but Ramos has them slow enough. I think most of the field should be decent as we get into the tram lane. So Diego Ramos, Joe Turney, your front row, Ryan Norberg, Thomas Stolzermanis, row 2. It's a Motorsport row 3 with Alessandro Natulio, and oh man, we had a couple guys at the back of the field full throttle and plow the pack. I don't know what was going on there.
That's what happened from yesterday. They figured they were going to be late. They figured it again. They were coming in full throttle. We had a couple of guys do that yesterday, and that's exactly what happened. A couple of guys deep into it, on the throttle, thinking they were going to be late coming to the line. They get into the guys in front of them. That is really just the kind of stuff that was left over from yesterday. Battle up front, though. Looks like Norberg potentially to the lead. Xander coming out of the corner to get things underway. Indeed, Ramos goes back to second, but the driver who started P3 inside of row number 2 ends up taking the lead through the inner loop.
Ryan Norberg said he felt like he got taken advantage of at the beginning of yesterday's main event with everyone throwing him to the back, so now he's going on the offense mode early. Quickly to Ramos, gets by Ramos, little look there down the backstretch, doesn't pull the trigger. He'll have another run at him in turn 1 if he wants it. Norberg knows it as well, but no move yet from Diego as they go side by side for third. Turney getting by on Alessandro Natulio.
This is a good move, though, for Diego Ramos. He knows how fast Norberg is. This is an opportunity for the two of them to potentially pull away. Why throw it down the inside and risk everybody else coming in when there's a possibility of being able to line up and be able to pull away? Now, the opening couple of laps are in, or opening lap is in. Halfway through, Ramos down to the inside of turn 5, able to get rid of the chaos. He will lead now back into 7 and 8.
You were asking, why would you go down the inside on Norberg? Why not let him lead you away? That guy in third is why. Joe Turney picked up 3 car lengths out of turn number 4 on the top 2. Ramos heard him coming, I bet, and went down the inside on Norberg. We've got a fight on our hands here in X30 Sr. Diego Ramos leads lap 2.
And indeed, through the chaos of the opening lap and a half for Diego Ramos, so very wise to stay there behind Norberg and then pulled the trigger over in turn number 5, knowing that if you do go to the inside there, as long as you're cleanly through, you'll be fine. It'll be the driver you pass who has to deal with the ramifications, and indeed that was Turney up onto the rear bumper of Norberg, but you can see, Xander, almost a 4-driver breakaway here as Turney's going to make the move now down to the inside of Norberg. You can see the gap between 4th back to 5th. That's Natulio back to, I believe, Austin Garrison. Now maybe it might be Stolzermanis, actually, who has now got up into the 5th position.
Yeah, Thomas Stolzermanis has gotten himself into a decent spot. He was kind of up and down through that start, but 5th place on the racetrack looks to be Austin Garrison. 6th, or no, it is indeed Stolzermanis. Garrison a little further back, not as great of a start for the 392. He's down in 8th. Yeah. It's Stolzermanis under fire from T-Mac. Tyler McIntyre into the top 5 there.
It's indeed Tyler McIntyre, who we talked to after his solid run in qualifying, sitting there in 6th position. Again, the gap between 4th back to 5th, a full second, just over a second, from Natulio to Stolzermanis. So a front-running quartet, including Ramos, Turney, Norberg, and Natulio. And they'll settle themselves in here right now. And indeed, it's still Diego Ramos looking to prove something here this weekend, here on Sunday, as he leads the way here in the pre-final. We've got, 3 laps in the books. We'll put 4 in next time by. It'll be 8 to go at the 1/3 mark of this, and Ramos actually pulling about 4 kart lengths coming out of turn number 12.
Diego Ramos indeed pulling away a little bit. Joe Turney still 2nd. Norberg 3rd. Oh, big contact to the outside wall coming out of the front straightaway. 2 drivers collected. One is Jorge Ortiz. The other one, I believe, is Karol Paszewicz, who has slammed the outside wall in the final corner. Paszewicz in that Lenzo kart, heavy damage. He is done. Ortiz, the senior rookie, coming in with high hopes this weekend, gets collected on that SCR red speed. And back up front, change in the lead. Ramos has been shuffled all the way back to 4th. Joe Turney to the top spot. DeTulio wheel to wheel with Norberg. Norberg fends him off. DeTulio has to tuck back in.
Elbows up in the lead group right now in that front-running quartet, about to have another 4 to make it 8 drivers in the lead group. The barriers doing their job down here, of course, in turn number 12, as those 2 drivers did get together hard off the racetrack into the barriers on the outside of the corner. Both those drivers are fine, which is great. But again, the action up front is getting aggressive. Norberg's going to get shuffled back to P4 because I believe both DeTulio and Ramos, I think, through.
Quick dive there over the curb to the spot. Alessandro DeTulio there, and Norberg's going to get eaten up by 2 more. That time, it was his teammate, Donovan Bonilla, going by with Tyler McIntyre on Ryan Norberg. So Ryan Norberg now to the 6th spot. Stoll Sermanis is 7th. Garrison 8th. Big line of go-karts here. We got a pass coming for 2nd. Ramos to the inside and back on through on DeTulio. And I don't know if that was the best time move for him, because I don't know if Donovan Bonilla was ready to go, but DeTulio had cut the gap down pretty heavily to Joe Turney. And now with 6 to go, Turney's lead opens back up again.
Yeah, you know, Ramos seems like he's got very good outright speed. Let's see if he holds it to 1. He does. Not able to get to the driver behind him, DeTulio, not able to make a move to the inside. Ramos, I think, is a driver that can reel in DeTulio. He's got the full speed, but again, there comes DeTulio. He's a driver who wants to be up front, so DeTulio goes back to 2nd. Too much racing like this will play right into the hands of Joe Turney, who leads the way. Started on the outside of the front row, is now your leader. Got a bit of a gap here, at least 3 to 4 tenths of a second. Count that 5 kart lengths out of the inner loop over to turn number 10 and 11. We'll see if they line them up now, Xander.
Look at Mateus Morgado. Purple, last time by, just got by Stoll Sermanis on your screen. Mateus Morgado, I said up to 9 spots to 6th. Well, he's almost there.
He's getting there. He's got 6. He's got 3 more to go, and he's not done. He's lining them up right in there right now. Morgado now into the 6th position. There you go. Mateus Morgado taking advantage of some of the action up front to work his way up to 6. And you want to wonder, sitting down in the room, he was qualified 15th. Ramos was 1st. How much did they play going different ways on the chassis setup? When you got 2 drivers of that kind of quality, you can try 2 different things with each driver to see which works. Obviously, whatever they did with Ramos was good in qualifying.
Well, it's worked out so far so good for Mateus Morgado. Austin Garrison, on the other hand, hasn't really worked his way forward. The second placement from yesterday was trying to get going and just kind of has been stuck around that 8th to 10th spot. Noel Leon's gone by him. Tyler McIntyre's faded back as well. So Leon up into the 8th position.
Yeah.
Stoll Sermanis still 7th. That's this group right here with 4 laps to go. We're looking back at them as it's single file up front. DeTulio starting to make some headway towards the leader.
+9 for both Mateus Morgado and Noel Leon. So both those drivers have made big advancements here in this pre-final. Crucial considering the fact they both started well outside the top 10. Morgado, as he runs right now, will start on the outside of row number 3. There's still 4 laps remaining.
Oh.
He's about 8 tenths back.
Leon just completely rooted Tyler McIntyre out of the way in turn number 5. McIntyre trying to get in line. Garrison, the big benefactor. That was a little bit rough there for Noel Leon. McIntyre got by him in 4 and just got used up there. So McIntyre hanging on. Ingrata's there. Massimino's there. We're getting way deep in the field. But it's about to get crazy up front here because Alessandro DeTulio is on the way to the lead. He just goes purple.
Xander, you mentioned yesterday how clean the racing was. It seems like maybe people are getting a little bit more aggressive here today. Watching that run through the inner loop, the carousel on the inside of the racetrack, they were rooting each other left and right. Guys were getting shoved off. There was a lot of aggressive racing here in this pre-final. I think we're going to see more of that in the main event. But we talked about the fact that yesterday was super clean. Maybe we lit a fire under these guys here today because they are totally going at it here in the pre-final.
They are getting after it. There is Blake Nash, who had a terrible qualifying effort. Wheel-to-wheel with Paulie Massimino. Massimino just trying to make up for his rough qualifying effort of 13th and pick up a couple spots. Nash is now going to lose a lot as they're all side by side. Through the dirt goes Thomas Nevo. He's still dirt tracking it over to turn number 10. And meanwhile, it's spread out at the front of the field with 2 laps to go. So this mid-grid battle here, there's Louis Westover in the mix of it as they've all fought. It's allowed Westover to pick up a couple spots. He's up 5, make it up 8 now to 14th for the 326. Thomas Stolzer-Manis goes purple, and then these two are the next ones in line to chase him. Austin Garrison and Noel Leon are 8th and 9th behind Morgado as the end of the lap.
Yeah, let's fire up the intensity of our pre-final here. Might set the tone. Remember, this is our last pre-final of the day, so as we roll into main events, I think we got a better feel of how everybody's thinking here on a Sunday in Homestead, Florida. Everybody getting super aggressive here now. It's Turney, your leader, DeTulio, Bonilla, Norberg and Ramos, the top 5. Stolzer-Manis just went purple. Watch him come through here. There's Stolzer-Manis across the line now. He just went purple last time by. Isn't able to back it up, but still almost a similar lap, 47.4. He does back-to-back 47.4s. He's a half a second behind Diego Ramos, picked up a 10th there. He runs 6 as he gets by Mateus Morgado. Morgado to 7th, Garrison 8th, Noel Leon in 9th, and rounding up the top 10, Aiden Ingrata. Final lap here in X30 Sr.
Very close at the front of the field. The entire top 6 all running identical lap times within a 10th of a second. It's Turney over DeTulio right now. DeTulio, I'm sure, probably maybe a little frustrated with Ramos that had he not battled with him for that extra lap and have to get around him a second time, he might have been able to bring the charge because he was closing. He's going to run out of time. Joe Turney, pre-final winner here on Sunday over DeTulio. He'll punch his ticket to the pole. DeTulio second. Donovan Bonilla kind of really doing a good job here this afternoon.
Hey, and that's inside of row number 2 for the start. Bonilla, who went up 5 spots from 8th to 3rd, will start on the inside of row number 2. That is a nice place to launch behind one of the fastest drivers we have here this weekend, Joe Turney. So Bonilla's going to start 3rd alongside Ryan Norberg. It'll be Diego Ramos and Thomas Stolzer-Manis on row number 3. Morgado and Garrison on row 4, and Leon and Ingrata up 6 spots. Look at these guys moving forward, too. Noel Leon up 8, Ingrata up 6. They're going to go from well outside the top 10 into row number 5, and a couple other drivers further back. Big run there for Louis Westover as well. What happened to Tyler McIntyre to fall down to 32nd?
No idea. We talked about, we caught on screen there with Noel Leon kind of getting into him and knocking him wide, and then from there it just seemed like the Wolves and everything came unglued for everyone in that grouping. So we've caught up at least with one half of the major crash. Karol Pashewicz is, I believe, over here with us right by the final corner. Heavy contact. He's over by Alexander Searle and Emery Lida. We'll see if we can get a word with him really quickly about what transpired. That was a heavy impact first to make sure he is okay as he waits for the field to clear on out. But meanwhile, again, looking back through your top 10, Joe Turney, Ale DeTulio, Donovan Bonilla, Norberg, Ramos, Stolzer-Manis. Any of the 6 of them could be in contention here. Let's go ahead and see if we can get an update really quickly from Emery over by Karol Pashewicz.
Yeah, standing here with Karol Pashewicz, it looked like you took a heavy hit in the last corner there. Just describe to me how that happened. Are you doing okay?
I was staying behind someone, and then I saw a guy coming inside of me. He was a half go-kart, so I decided to go around the outside, and we made a contact.
Got you. And is the kart too damaged to race, or are you going to be able to get out there for the final?
It depends on my team if they decide to race again, and I think we'll fix it.
Got you. Well, there's Karol Pashewicz, a rough end to the pre-final for him after contact in the final corner. Back to you guys.
Well, first and foremost, thankfully the barriers there did their job. 2 drivers kind of coming through that corner. It's tough. The driver on the inside's got to give a little bit of room, and the driver on the outside the same. They made contact and ended up into the barriers to the outside. Hopefully we'll see Karol back out onto the racetrack. But, Xander, that wraps things up for the pre-finals. We have 8 main events on the docket to wrap up the day here at Homestead, wrap up round number 2 of the Winter Series, and wrap up the first weekend of the program as well. Looking forward to getting things underway. 8 main events on tap.
Yeah, 8 main events coming our way here live from the Kart Chaser Pride and Vinco Tire studio. We've got a beautiful afternoon and a great set of classes to come your way. Like you said, 8 main events here, Rob. We're going to go quiet on the mic here for a moment as the national anthem will play locally here for opening ceremonies. We'll get post-race interviews as well from the pre-final. Lots to unpack for X30 Sr. And very quickly, that micro-slip main event will get underway. So stick with us, folks. The stream will go quiet for just a second, and then we'll get back started.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back live here from Homestead, Florida for the second round of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series for 2023. Rob Howden alongside Xander Clemens. And Xander, drivers getting ready to go here for our first of 8 main events on the day. Micro Swift rolling out. Should be a good afternoon.
Antonio Pizzognanito has dominated the Micro Swift class to this point. Hopefully he can do the same, but we've got a lot of fast kids that have come from the back. Valentino Centillan picked up over 25 spots in that pre-final. And the biggest thing here for this division that you'll see, lap traffic can play a factor if they do not get out of the way quick enough. Lots of new kids, 30+. Let's go trackside here and take a look and run you through your starting lineup super quickly while they begin to form.
Drivers getting set to go. Row number 1, Antonio Pizzognanito, as we know, alongside João Paulo Banataman. Row 2, Maxwell Macha and Colton Schniegenberg.
Moving back to row number 3, Enzo De Janeiro will start to the inside of Santiago Diaz, De La Vega Torres, and row 4, Josh Bergman, Juan Garcia Davila getting ready to go green, and we're underway down to turn number 1.
Field is set. Down they go into turn number 1. Lots of room coming through. We'll see whether or not our entire field can go cleanly through turn number 1. Of course, we know for sure that Pizzognanito just hoping for that opening corner, and he does. Gets out cleanly, but right there, Banataman right with him. We have 2 drivers battling to the inside over in turn number 4. Early racing could allow a breakaway, but it's not just Pizzognanito by himself. Xander's got a driver right there with him.
Yeah, Maxwell Macha with a great start, and that SLA Kart Racing Parolin has got himself up to second. On your screen is that group for third on back. I believe it's got João Paulo Banataman at the front of it, but it might be a great start here for Enzo De Janeiro in that number 90 into third. So here goes Pizzognanito on through turns 10 and 11. Macha second. Indeed, Enzo De Janeiro, great start here in that Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic, but they're going to go 3 wide for third down to the final corner. That's going to be tight, boys and girls, and Banataman comes out with a 2-for-1 pass.
Shout out to all 3 of those drivers for giving each other enough room. I don't think there's any even contact coming through. All of them getting cleanly through that corner and back to the start-finish line. You can see, though, Pizzognanito already with a decent little advantage. He's been the driver to watch throughout the entire race here today to start things up. Every session we've had, he's been out there looking very good, and he looks to try to back things up with another win. Still a long way to go, a 20-lap race for both of the cadet categories, Mini Swift and Micro Swift. This class brought to you by Ricer Racing. 19 to go, lots of racing still to come.
Oh, we got problems here on the far side of the racetrack. The number 42 Parolin of Pasha Ali has a mechanical issue here on lap number 2, and you can tell he's just to the left side on the covered by the ticker, but a disappointed Pasha Ali, unfortunately, taking a look there that his chain has come off, and so the driver from Texas will not get to see the checkered flag here on the Sunday main event. Meanwhile, one driver that just saw the checkered flag in the pre-final, Joe Turney, is down with our very own Emery Lida as he tries to go back-to-back and keep his record stateside perfect. As he won in his debut yesterday, he won the pre-final here today. Emery?
Thank you, Xander. Talking here to Joe Turney. Joe obviously won yesterday. Today, off to a decent start in qualifying. He qualified outside front row. Had a little bit of battle the first few laps, but ended up making a comfortable victory. Talk me through that last pre-final.
Yeah, very difficult again. A lot of pressure from behind on the last few laps, but to lead it's really difficult. You have to battle with the slipstream, and as well you're the first one to take all the dirt from what gets left behind of the lap before, so difficult, but a good place to start for the final.
Yeah, and it looked like your pace was really consistent down the end of the race. Would you say that your tires came in at the right point, or is that something you're going to try to adjust for the final, obviously considering the final's a few laps longer?
I think they were about right for this length of race. We were competitive through the whole race, so we'll have to look. Obviously, it's 22 laps now, so it's a long race, and we'll adjust for that.
Got you. Well, already a really strong weekend for Joe Turney. He heads into the final in prime position to win this one. We'll see what he can do, starting from pole in X30 Sr.
Thank you, Emery, and no doubt about it, Joe Turney has been flexing the muscles here throughout this weekend in that Kart Republic. Xander, what he showed there in the pre-final. Everybody else having to step up their game for sure. He looks very strong potential. Probably a good little odds-on to go back-to-back in both main events, but there's lots of guys that will still fight for him, but he seems very relaxed and very confident about what he's going to be able to get done later on today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, that pre-final drive was probably a pretty big confidence builder because everyone was all around him. He had to come through the grid just a little bit, especially starting from the outside of the front row to get going. Starting also from outside the top 5, Donovan Bonilla. Very, very impressive drive here. Oh, we got a spin on the front stretch here in Micro. One right in front of the field. It's one of the RPG Cosmics that is just backed right to the wall. and I'm not sure who that is. That is the 63 of Oliver Chaser. So Oliver Chaser will get back going. All clean there as we got sent to send it down trackside to Alexander Searle. He's caught up with Donovan and talking with Bonilla, who had that breakout weekend in Newcastle at the end of the year. Kind of an up and down super nationals, but Donovan Bonilla, decent through practice day and a very good Sunday as he rolls off on the inside of row 2 for the main. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm here with Donovan Bonilla. Donovan started 8th, finished 3rd in the final. What a run. Talk me through that race for you.
Yeah, it was really good start. I lost like a place, but I had really good pace, so I started getting forward just one by one and finished 3rd.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, it's been an up and down weekend for you, really, but today has gone much better for you than yesterday. Talk to me. What have you done to the kart to make it to where you had this pace?
Yeah, I made some changes in the night because yesterday I finished like 8th. It wasn't so good, but today, kart really good. And let's see in the final.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, let's see in the final. What are your expectations for the final? Do you think you have anything for Joe Turney?
Well, I hope so. I think I'm gonna make changes, so I hope so.
Yeah, awesome. Donovan Bonilla, everybody. Your 3rd place finisher in X30 Sr Pre Final. Back to you guys.
Strong run for sure for Donovan Bonilla, really in the middle of the hunt here right now. Big weekend for him. You said he had that good run at the Summer Nats, but man, you roll into a race like this to start the season. You're punching like he is right now. If he ends up being in the right place at the right time and comes out with a race win, Xander, what's that going to do for this kid's confidence moving into the rest of the season?
Oh, man. I mean, he's in a prime spot to do it. Everyone's wanted that prime 3rd place position, and now we just saw a change there from 3rd to 2nd here in the main from a kid who didn't start as well there. Colton Schniegenberg has spent at least 6 laps tracking down Maxwell Macha, who started 3rd and got to 2nd off the start. So we know how good that 3rd place starting position is. It worked out for Turney in the pre-final. It's a great spot for Donovan Bonilla. And like you said, Rob, if he gets a win, what it could do for him for the rest of the season, I mean, it was kind of a guess here. I was talking to Norberg. We weren't sure, obviously, if Caleb Gaffaro would be back with RPG for 23 or not, but he would have been the one you'd expect to kind of pick up the torch from Nate Cicero and maybe Hayden Jones in certain races. But in this case, Donovan Bonilla is making a statement. He needs to be the one that we look at as that other RPG Cosmic that can hang at the front of the field. And yeah, he gets that win today. Game changer.
Again, you and I have talked about throughout the weekend how the storylines of 2023 are starting getting written right now, right? We're starting to see who's stepping forward. You're talking about it. Who's going to be the understudy for Ryan Norberg this year? Which driver's going to step up here at the Winter Series and say, listen, I've got what it takes to be able to run up front with Ryan. We'll see whether or not Bonilla is that guy as we continue to wrap up this weekend. Pizzonia Nito here in the Micro Swift category, brought to you by Ricer Racing, out to a 5-second advantage. 7 laps down, still 13 laps remaining in the category. He's having a great run here right now, looking to go back-to-back. Colton Schniegenberg able to get up into 2nd last time by. He'll see if he can't pull away from Maxwell Macha, but Xander, there's a pretty good group of drivers here right now running all together up front. You got to throw João Paulo Banataman in there as well. That's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th all lined up.
Right there, here, and right on your screen. Great look at the battle for Colton Schniegenberg. He's got Maxwell Macha looking back on him. Turn 1, down the inside for the SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic, and Banataman tried to go as well. He finally gets it done there in turn 2. Schniegenberg gave him space. They nearly collided there, as I don't think Schniegenberg expected João Paulo Banataman to close the gap and try to follow through on Macha for 3rd, but ultimately he did. All clean, no harm, no foul. 8 laps down, 12 still to come. And while they continue to shuffle, look at the kid who had to start dead last. Valentino Santillan picked up a bunch of spots in the pre-final. He's picked up 5 already, and he is bearing in on a podium for the 2nd day in a row.
And just laid down his best lap on lap number 8. Santillan in the number 11, closing up from the back there. He was 1.5 back last time by. It's getting a lot closer. He's just off the right side of the screen. The drivers there running in 2nd and 3rd are closer together. Right now, Macha goes back to take the 2nd spot. Banataman goes back to the 27 to get by the 23. But Santillan just turned the fastest lap, 53.343. He was 4/10 quicker than the leader last time by. He's 2/10 behind Schniegenberg. Santillan, who started the tail of the field of the pre-final, putting on a show to get into the battle for 2nd spot.
And it's just that difference, I think, of starting on the inside of the outside. Again, he started 10th, so he was on the outside of row 5, and he's had to spend the first half of this race making up for it and then going forward. But like you said, Rob, 4/10 better. Look at this 3-wide move. Oh, man, that got tight. Colton Schniegenberg showing a lot of patience there as he backs out of it, keeps everyone still going in the top 5. Santillon up to fourth.
Yeah, Santillon was thinking about the inside move. So was Schniegenberg. Everybody was. They were essentially 3 wide coming through turn number 8. Good for Schniegenberg to back out of that one, kind of make sure there was no kind of an issue. He'll tuck in behind Santillon, who is up on the wheel. Coming down there, he's P4, third in the order of what you're watching right now through turn number 1. Santillon will look to go to work on Maxwell Macha now for the rest of the lap. Big run out of turn number 3. Bring it down to the bottom of turn number 4. Does he get the job done on the exit? He does. Book it. Santillon, Xander, to P3.
Valentino Santillon, from what was probably a very disheartening qualifying session that put him at the back of the grid, has found himself now in a podium spot and looking for one more as João Paulo Bannerman opens up. Santillon gets through P2 for Valentino Santillon in the number 11.
That is like fifth to second over the last couple of laps. Let's look at lap times right now. 6.5 seconds is the gap between first and second last time by. Pizzonia Nito just comes across the line. Here comes Santillon. What's the gap right now between first and second? 6.6, but Santillon, even with those passes, was the fast driver on the racetrack, and he was 4/10 quicker than Pizzonia Nito. There are 9 laps to go. He's 6.6 back. He's going to need to be maybe 3/4 of a second a lap faster, but this kid is absolutely on fire right now. Started 10th, Xander up into P2.
Yeah, Valentino Santillon continuing to dig forward here. What a run, and if it were just a little bit different, had he started a little bit further up the grid here for this main, had things shifted a little bit differently, picking up 4 to 5/10 a lap on the race leader would have put him probably on the verge of catching him, but he's 6.6 seconds back. Even at half a second a lap, he won't have enough time to get there. It's unfortunate. He's had a heroic drive to this point. He'll be on the box if nothing else changes. He's starting to pull away from Bannerman as they cross the line.
Well, let's just throw this out here right now. He was quicker again, even though Pizzonia Nito just set his fast lap at a 53.319. Santillon was quicker by just over a half a tenth of a second, 53.272. But Santillon, think about what happened in qualifying, how far back he was able to work his way forward. He's recovered himself. That this, if he finishes where he is, that would be his second straight podium. He is definitely not out of championship contention. Even though Pizzonia Nito has been perfect throughout the weekend, all he's got to do is come back and have a strong weekend when we get back here in February. He's got a shot at the championship still. There's a long way to go in the race. 8 laps still to go. But if he holds on to second, we're not done yet with this championship battle.
No, we are definitely not. He will keep himself in the fight. Oh, we had one kid just go off on his own, way wide out of turn number 9 there. The camera caught for a second. I don't know who that was, but that was outside of your top 5 at the least here as they all rocket on through. Here's a group a little further back. So this is Enzo De Janeiro and that Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic, just ahead of one of the Alessandro's Racing CRGs on the outside edge of the top 10. That's Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres. Josh Bergman in the PK Sports Parallel runs behind him in 9th, and then Parker Ives. Man, this kid has had to come from the back so many times this weekend. 18 spots gained to 10th, and with more to go.
The minute you pop that name up, we hadn't had a chance to look back. We know that Pasha Ali had some issues. He and Ives going out in the pre-final. To see him come up 18 spots already to P10, that bodes really well for what we're going to see out of Parker Ives. And another one of the key points of this particular year coming into the Winter Series, top 10 from last year's Micro Swift points, all moving up into the Mini Swift category. So there's a brand new lineup of drivers running up front. The guys that are here now weren't there last year. They weren't top 10 drivers last year. So to see a Parker Ives work his way up and be one of the guys to watch, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. He currently runs 10th, 18 spots up. But this battle you've seen before, sliding in and out. Xander, the drivers, battling here. 4 drivers in a good lead group.
Yeah, that was De Janeiro with a great slide job attempt on Diaz de la Vega Torres, but Santiago hung on to it, was able to keep him at bay. Our camera crew trying to find battles all over. They'll pick him up here as they come out of turn number 4. So it's Santiago Diaz de la Vega actually falling back behind both. It's Luke Giglio at the front there in the 68 for Motaz Sport. So Giglio over De Janeiro, then De La Vega Torres, and then at the end of it is Josh Bergman in the PK Sport North America entry. Now, Parker Ives, he'd be the next one to get there. He's 7 seconds back right now. He needs a lot of passing like that with just 6 laps to go, but it's possible. We've seen crazier, and as we look back up front, Here's a look at 4th and 5th. Maxwell Macha and Colton Schniegenberg are working together. They're trying to hang on to Bonatoman to make one more run at the podium, and Valentino Santillan's already checked out. He's 2 seconds up the road from Bonatoman, so he's safe in second.
And every lap has been quicker than the leader for Santillan. He has the pace to run up front. He has the pace to win this thing over Pizzogno Nito, but like you said, started well back outside of row number 5, had to struggle to get himself forward. And Pizzogno Nito has really got just some clear sailing up front now here with just 5 laps remaining. But again, Santillan quicker and quicker. Every lap a little bit faster, a couple of tenths of a second. But Bonatoman by himself as well. He's a full second in front of that duo of Macha and Schniegenberg trying to close up. All those drivers are running 54.2s. Looks to me like Bonatoman may have things handled a little bit here in that category as well.
Yeah, I think he should be all right. So maybe this is the next best battle. Outside of a pushback bumper penalty or something else that would drop them out of the top 3, the closest fight from the front is that fight for P4 between Maxwell Macha and Colton Schniegenberg. 2 drivers entering their 2nd year in the micro class. Macha moved up really early on, and now both of them, I would say, looking to be bigger name guys through the season. We go behind them. Giglio's pack is 8 seconds away, so big gap back from 4th and 5th on the racetrack here with 4 laps to go. No real changes since we last looked at him. It's still Giglio over De Janeiro, Diaz, De La Vega, Torres, and Bergman at the end of it. They're all single file, about a car length apart, exiting 6 beyond your screens. You're not missing any much there, and Parker Rives is not going to arrive at the moment. He's still 6.5 away.
India, the gaps we have right now are big enough that they're just not going to be able to get overcome, and drivers are where they are right now. Let's put it that way. You kind of lay down the best laps you can. You keep pushing because you mentioned the potential for pushback bumpers as well. It's a 3-second penalty for a 1 pushback bumper, so your best bet is to continue to push forward. You never know when you get closer into that 3-second barrier that you may find yourself with one more spot before it's all said and done. It's a 5.9-second lead for the number 73 of Antonio Pizzogno Nito. We're watching this battle a little bit further back. That's that number 27 of Bonatoman, rather. He's got the 17. That's Masha in the 23, rather. I've struggled to get that 27 and 23, have I not? It's the 23 of Maxwell Macha and the 17 of Colton Schniegenberg. That's the drivers. That's 3rd and 4th on the racetrack. They've done a good job, Xander, in closing up on Gianpaolo Bonatoman. I thought that he may have had 3rd locked and loaded, but they've been quicker significantly coming up every lap, and they've closed this thing down to the point where they're ready to potentially battle for that position.
Well, they were, and then there was that big bobble right there on screen in turn 12 from Colton Schniegenberg where he went a little bit wide in the final corner, so now it's all on Macha. Yeah, big time loss, and it went all the way down the whole straightaway. I think he'd probably be about a second back now as they exit the hairpin. He's not even in frame, so it's Macha versus Bonatoman. This is the spot for the final battle for the final spot on the podium. Bonatoman knows it. He covers off the inside into 5. Macha gets a good exit. Again, Macha teammates there with Valentino Santillan and the SLA Kart Racing banner. It'd be a great run for the small Argentinian South Florida-based team to get 2 spots on the box in the Micro Swift class of 30-plus drivers as the Ricer Racing Micro Swift weekend comes to a close. This time by the white flag will wave. The leaders already got it. They're still fighting for 3rd. Here they go to the final corner. Can Macha cross him over? He's got the momentum. He's got a nose. He's going to be there by turn 1, and Maxwell Macha backs out. Almost, man. I thought he had that one.
Thought about it, didn't he, Xander? He was right down the inside. I think he had the motion. He had that momentum. I was with you. I thought he was going to be able to get the job done, but backs out into the corner. It is still going to be Bonatoman holding on. This is the battle right now here for 3rd and 4th and 5th potentially still as well. Schniegenberg trying to close back up. Indeed, he's there as they continue to battle. Let's watch for Macha to potentially try the tight line coming through 7 and 8. He's not able to make it work. Xander, final lap, final couple of corners here. Bonatoman versus Macha and Schniegenberg.
Yeah, Bonatoman almost there, but meanwhile, across the line, Antonio Pizzogno Nito completes a perfect weekend in Ricer Racing Micro Swift, sweeps every session. Here's that fight for P3. Look at Macha trying to get low, can't do it. Bonatoman hangs on, and here comes Schniegenberg, almost there at the line for 4th.
Yeah, Schniegenberg 28 thousandths of a second back of Macha at the line. Bonatoman, though, able to hold him off with a nice line coming down into turn number 12. Antonio Pizzogno Nito, the back-to-back Jacks, wins both main events here in the Micro Swift category, 5.2 seconds the lead. It was 6.9 at one point. Valentino Santillan did a tremendous job. Fast lap of the race of 53.008. And every lap, I think probably from lap 10 on, he was quicker than the leader. Once he got into second, every lap he was faster than Pizzonia Nito. But again, Pizzonia Nito did not need to push it at 100%. Back it down to 90. Cruised it home to a couple of wins. But Santian, considering where he qualified, the issue he had to work his way up as forward as he did. Again, look at all the drivers.
A lot of them, they're flagged off for lap traffic. Not too many there.
How many in total, Xander? We got the top 16, 17th on down, all black flag.
That's how quick Pizzonia Nito was
He's
going.
Fast. Yeah, he's fast. There's no doubt. Able to clear through everybody. 16 drivers able to finish the race off in total. But the bottom line is Santian able to get himself back up to second spot. He keeps himself in championship contention. There's no doubt about that.
He's going to be close. He just needs one slip up or one better weekend. And, well, it's only 2 weekends in total, so he's going to get a shot at him when we go back the other direction and go clockwise when we come back here in 1 month's time for rounds 3 and 4 of the championship. But Pizzonia Nito against Santian keeps him honest, but not him in there. There was also a last lap pass for Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres, getting by on Luke Giglio, beats the Georgia driver for 6. Giglio 7th on that Motez Sport Paralyn. Bergman De Janeiro, and again Parker Ives as De Janeiro faded back to 9th. Ives gets within a couple seconds of him at the end. 18 spots gained from the back of the grid. All the way up to 10th. Very impressive drive for the second day in a row for the RPM Nitro Kart driver.
Yeah, and if this indeed ends up being Parker Ives' drop, right? If it's not his drop, it's still a top 10 finish. If it's his drop, then he's still in good shape going to battle Pizzonia Nito before it's all said and done. Again, a lot of drivers still in the hunt. 1 drop this year. I was corrected from yesterday. 1 drop, so your 3 best results. So we'll count for the championship here this weekend. So once again, we'll see the success. They see the success and the emotion down on pit lane here right now.
Yeah, Antonio Pizzonia Nito continuing to get the congratulations. There we go. And got the shot up as he got a big hug from Dad and from team owner Fabio Orsolone. Got to be happy with that result for the Brazilian kid as he was able to once again pull away by a huge, huge margin here today. Congrats to him as well. The rest of the Microswift field will cycle on through. A little more cleanup, and then it's time to go racing with KA Jr. We'll take a commercial break and come back with more. You're watching Kart Chaser's coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series, round number 2. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round.
You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Welcome back here to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, presented by MG Tires. The Microswift main event wrapped up, and we've talked about this kid coming through the field both days here. Parker Ives picks up 18 spots unofficially to get to 10th by the end of the main from the tail end of the field. The RPM Nitro Kart driver is down with Emery.
Yeah, here with Parker Ives, the hard charger in the Microswift category in the final. Parker, you had a difficult pre-final, got in an incident, but in the final, 18 spots from 28th to 10th. Talk me through your race.
I knew I had to go at the start, so I tried to have a nice clean start, and then on the first lap, I knew I had to gain a lot of positions.
Yeah, and the first lap was really good for you. The rest of the race, you stayed consistent, made up a number of good positions, and most importantly, kept it clean. Who do you like to thank for this effort?
My dad, my mechanic, RPM, and that's it.
Yeah, well, there you have it, Parker Ives. He was on the podium yesterday, a sensational drive today. He'll be one to watch in Microswift heading into the 2023 season. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Emery. Again, great drive for Parker Ives as the track begins to populate with the KA100 Juniors. A sold-out class of 50 total drivers here. And man, oh man, are we in store, or do we have a show in store for you? 22 laps. The main event here this afternoon for the K100 Junior Division, presented by Motaz Sport. Let's take you through the starting lineup here as they work their way onto the front straightaway and down the backstretch, nice and slow behind the top two. Stephen Miller will start on the pole in the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic. To his outside, Jensen Burnett in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart, and they are nearly stopped here on the back straightaway. A big slowdown here for Stephen Miller, and they are crawling. I'm not sure if they were waiting on a couple drivers to get together or what's going on over here. I think we're just waiting on them to come around. This might be some gamesmanship maybe from Stephen Miller or what it is we've got going on, because the juniors are just barely going. I think they're going to finally tell them to pick it up a little bit here, maybe over towards the final corner. The whole field's together. We've got everyone, no one to wait on. Oh, wait for him to make his way around the final corner, but it gives everybody time to line the fences here for what should be a very entertaining main event and probably the slowest pace lap we've seen in a minute. We've seen all kinds of different strategies to get the field either spread apart or pulled together. Stephen Miller will round the final turn here in that CDR Kart Republic, and maybe again he's tuned on that carburetor to try and lean himself out for the start. So when we talk to lean or rich on the carburetors, it's the amount of fuel load that comes into the engine. Well, at low RPMs and you just flood it with fuel, it's going to bog down and kind of get a little bit too much. So you'll see a lot of drivers, especially in the older classes, reach over, lean the carburetor down so that way they can mash the gas and not flood it with too much gas and then open it back up by the time they get down to the start line. Miller might be trying to do that or might be set for that right now, and that's why you're seeing him keep him so slow and now get on the power. And here we go. We're finally green, and you can see a few drivers there definitely bogged down on the outside lane that fell backwards here on the start. So Stephen Miller, ultimately, though, I don't think got a great run. He will get cleared to the lead. Vid Montien will slot into second. A few drivers collected over in turn number one, but not too many out of the pack, and it's spread out as they head for turn number 5 for the very first time here, Rob. It's Stephen Miller, Enzo Vid Montien to second, Jensen Burnett third, pass for the 4th spot. I believe that might have been Max Taylor. No, I think it's actually going to be one of the other RPG Cosmics, potentially Hudson Schwartz in the 829 getting himself further in the top 5, but Miller leads them over to 11.
Another incredibly slow start as they crept all the way down the back straight through 12, all the way up to the line. Just oddly slow coming in there, but again, it's worked for Stephen Miller as he's able to pull away once again and leads them across the line for the first time. Vid Montien sliding into second. Burnett, Schwartz, Scorpione, your top 5 as they all work their way through turn number 1 right now. Vid Montien giving chase, trying to reel in Stephen Miller, who has pulled out to the early lead here in the KA100 Junior category. Down to turn number 5. Opening couple of laps in the book, Sander. We're actually halfway through the second lap. Everybody kind of sliding now into single file.
Yeah, the way the start went was kind of interesting because normally you'd think that the way everything's gone today, we'd have a much tighter packed top 10, but it's pretty strung out for the first 15 spots or so. You've got the top two right there, Stephen Miller and Enzo Vidmontien here first and second, hooked up down the back straightaway. Big gap back there to Jensen Burnett, and then it is again Hudson Schwartz in the 829 who's picked up 4 spots. Great start for him, by the way, from the outside row in 8th up to P4. He goes purple that time, so he's rolling. And then, another gap to Scorpione, another gap after Ivana Richards. I mean, it's spread apart, and this is where that extra bit of testing on the long run and the short run is going to come into play because I think Vidmontien and Miller are going to work together again.
And, Xander, you think about the strategy of that start, right? When you're going as slow as you are, the accordion effect of being able to get on the throttle. They all have to wait for Miller to punch off. Once he punches off, he gets there. He's also getting onto the pipe way quicker than everybody else, and by the time they get out of turns number 1 and 2, he's got such a massive lead, and it really worked well for him, whether or not SKUSA allows to keep that going, because we've seen such a wide spectrum of speed. Norberg came rolling through the one start yesterday and then left half the field in his dust. This time, of course, everybody crawling behind Stephen Miller. It'll be interesting to see if SKUSA elects to do something there to kind of solidify and maybe have more consistency in start speeds. But nonetheless, it's paid off for the two drivers up front, Miller and Vidmontien. Burnett right there as well. But Hudson Schwartz goes purple on lap number 3, trying to tighten everything up, less than a second, separate the top 4 drivers.
Yeah, leave it to drivers to make our rule books even longer by adding some more regulations here. I mean, the thing is, again, like what I was talking with one of the officials earlier, everything they're doing is technically legal. They're not punching off early. They're just having different pace speeds to that point, and especially on the outlap itself. There's a commitment line that they have to be in position, but it's not a slow-down cone. You don't slow down after the commitment line. You don't slow down at the formation line either. You can still go whatever pace you want. It's just a matter of being at a safe pace when you get into that start box and not accelerating before the box. In Norberg's case, he was quick, but he did not accelerate before the start box, and Miller was slow, waited till the start box. So both of them within the legal parameters. Is there going to be more regulation? Do we get a speed gun out? I don't know, but it's always the driver's fault here at this point. They need to be put in a box, and every time you put them in a box, they find a way out, you make a new box.
100%. That's very, very true. Top 4 drivers out front with a bit of a gap here right now. 1.7 seconds from Hudson Schwartz back to Leonardo Scorpione. Last time by, you see the gap all the way back to Scorpione. Here are your front 4 drivers. And yeah, way back there coming into the screen is a Scorpione. So the front-running quartet out front. Now here's the thing, Xander. So easy out of the gate here right now. 18 laps still to go. Do the top 4 drivers all work together right now for the rest of the time and just pull away? Or does the Scorpione and Ivana Richards get a chance to close in if they start racing?
I don't know. I mean, the thing is Jensen Burnett and Hudson Schwartz have really tried to claw their way forward to the top 2. They've seen how quick Enzo Vidmontien and Stephen Miller were in those first few laps. I would, if I'm 3rd or 4th, at least climb my way up to 1st or 2nd, just so if my cart falls off and theirs doesn't, I don't lose track of them. You're always, you want at least one driver right behind you as a safety net, basically, to push you if you start to fade. The higher up you get in that pack, the safer you are. At the same time, like you said, the more they pass, and if they get passed back, it all of a sudden opens the door for Scorpione and Richards. But Richards and the Scorpione, I don't think they need to worry about them yet. They were 3 to 4 tenths slower than the entire pack last time by.
Lead group's got pace, but as you said, what do you always try to do when you're in the lead group? You try to drop the guy at the back of the pack. If you're not the guy at the back of the pack, you're not the guy getting dropped, right?
Exactly.
So like I said, if there's 4, just don't be 4.
Just don't be 4. Be 3rd, and realistically, it's still a little bit scary because the guys in 2nd and 3rd could bobble fighting for 2nd, and the leader's gone.
Yeah.
So really, again, when the pack is more than 2 cars, the safest spot is always in the lead, no matter any way you cut it. When you have just 2 drivers, like how it was before with Vidmontien and Miller, I think he's Vidmontien's in just as good of a spot as Steven.
Yeah, of course you are. Yeah.
But now, with the pack being at 4 strong, if I'm Enzo, I take one look back. If I'm all over Steven in the center of the corner anywhere, which is how you know if you're faster than someone, not at the end of the straight, but in the center to the exit of the turn, if he's hitting him, I'm going, no matter what the situation is. So he's catching him only at the end of the straight. Does he go now? Not turn 1.
And what's happening right now to Hudson Schwartz? Just a half a second back, getting dropped off the tail, like you said. Had he made a move potentially to 3rd, it wouldn't have happened. Nonetheless, everybody's rolling. That's a Scorpione and Richards. We followed there for a second. Here they come through turn number 4 now. There's a Scorpione and Ivana Richards out of turn number 4 hairpin. The gap now 2.7 back. And although they're setting their fastest laps of the race, you said it, Xander, they are significantly back, anywhere between 2, 3, 4, almost a half a second slower than some of the drivers in front of them, as Burnett does a 49.9. First driver to break the 50-second mark.
And so they battled for second as we go back and forth between the two groups. This is, again, the other scenario that can happen and why I thought Enzo Vidmontien was no longer safe. Burnett and him went at it. Stephen Miller has been gifted a 0.7 of a second advantage over them because they fought from turn 4 to turn number 5, and Vidmontien had to block. So in the case of, let's say, Hudson Schwartz, not only was he not safe from being dropped, but second and third did something he did not, and it cost them time to the leader. Although that time, that was a mistake on his own. He dropped a tire out of turn 3. He's on the verge of losing toe once again.
Yeah, he's got to put his head down and get back into this fight right now. Jensen Burnett locked on the rear bumper of Enzo Vidmontien. Stephen Miller actually pulling a little bit more cushion, so a little bit of comfort for Stephen Miller. Probably about 4 or 5 kart lengths as they come out of turn number 9 once again. Stephen Miller in the Chad Dockin Racing FA car trying to pull away to get the race win here in KA100 Junior, the category brought to you by Motaz Sports. Still very early in the run, 8 laps down, still 14 laps remaining in this one here. If you're watching online, the 19 to go is not what is actually happening. 13 laps remaining in this run here right now. 9 down, 13 to go, and a 22-lap main event. Half-second lead right now for Stephen Miller, although Vidmontien, Xander last time by, just over a 1/10.5 quicker.
Yeah, just a little bit, right? And that's, all he needs is to get a 10th a lap, 10th a lap, 10th a lap, and then once he gets to 3/10 back, the draft will bring him the rest of the way. So Enzo Vidmontien, 3 to 4 car lengths away, and then here's that next group again outside the edge of the top 5. You've got Scorpione, Richards, followed by Carson Weinberg and Jackson Wolney. And since we talked about Hudson Schwartz losing ground, well, Schwartz gave up about half a second to that group right there. So they're gaining quite a bit on him here with 12 laps to go.
Yeah, we lost one driver off in the outside of turn number 10. Not quite sure who that was. That was the last time by. Trying to figure out who it is that has not come by the stripe. It might have been Ty Fisher or David Ramirez. We lost 2 drivers here, have not come around to put lap number 8 in the books. We've already lost Cole Wilson, Quentin Angelelli, and Asier Torres Jr. So Fisher and Ramirez look to be out deep in the field as well. One of those drivers, as I said, off on the outside of turn number 10.
Well, we'll wait for our ticker to update here. Unfortunately, a little bit of an issue with that system, but nonetheless, we are more than just 19 laps away from the checkered flag. This time by, we'll be halfway. 11 in, 11 to go. Vidmontien tracking down Stephen Miller, bringing Jensen Burnett with him. Hudson Schwartz has lost the draft, is in fear of potentially getting hunted down for that 4th spot from the second group, but the top 3, now I think they're almost invincible. I don't see them getting caught by that next group. There's not really enough battling they can do. This pass here by Vidmontien, safe. Maybe a 10th loss, and they've got a 4-second cushion.
They're in great shape right now. They're 1.5 seconds ahead of Schwartz. Schwartz is 1.8 seconds ahead of a Scorpione. So seems like a 3-driver battle at to the end here. Still halfway to go. I just want to throw this out there. Jensen Burnett running the same place he was yesterday when he won. He was 3rd place in the final lap. In fact, down to the final corner was 3rd spot, able to do the over-under. I'm sure he's feeling a little bit of comfort right now already having done that, but he does not want to get dropped by these leaders up front.
No, but like you said, this is deja vu from Saturday afternoon with these 3 here. Vidmontien, of course, Miller was blocking that inside. Vidmontien trying to move him out of the groove. Neither of the moves worked out well, and now the roles are reversed, and Burnett, like you said, in the same catbird seat that he was 1 day ago.
But does he think it's going to happen again, right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's a possibility. Now Miller gets to return the favor. The only difference is Miller might lay off the brake even a little bit more than Vidmontien does and really make sure that he moves him out of the groove for sure. But, yeah. Does lightning strike twice?
That's
is the
exactly
question.
it.
I don't know.
I'm keeping the look behind them, too, to Hudson Schwartz to see if he can dial some speed in here right now. He's not anywhere near where they were. He was about a half a second off, maybe 4/10 off of Burnett last time by to drop more speed. He's trying to reel him in, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Could be a 3-driver fight here till the end. Put lap number 13 in the books. Call it 9 to go with Vidmontien up front. The gap between 3rd and 4th now almost 2 full seconds. So, Xander, I think you were bang on that this trio is the lineup that we're going to see fight for the rest of this one. Vidmontien, Miller, and Burnett. The sad thing is we're not going to see Burnett a lot, at least not to the next weekend here, the Winter Series, as he's heading to Europe to run some races as well. Being very impressive out of the gate here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that's supposedly what the deal will be, is that Jensen Burnett is slated to move on. I talked with Ryan Perry. He was excited because, we got one in the wall. One heavily in the wall in the final corner. That is the 824 machine. That was about midway through the pack that hit the outside retaining wall here. That is going to be Jake Giordano, who is running around the early 30s at the moment of the crash. So Giordano able to get back going, but making contact with the wall here in turn number 12. But now with 8 laps to go, 14 down. Vidmontien obviously went back by on Stephen Miller just a lap prior there in turn number 5. But, yeah, I mean, Burnett, the thing about Burnett is if they decide all of a sudden to try and make things work to come back for next month with, from what I understand, contracts, agreements, all set, Ryan Perry was happy because he already pre-sold his go-kart. So this kart that was brand new on Thursday morning has already been sold to a new customer. So Burnett will need to find himself a different set of tubes to run on, but I don't think that'll be a big problem with the performance he's got. Ryan Perry would be happy to find it if he wants to come back.
Yeah, I would agree with you right now. Burnett, of course, getting that win, the over-under yesterday, a strong run for him. But, again, watch these drivers work their way up the straightaway again. Hudson Schwartz all by himself in that 4th position. Keeps digging, though. Schwartz has his head down. 50.0, 50.0, 50.1. Schwartz at 50.1 as well. So he's turning pretty good lap times, although Jackson Wolney behind him by 2.8 seconds. He just turned his fast time, as did a Scorpione. Wolney able to get by to go into P5. So a good run here as well for Jackson Wolney, up 12 spots. Started in the 17th position. Wolney is driven all the way to P5. Best run we've seen out of the drivers here as he has worked his way forward. Nice drive for Jackson Wolney. Up front, though, it's Vidmontien, Miller, and Burnett. Vidmontien looking very strong and really relaxed up front as well. None of these drivers showing any sense of over-urgency. They're just kind of calm, setting things down here right now, and I think all 3 of these drivers are guys we could watch run up front throughout the season.
Yeah, there we go through. You can see the gaps all the way down the order. Jackson Wolney able to get himself up 12 spots, pick up all that time, and again start to edge the gap out over a Scorpione and company. Carson Weinberg down in 7th. Max Taylor, who had got taken out, it looks like, here at the start of this one. He started down up in the 3rd spot after a solid pre-final. Has gone purple, 49.810. Some other notables here that had to come from the back of the field. Well, Ernesto Rivera is up 32 positions to 17th. And he's still got a lot more he can get to. I think he should be able to get to at least the top 15, maybe as high as 13th or 12th before the end of this one if nothing changes. So Jackson Wolney, the highest, second highest running Rollison Performance Group Cosmic, making it a 4-5 combo here in the top 5. Well, up front, things are getting a little bit wild here. Vidmont, I think someone from the crash, there is some dirt on the racetrack here at turn number 12. Everybody in the leaders went wide there and was really slow. Vidmontien, Miller, and Burnett all had to jam on the brakes to stay on the racetrack. That's something that I can't remember who mentioned it earlier as Miller goes by, but since we've added these grass patches onto the racetrack now, there's a lot of dirt and dust and marbles that can get brought on by wrecks further down the field. The leader's first ones to hit it, and it's just like ice.
Jensen Burnett followed Stephen Miller through to get by, so Vidmontien goes all the way back to 3rd. Vidmontien back up on the wheel of that pass that we saw. Check this out, though, right now. That was over in turn number 4. Stephen Miller's now got Jensen Burnett. Big run for Burnett. He's going to try to the inside potentially. They'll go side-by-side slide job there for Burnett. He will lead now coming across. And indeed, 4 laps to go. Now, remember I talked about that sense of urgency? Dial it up to another level. They all know they need to be up front. Nobody wants to be P3. Burnett has gone into P1 right now in the RPM Tony kart. Moved the Chad Dockin Racing Kart Republic FA machine for Stephen Miller into 2nd. Or is he actually on a KR or is it the FA? I think it's the KR, isn't it?
He's on the KR in this one, the FA on the X30 Jr division. He's running one of each.
There you
go.
go.
So a Kart Republic here in KA Jr for Stephen Miller. And with all this passing, and especially with that big goof lap for everybody hitting the dirt, entering turn number 12, it's brought Hudson Schwartz back into it. He's at the end of this train. So it is Jensen Burnett, Stephen Miller. Vidmontien goes wide. Big mistake in 12. I don't know what's on the racetrack that's so dirty over there in that final corner zone, but Vin Montien, I think, has been hit by it the most. Either that or he may have a tire going down.
I wonder. That's what I'm wondering whether that's what it is, because he obviously had some trouble coming out of turn number 12. Hudson Schwartz went by him pretty easily. So Schwartz now pulling away. He's up to P3. Remember I said from the top of the day, talking to Hudson over at RPG, he's got sore ribs. Got out of the car a little bit in practice, damned those ribs a bit, and he is struggling. Did not run the warm-up this morning, but Hudson Schwartz potentially onto the podium here as he's able to get by Vid Montien, who could be struggling with some kind of a technical aspect on that machine. Stephen Miller leads again. Laps winding down here in KA100 Jr. We'll put lap 20 in the books this time by 2 laps to go here as Miller leads Burnett.
Stephen Miller trying to pull away. Jensen Burnett trying to go back-to-back, take all the top points off the table, and then run away here before the championship concludes in February. As the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart exits turn 3, the gap opens to a car length and a half up to Miller, and here with just a lap and a half to go. No blocking yet. Right now, if you're Jackson Wolney, you are Jensen Burnett's biggest fan because you want him to get up there, mess with Miller, force him to block. At the moment, he's not close enough. 2 car lengths back. Miller can take his normal line, not worry about a dive bomb in 9, and run through turns 10 and 11. He's got the white flag waiting him here this time by Stephen Miller. Entered with 300 feet to go in yesterday's main event as the leader. Can he finally pull off the checkered flag here in Homestead? One more lap to decide it.
Big run down the straightaway there to turn 12, and definitely Burnett using the draft. He's close back up on the final circuit. He's within a half a length as they come through turn 1 and 2. Not a good run through turn number 2, though, there for Burnett. Can't get the cart to get rotated. He'll close back up on the short chute down to turn number 4. Through 4, still clean right now for Stephen Miller. Quick look over the shoulder. Will he run the midline? He does not. Goes way wide on the outside. Good line there. And Xander, here comes Burnett once again.
So Jensen Burnett looking, turn 7 and 8. Miller's going to go narrow there, little narrow into 9. He's going to have the final corner. And Stephen Miller, I'm sure, feeling how things went yesterday, just hoping there's no one close enough to do a double crossover. Burnett is going to have to make it happen on his own. It won't fall into his lap. Miller leaves the door open because he's not close enough. Stephen Miller wins on Sunday.
Yeah, big retribution for Stephen Miller to score the win that eluded him yesterday. He ends up winning. Burnett comes home in third, or second rather. Schwartz in third. Great run for Hudson Schwartz. Vid Montien, 4th spot. Jackson Wolney up 12 positions to go to P5. It's a Scorpione in 6th. Ivana Richards 7th. Big group there coming behind Ivana Richards with Max Taylor. Carson Weinberg up 3 spots to 9th. Sarah Bradley up 6th. And Diego Ardiles holding station there as well. Look a little further down. There is Ernesto Rivera. How about a 35 position improvement for Rivera? He ends up coming home P14. Strong drive all around, but for Stephen Miller, Xander, that's recovery from yesterday. Obviously had that win, you said 300 feet away from potentially getting the victory. This time able to hold back Burnett over the final circuit.
Yeah, finally gets it through, and again, he doesn't really have to block all too much. He managed that race perfectly, kept an eye on where the gap was, knew who he was racing against with Jensen Burnett, knew he wasn't going to go and just clean him out, and a respect to Jensen as well. Yeah. Knowing that he's not in the points fight, knowing that Miller probably is coming back here in February to fight for a championship, he didn't try a crazy dive bomb from 3 car lengths back that could potentially take them both out. Big sign of respect to Jensen Burnett for that. I'm sure he would have loved to get away another win, but, first and a second to come out here in KA Jr. and then a lineup for X30 Jr. later this afternoon. Very, very solid results for Jensen, so can't knock him at all for that.
Here's your unofficial top 5. Miller with the win, Burnett second, Schwartz third, Vid Montien fourth, and Jackson Wolney rounding out the top 5s. There's the remainder of the unofficial results for KA100 Jr. 2 races down, 6 more coming at you here. We're a couple of minutes away from KA100 Sr. We'll watch those drivers, Xander, work their way up in here to the scale line. Some aggressive racing. And again, a lot of these drivers doing double duty. They got to go back out again later today for X30 Jr.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media.
Out of the KA100 frying pan and into the fire here for KA100 Senior Junior to Senior Junior was a heck of a race for sure. Can Aiden Levy do it again? What a huge victory for him yesterday. Xander able to get his first national win. He'll start on the pole alongside the veteran Nicholas Terlecki.
Yeah, what a shakeup here with all the pushback bumper penalties and results. It's not just them up front that's changed. Luke Welcome is third, and Vinny Maskelis been pretty silent most of this week. The Texas-based driver entering his second year in senior competition, pitted on his own, but in the RPM Tony Kart colors as an affiliate. And then Austin Jers and Josh Oates on row 3.
Yeah, look at Peyton Phillips in 7th, but you look at Colin Lloyd and Thomas Stelzer, man, it's all pushed back deep in the field. Trouble here for a driver deeper in the field, can't get the thing to throttle up. And we're underway. Green flag flying, and we are rolling here right now. Big pushback bumper penalties laid down to really shake up the grid coming in here to the main event, and we are underway. Yesterday's winner, Aiden Levy, has gone to P1. He'll defend down to the bottom to try to get out of this opening couple of hairpins with the lead. Terlecki's going to cover him off, run that wingman spot. This time, though, thinking about the inside, he will definitely go. Move Terlecki in the Merlin to P1, coming out of turn number 5 over to 6. Levy wisely trying to tuck in there as well. Opening lap just getting rolling. Luke Welcome now up to P3.
Luke Welcome with a much better start than yesterday. Last time he started a main event here 24 hours ago, he was nearly in the wall. And today he's up to 3rd here on the opening circuit, looking pretty good as they work their way towards the final corner and down the front straightaway. It'll be all Nick Terlecki towards turn number 1. Levy 2nd, Welcome 3rd. Single file here in the main event. One down, 21 laps to go. We got one in the barrier out of the final corner. I think that maybe it's ending with a 9. I'm not sure who we've lost over there. Might be Xavier Diaz in the Tony Kart, but I don't know for sure. Either way here, we'll go side by side. No, it's
Alexander Dalbon potentially off the racetrack there, as you had said. But, man, a lot of action right now here up front for sure. Terlecki led coming across the line. Thomas Stolzer, man, is dropping 3 spots. Xander on the opening circuit. He'll go outside the top 10 to 12th.
Big move there from Colin Lloyd for 4th. He gets by on the OTK of Vinny Maskelis. Maskelis back to 5th ahead of Austin Jers. It's a 6, nearly 7 driver breakaway back to Diego Ardiles. Thomas Stolzer-Manis back in the group with ZCD coming across the line. Lots of battling back behind the top 6, but since it's tame up front, we're going to send it down to Alexander Searle, who has caught up with finally some retribution here for Stephen Miller. He's a winner here today on Sunday, Alex.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm here with Stephen Miller, your winner in the X30 Jr Final. Stephen, flag-to-flag victory, but, I mean, it wasn't easy, obviously. You got out to an early lead, but about halfway through, it seemed like the cart fell off. You had to fend off a hard-charging Jensen Burnett there, but you came out with the victory. Walk me through it.
So at the start of the race, I had to keep it smooth, get a little wet, and I had to be really smart because if I jerked the wheel, the tires would get hot and I'll slide everywhere. So I just had to take it easy the whole race. Enzo first passed me. I had to keep it smooth, keep it smart, passed him back. We had a little battle there, and I just had to be smart, and then I carried on with the victory.
Awesome, yeah. One more question. Who's like to thank for this victory?
I want to thank my mechanic, Chad Dawkin, and my team, Jack Dawkin Racing, my friends, family, and everyone that supports me.
Awesome, yeah. And that's your winner, guys, for X30 Jr. Back to you guys in the booth.
You know, we talk about it, Xander, that a weekend like this, the Winter Series, really kind of can set the tone for the entire campaign. People wonder, hey, why do you run in the winter? Is the Pro Tour's coming in March? There's reasons why we get in here and get started in January. It's been a couple of months since some of these drivers have gone wheel to wheel. Others, as you said before, running the Sunshine State Karting Challenge, but some not. Some of the guys more in the north want to come down and do some racing, get the season off to a successful start. For a kid like Stephen Miller, this has got him rolling in the right direction. It's been a good weekend. He's not done yet with X30 Jr still coming, but he's already a race winner here for 2023.
Yeah, and again, great confidence going into that X30 Jr main to finally get the monkey off his back. You have to think he went to bed yesterday a little bit frustrated, thinking he kind of gave away one there in the main event. So with XK Sr, on the other hand, really heating up at the front of the field. We've got a ton of passing going on. Colin Lloyd's gone to the lead. Terlecki side by side for second, and him and Aiden Levy just banged tires, and they're going to go 3 wide. Levy's going to go to P2. It's getting physical here in a hurry as they head towards the carousel.
Yeah, Welcome did not want to give it up there. You saw he could potentially lost a couple of spots, jumped over that curb in turn number 6, took a lot of it to try to cleanly get through here, but again, a lot of action early. Little excitement here early on. Again, we're only 4 laps into a 22-lap contest, but they're dropping the hammer big time right now. And Colin Lloyd has somehow worked his way to the front. Remember, he started back in 8th position with that pushback bumper penalty, but he has already worked his way to the front. 7/10 advantage over Aiden Levy.
Yeah, great deal there as they go side by side for third, and we're going to go into the grass for Terlecki. He and Peyton Phillips were playing a game of chicken. Neither one backed out. Terlecki through the dirt at the outside of 3. He'll lose 3 or 4 more spots. Let's go side by side here with the overhead cam as Emery Light has caught up with another one of our KA Junior top finishers. Emery?
Thank you, Xander. Here with Hudson Schwartz, who has had an eventful weekend to say the least. We haven't done a lot to cover it, but for those that don't know, Hudson, you've had quite the weekend in terms of fighting with pain. Just describe it for me.
Yeah, so on happy hour, it was in the rain, and I hit a curb wrong, fell out of my seat, and landed on my rib. And it's been really hard. I went to the ER yesterday. They checked it out, and I had to struggle through the pain and come home with a good result today.
Yeah, now talking about today, ended up on the podium, 8th to 3rd in the final. A breakout result for you, new colors, obviously, this weekend with the Rawson Performance Group team, and a really great race. Just talk me through your final and how you were able to make up those 5 spots.
So at the start, it was pretty much just don't get crashed out, try to make as many spots as you can smartly. And then in the middle of the race, I started falling back a bit, and they were really bump drafting, and I had no draft. Then when they started battling, I put my head down and caught up to them, and took it home with the 3rd place.
For sure. Now, lastly, you have had a really great last few months, and today it really kind of just bookmarks to the 3rd place finish. Who would you like to thank for this podium effort?
I'd like to thank my grandpa for taking me here, my mechanic Sergio and Ciro for helping me out, and my dad and my mom and my whole family for believing in me.
For sure. Obviously an incredible result there for Hudson Schwartz from the ER to the podium in less than 24 hours. What a day. Back to you, Xander.
Yeah, what a fantastic drive for Hudson to be able to battle through the pain and to be able to keep digging. Even though he had fallen back to 4th, we thought he had kind of was gone. He was able to close back up. But a great drive for him to get on to the podium. Up front right now, Colin Lloyd still leading the way, 0.8 of a second out front. You can see the gap there between Aiden Levy. Luke Welcome is rolling up. He just turned his fastest lap. But Xander, the fastest driver on the racetrack now from P4 was Peyton Phillips last time by.
Yeah, Peyton Phillips had to get pretty physical early on in this race and just trying to hang on to where he was. He's up 3 spots from 7th on the grid, digging his way forward and towards the front. Now, one thing to keep in mind here, Colin Lloyd, who is continuing to pull away, and get himself in a better and better position. He put another 2/10 on Aiden Levy. Luke Welcome was quicker than both of them. Welcome's going to go by Levy here for second. Phillips was almost as quick as Luke Welcome last time by, so Levy fading, needs to let maybe someone go and lead the charge forward. We still got a long way left in this one. Colin Lloyd's not out of the dark just yet. He's only got a second lead, but they are going to need to be smart here. This is a crucial point of this race right now, right here with Luke Welcome at the front. He's got to put some good laps together, be the one to lead the charge back to the front.
The big thing, here's the outlier right now, is Thomas Stolzer-Manis, who fell all the way back to 12th, has fought his way back up to P5. He is not going to stay in 5th. They're not going to line up. You know that Stolzer-Manis, the minute he gets here, is going to be moving forward. Indeed, here goes Peyton Phillips. He's going to go to the inside of Aiden Levy down into turn number 1, so move Peyton Phillips up into 3rd. You've got Luke Welcome into 2nd. Stolzer-Manis ready to attack right now. He's going to pick it to the inside. Yeah, here comes Stolzer-Manis. Like I said, that Energy Kart driver is not waiting for anybody right now. He gets going by as well, so move Aiden Levy from 2nd back into the 4th spot, 5th spot actually pretty quickly over the course of about 4 corners. Right now he's got the rear bumper of Stolzer-Manis right with him, and we'll see what happens here. But as I said, Thomas Stolzer-Manis, who started outside of the top 5, dropped to 12th, fights his way back, now up to P4. Purple lap last time by. He's the guy we should be watching right now with the possibility of getting into 2nd and then potentially reeling in the leader.
Yeah, he needs, again, them to either let him go easily or for them to go. And right now Luke Welcome is hitting the go button. Yeah. He picks up another 2/10 off Colin Lloyd, drops it down to a second difference between himself and the race leader. Peyton Phillips was a little bit slower than him. He was about even, and he's going to have Stolzer-Manis looking. Maybe turn 5 down the inside and got him. Yeah. P3 for Stolzer-Manis, and not a lot of time lost. Smart move there by Phillips.
And you could see the speed that Stolzer-Manis had coming out of 4. Really got a good run out of there. Kept the kart to the inside. He's been taking care of the tires. He now goes to P3. You said it, though. Luke Welcome has been chipping away at the lead for Colin Lloyd. It's just a second right now. Last time by, he was about 2/10 of a second faster. Open racetrack for Luke Welcome, but here comes Thomas Stolzer-Manis. The Super Nationals winner has got his way in to P3 with open racetrack, a half a second behind Luke Welcome. Both those drivers laying down 48.7s, even making passes. Stolzer-Manis is still quicker than Colin Lloyd, who turned his personal best last time by.
Well, we come to Homestead-Miami Motorplex here multiple years now. This track has had such a resurgence in the club since the rebranding and ownership change back in 2017. And 2 products of that are the top 2 drivers on the racetrack. Colin Lloyd came here a few years ago in Mini. Luke Welcome started in Micro. They have grown up at this place, 2 Miami, Florida locals, and it's so cool to see them on the national stage. They've performed for the last few years. This isn't their first time running up front. In fact, they've also had some good races away from this racetrack as well, but now back on home turf, and they are defending it well against one of the world's best up-and-comers in Thomas Stolzer-Manis, the Energy Corsa North America factory, or Energy Corsa factory driver globally, as well as Nash Motorsports pilot, trying to hunt them down, and he really isn't making much headway. They're dead even the last time by.
Let's give a shout out as well. We've talked about the fact that Magic Kart with Checkered Motorsports and Magic Kart USA have been so good, of course, with AJ Myers. A lot of focus on the gearbox categories. Well, we know that AJ Myers has jumped behind a single speed here and there to get rolling. How about right now a potential win at KA100 SKUSA Winter Series race, the Magic Kart underneath Colin Lloyd. Of course, he's got, as we know, Luke Welcome closing in ever so quickly, but the bottom line is an opportunity for Magic Kart to get a win here in single speed competition as well.
Yeah, and for Colin Lloyd, you know, he's in a really good opportunity here with the T1D Racing Magic Kart USA kind of combination. He's on a developmental chassis design that they're trying to see if will work in 100cc and 125cc competition. It looks pretty good in the 100cc class, if I'd say so myself. Along with that, he's got AJ Myers, mechanic, working on his go-kart as Andrew Pajoso, Mr. Magic Kart, is turning the wrenches for AJ here this week. So he's got one of the best ranked mechanics when it comes to resumes and race wins over the last few years, working on the go-kart. He's got the full support of the Magic Kart USA brand and team, and they have got him in a spot right now exactly what you can ask. All you could ask for as a driver is a piece that you can get out front with, can qualify well, that'll hold together. Now it's on Colin Lloyd to hang on as Thomas Stolzer-Manis passes for second.
There it
He'll
is.
get through on Luke Welcome here, and the clock starts ticking. 14 laps now complete. That means we got 8 to go. and it's Thomas Stolzermanis, one of the world's best, hunting down Miami, Florida's own Colin Lloyd here in KA Senior.
And call it just under a second. The gap right now between first and second. .975 was the gap last time by. Stolzermanis able to get by Luke Welcome, and he's already given himself probably about a length and a half as they come out of turn number 6 through to the inner loop, turn 7 and 8. Stolzermanis, his head down, trying to bounce back from what was a difficult day yesterday. Nothing really went his way throughout the entire 3 sessions, qualifying, pre-final, and final, but this is an opportunity to put that one behind him, call that his drop, and potentially walk away with a race win here. He'll have to keep digging to try to close up here on Colin Lloyd, who started the main event yesterday, one of the main events, backwards into the barriers to fight his way back. Things going better for both these drivers, P1 and P2 here on Sunday.
Yeah, much better turnaround here for both of them. But on the flip side, if Thomas Stolzermanis returns for rounds 3 and 4 here, he still had a really decent day as a whole in KA Senior. He's going to have more points than them going into the final weekend, or at least count yesterday as a drop. For everybody, maybe it's even, but Thomas Stolzermanis is still the best points position at the moment, I think, out of the 3 at the pointy end of the field. For Lloyd here, still only 6 car lengths up, but Stolzermanis is moving. Last time by, they were dead even. I think this time by, he's at least chopped a 10th off, if not 2, and Welcome has as well. And don't count out Peyton Phillips and Austin Jers. They've also started to get going. Aiden Levy is still there as well. Everybody quicker than Colin Lloyd that time by.
Back-to-back purple laps for Stolzermanis, 49.363, almost 4/10 faster than Colin Lloyd last time by. The gap down to less than half a second. So Stolzermanis is coming. It's inevitable that he's going to be able to land on the rear bumper and potentially make the move. 16 laps down, 6 laps remaining. Colin Lloyd up front setting his own laps, but again, Stolzermanis now to within a length and a half as they come through the inner loop to turn number 9. The energy driver putting his head down, trying to reel in this Magic Kart USA pile. They're worked their way out of the 11th corner down the straightaway, and it's going to be a length. No, he's going to be on the bumper when they come through turn 12. Do we get a pass into turn number 1? Stolzermanis right there. He'll look to the inside. A bid for the lead to the inside. Book it. He's through. Stolzermanis takes over the lead.
Thomas Stolzermanis now trying to set sail as Colin Lloyd goes back on to find where he lost all that pace, and now Stolzermanis got away. Half a car length back out of turn 5. Stolzermanis hopping in the seat. This is the golden opportunity here for Energy Kart's Golden Boy to try and pull away from the rest of the pack. Lloyd knows he's just got to be smart through this final sector of the racetrack. If he can put a decent run here, the draft on that backstretch from turns 11 to 12 and the front straightaway will pull him back up. He'll get a shot at him again, but he's got to be good through the 90s. Otherwise, Luke Welcome's going to bear down on him, and it could all change up again. Lloyd tucking his head down, trying to hang on. 4 laps to go. Thomas Stolzermanis and the Nash Motorsports Energy leads them down to turn 1.
Yeah, I think that he's going to get a good look to see what he's got going on here right now because Stolzermanis is still quick. This will be the lap here where Lloyd says, okay, where does he have me? Can I make any adjustments in terms of the way I'm approaching these corners? Because Stolzermanis obviously has a strong line here on the track now. He'll find out whether or not he's quick coming out of the corners. You never know what kind of gearing differential these karts may have at this point here. But we're into the final handful of laps, 4 to go. Who's got the right tire pressure settings to come on strong over the last couple of laps? You can see Lloyd up over top of the curbing in turn number 9. He's throwing everything he possibly can to stay here. Going to leverage the draft as they work their way out in the back straightaway as well. Luke Welcome back in 3rd has dropped everybody from behind him. So 4th, 5th, and 6th on back. Significantly back as Aiden Levy and Austin Jers 4th and 5th. But for the most part right now, Xander, it looks to me like Colin Lloyd doing everything he can to stay here with Stolzermanis.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened to Peyton Phillips because he was making some headway there, and ultimately he dropped all the way back to 6th. Whether he dropped a tire or they fought pretty hard, they've cost themselves, like you said, a lot of time. They're long gone from the top 3. Now, Luke Welcome is still closing in, but I'm sure he'd love for Colin Lloyd just maybe one more pass. Boys, give himself one more 2/10 boost over the top 2 to get there, and he's going to bring that AMR Motorsports FK into the fray. You saw Lloyd get up over the curbing in turn 9 trying to find some more pace. He's searching for grip, searching for extra speed. He's at least stayed even to Stolzermanis, but he's not close enough to dive bomb him. 2 to go. Thomas Stolzermanis trying to make something out of this Miami weekend here after a not-so-great Saturday, the Supernats 25 winner leads here with 2 to go.
And Colin Lloyd, as you said, absolutely throwing everything at that racetrack. He's trying to find any little bit more that he can get. Has he got to climb a curb here? Has he got to dive a little deeper there? He's doing anything he can to make sure he stays in the draft. Coming through that inner loop, it seems like Stolzerman is very strong through there and just not quite close enough. Let's see as they come back through against the 7-8 combination. Yeah, he gets a really good jump. You can see then Lloyd trying to grab a bit of curbing on 9. He's got to be close coming through 10 and 11 here right now. That seems to be a really good part of the racetrack for Stolzermanis.
Yeah, definitely a really good part. They're rolling through the 90s, but Colin Lloyd finally got a good run through 11. He's going to have a shot at him here, and Stolzermanis knows it. He's taking a look back. Is he going? He goes low, down the inside. Colin Lloyd to the lead in turn 1.
Yeah, had to do that. He had to throw it in there. It brings Luke Welcome back into the fight as well. That's what he needs, and right now he'll hold the spot. Again, Luke Welcome does not get a good run through turn number 4. That may give Stolzermanis an opportunity. Does he go back to the inside? No. Dive bomb block to the inside. Good move there for Colin Lloyd. He had to pull the trigger. He cannot open the door at all. He'll run the inner line coming through. Luke Welcome closing up as well. This one's going to be a great final lap. They'll work their way to turn number 9. 10, 11, and 12 remaining. It'll be the big run down the straightaway. Is Luke Welcome going to be the guy that does the over-under? Colin Lloyd trying to bring Magic Kart to win. Stolzermanis not there to throw it in. Out of the final corner, and he will win it. Colin Lloyd wins for Magic Kart USA. A last lap pass to the inside of turn number 1. It appeared that Stolzermanis was going to be able to pull away, but Colin Lloyd did everything he could, dug it in, and look at the emotion. The victory here in the Winter Series in KA100 Senior for Colin Lloyd. He is screaming in the helmet. That is a massive victory. Stolzermanis came on strong. I thought he was going to walk after he got by Colin Lloyd, but I'll tell you, you got to give it up for the local boy here, Xander. That is a massive win for Colin Lloyd.
Yeah, for the second year in a row, Colin Lloyd and Luke Welcome continue to impress here in KA100 Senior. They were solid in KA Junior as well, and they both lock up the podium as Thomas Stolzermanis, I'm sure, going to be frustrated after that one. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a really solid result to salvage the weekend here. And I say salvage just because that standard was set so high with that awesome Supernats performance in Las Vegas. But he comes away with a solid result there, P2, and just, yeah, split decision. You saw he looked back coming on the front stretch. I don't think he thought Lloyd was close enough to maybe make the move, but he ultimately was. Got by down the inside there, and then from that point, nothing he could do. Colin Lloyd just kept a perfect final lap to bring it home the checkered flag.
And I think if you would have shut down any other noise as he came across the line, you would have heard the screams of Colin Lloyd coming across start-finish, because he was literally pumping that fist, the emotion he showed over that cool-down lap as well. What a tremendous drive for Colin Lloyd as he gets the victory over Thomas Stolzermanis in a tremendous battle. Luke Welcome right there in P3 as well. It was a great battle further back in the pack. A bunch of different races deeper in the field as well. And again, looks like Austin Jurors sliding up into the 4th spot. Aiden Levy in 5th and Peyton Phillips in 6th. Frankie Mossman, we never had a chance to pick this up with the racing that we saw further back. Frankie Mossman, who started back in 28th, drives his way up into 7th position. Remember, Mossman was the driver who went off early in the run there, losing the chain in the pre-final, started at the tail of the field, and Mossman on the Tesoro Raceworks CRG, a tremendous run for him. 21 spots forward in this particular field. Great drive for Mossman.
Yeah, fantastic drive for Frankie Mossman. And again, that race was so strung out for so long. Had they fought a little bit more at different parts, he could have been there. I mean, he ends only 4 seconds away. He was literally 1/10 back from Peyton Phillips at the line. That was the back half of the lead group at one point, those entire top 6 drivers. So Mossman nearly pulls off that last to first feat. Just needed a little more fighting. But look at the smile on that kid right there. Colin Lloyd is pumped up in that T1D Racers Magic entry. There's the big hug to the mechanic here. There's Dad, Ryan here, pumped up to get a win here at home, and he's got a lot of friends and family. As you can see, a big cheering section for Colin Lloyd that'll mob him here after that one, and they are pumped up here for that KA100 Senior main event win. We'll see if we can catch up with him. There's Alexander Searle giving a quick congratulations. There's Mr. Magic Kart, Andrew Pajoso, gets himself a KA Senior win, and we'll pick up Colin right over here by the Kart Chaser Avinco Tire tent. Alex, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm here with Colin Lloyd, who's clearly ecstatic after that incredible drive. I mean, you got out to an early lead there, and it seemed to be about halfway through. The cart started to fall off, and I thought that was going to be Thomas's race now, but you clawed your way back in. The cart came right back into play. Purple lap on lap 19. You got Thomas on the last lap. Walk me through that race for you.
So the start was actually pretty good. I gained some positions at the start and then tried to get my head down. Unfortunately, I made a couple mistakes, and Thomas caught up. Then he passed me, and I tried to make less mistakes, and we just went from there.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, you've had pace all weekend. The race is you never had the luck. I mean, yesterday you were probably the fastest guy in the final, but obviously had an incident in the first lap, came back through and finished 4th. But I mean, any changes you made to the cart to have this incredible pace today?
So we actually cut the axle before the pre-final. I felt like the cart was stuck to the floor a little bit. But after that, no, there was no changes. It's completely stock.
Awesome, yeah. I mean, one more thing. Who would you like to thank for this victory?
I'd like to thank Magic, TUND Racers, my dad, my mom, all the people over there who are rooting for me. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome, yeah. Colin Lloyd, everybody, your winner in K100 Senior. Back to you guys.
Xander, that's one of those feel-good stories you like, right?
Oh, man, that's so cool, right? And such a cool organization. T1D Racers, obviously. Colin Lloyd has type 1 diabetes, and so that's the idea behind the team, to bring awareness to type 1 diabetes for research and for help as well. And he's proving it doesn't stop him from going out and getting race wins at the highest level here with a KA100 Senior main event win. And we talked about in the X30 Senior main what it would mean for a guy local to Homestead, Florida, calling this his home racetrack, like Austin Garrison, to get the win. You can bet that T1D Racers camp and the Magic Kart camp, they are going to celebrate this evening and afternoon with that big-time win in such spectacular fashion in KA Senior. And when you talk spectacular, you cannot leave out the minis. They had an awesome race yesterday. Alessandro Truscio, Ethan Tovo into the lanes here, Rob.
We are at it, folks. Green, 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 underway. Just like we are on the throttle, so are they. No one lifting as we work our way through 1, 2, and 3. Out of the frying pan, again into the fire, like I had said before. Racing just keeps coming at you here on Kart Chaser. Mini Swift on track spot brought to you by DNJ Intermodal Services and the drivers Alessandro Truscio and Ethan Tovo. Starting on the front row, Kai Johnson and Alexis Belargian. Starting on row number 2, everybody settling in. The opening lap, bit of chaos coming through turn number 5. Not surprising as it tightens up through the hairpins into the inner loop right now, the carousel. And they'll get into single file to begin the second half of lap number 1.
Yeah, Kai Mars got a little bit of help from behind there in that TKG livery. Kart Republic going to turn 5. He was trying to make one pass, got sent from behind to make it 2, and then ultimately lost 2 spots at the end. However, Ethan Tovo, one thing to watch out for. I don't know where he was at the end of the start box as we see Lucas Palacio, who's picked up at least evened out his spots here on the opening lap. But Palacio getting through is Ethan Tovo did beat Truscio to turn 1. Did he beat him into the start box or out of it? Is there a penalty coming for Ethan Tovo? I can guarantee you that the SuperKarts USA officials, led by race director Bo Barfield, take a close look there at that start zone. We've seen races flipped because of the box of jump starts. Truscio had a decent start ultimately. He ended 3rd out of turn number 2, got back up to 2nd now, so he's not in a bad spot. But hopefully Ethan Tovo, that one clean all the way through as we go side by side for 3rd. Bayarjan versus Johnson. Crossover out of 9. Kai Johnson clear. P3 for the Bennett driver. And they're going to go side by side as Palacio tries to go for 4th. He'll send Bayarjan through the dirt, jumping to the high side. He'll lose another spot as well as Michael McGoy goes by. So McGoy gets through. Bayarjan quickly shuffled down, and he'll find a place in line somewhere around outside the top 5. We're still clean and green all the way through the field, though, which gives us a moment to send it trackside here to Emery Latta. He's caught up with Luke Welcome.
Xander, we're here with Luke Welcome. Obviously, one of the most impressive races we've seen in the KA category, a nail-biting finish. Unfortunately for you, Luke, you came home a little bit short in 3rd, but still an awesome day compared to yesterday. Walk me through those last few laps.
I mean, I just tried to work with Thomas through the end to catch up to Colin. Wasn't a good enough effort for me, but overall I'm still happy with 3rd, and the team should be happy with the result for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, looking at the last few laps and really just the whole weekend as a whole, you had top 5 pace throughout the weekend. Yesterday got caught up on a little bit of incidents at the start, had some unluckiness in the races in general, but as we were talking on the grid earlier, the Formula K kart was hooked up and in general looked like one of the fastest KA packages out there. Who would you like to thank for this?
I definitely like to thank ANSA, Formula K back in Italy, Allison, Brandon for sure, my family, and all the people who come out to support me.
For sure. Well, Luke, welcome. Obviously not quite the ultra result, but still a podium in round 2 here at Homestead. He'll be looking to continue that form going through the rest of the season on the Formula K chassis. A great effort for him. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, you know what? You got to take a top 3 result, especially when you're in the fight to potentially win, right? Yeah, when you get there, you want that victory, especially he knowing that he was kind of working with Thomas Stolzer-Manis there to catch up to Colin Lloyd. But nonetheless, to be able to get a top 3 of this field, really good start for Luke Welcome as well.
Pass for the lead here on Alessandro Truccio, but to pick up from that, Rob, as well, one thing that was interesting to me to hear from Lloyd, you know, Alex asked him, thinking, hey, did the cart seem to fall off? Was there something off a little bit about it? He said, no, man, I kept making mistakes, and then I fell back, tried to minimize the mistakes, and that was the key to the race that Ryan Norberg kind of gave away back on Thursday and Friday, saying we're going at 100%, 110% to get these hot laps in and dropping tires everywhere in practice and qualifying. The guys that can figure out to go 95%, maybe 90% to the limit, but be consistently there, those are the ones that are going to win the race, as we see more passing for second with Tovo versus Palacio. But that's been more of the story. Not so much guys fading here in some of these classes like the lights class, the KA Senior, where they're still developing, but mistakes being made throughout.
Yeah,
so.
You run as fast as you can, but keep it between the lines, right? When you're dropping the wheels and making mistakes, you're dropping 2-3 of a second a lap. You can't do that. One of the drivers that we didn't get a chance really to pick up on, sadly, because the battle up front was so aggressive, was that run from deep in the field by fast Frankie Mossman. He stands by right now with Emery Lida.
Yeah, Frankie Mossman, after the pre-final, I don't think you were in the best of moods after what happened on the first lap, but you were able to put that behind you and went from dead last into almost turning into a top 5, ending up P7, a 21 spots gained. Walk me through your race.
Well, from the start, I tried to time it a little bit better to get some positions on the start, but didn't work out as well as I thought it would, and ended out being at a complete stop and wrecking with a few people, and then that happened again. But we definitely had the pace, and the cart from Tesoro Raceworks and CRG Factory, they definitely had that thing going, because I had the confidence that we could have pulled away if we were out in the front, but it was just unfortunate timing, and especially what happened in the pre-final was just unlucky.
Yeah, and talking about Tesoro Raceworks, the first full weekend for the brand, a great start. You didn't quite come away with a win yesterday. Today, obviously, had the misfortune of the pre-final, but still some sensational pace from the CRG. What sort of lessons are you going to take from this weekend?
My lessons are definitely to kind of be a little bit more patient. I should have learned from yesterday, and I think we could have easily had the win, and especially today, too. It was just a little bit more on the kart side of it, but we definitely had a good program and everything, and I'm really excited and looking forward to more races in the year with them.
For sure, and while the results might not show everything, Frankie Mossman certainly had a lot of pace this weekend, and he'll be looking to build on that continuing through the rest of the karting season as he continues to work with cars as well. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, all in all, pretty strong weekend for Frankie Mossman. We knew he was going to be getting out of the gate, Sander, and he's looked very good with that Tesoro Raceworks program. Let's just jump back into the race here right now. 7 laps in, still a number of laps to go. Mini Swift, of course, running 20 laps, so 13 laps remaining. Alessandro Truccio, the driver out front. 1.2 seconds the advantage. Ethan Tobo just went purple, though, from second. Michael McGoy in the third spot. Palacio, Johnson, Mars all up there in that lead pack as well. In fact, Mars a little bit further back, actually. But right now, a number of drivers still digging in as we see this good battle here for second, third, and fourth.
Yeah, great fight here with Truccio starting to pull away. Much different of a story so far than what we saw yesterday, but we're still pretty early on in the going. 14 laps to go. It'll be 13 this time, so we're not yet halfway, but not nearly as tightly packed at the front of the field. And luckily not as many drivers having to come from way back to get there. As they go down to turn 1 here this time, slight advantage to Ethan Tovo by about a couple hundredths, but he's lost so much ground to Truccio, it's still over 1.1 seconds up to the lead. McGoy there in third, was a little quicker than both of them. And then, of course, you have Kai Johnson, in the fourth spot. Then Palacio P5, but Johnson running in line. Lap time by Kai Johnson was just a little bit quicker than the race leader as well. So if they can get going, if they can hook up, Truccio's not going to be pulling away. He's not that much quicker than everyone, but like we said, consistency is key, and Alessandro Truccio has been making laps around AMR Motorplex since he was 4 years old. He's now coming up, I believe, maybe just turned 10, if I'm not mistaken, if not only 9 years old. Already testing X30 Juniors on practice weekends when he can, and here in Mini, he is fully in control at the moment.
A little further back, Lucas Palacio, yesterday's winner, running in the 5th position right now as he tries to get himself up there. But you're all by himself, really, P5, behind that Tobo, McGoy, and Johnson trio. You can see him to the left side of the screen there, just coming in. He's got a couple drivers coming in behind him, Kai Mars, Devin Waltz, Marco Romero, Max Christia, Tristan Murphy, all to cap off your top 10. But still, Truccio's lead, which was over a second only a couple of laps ago, sees it goes down to less than a second right now as Ethan Tobo trying to lead this group back to him. They were quicker by a couple of tenths of a second last time by, so indeed Tobo up on the wheel with McGoy and Johnson behind him. Of course, a tremendous run yesterday for Kai Johnson, coming from 42nd to 3rd, getting up on the podium. Right now, P4, less of a run, less of a number of karts having to pass, but similar result potentially happening if he's able to find his way to the front of the group he's in right now.
Yeah, like you said, a lot less work to be done in terms of karts to pass, but it's definitely not going to be easy with how consistent Truccio is and him just hitting his personal best. I mean, that time by Truccio added a tenth back up to the gap over Tovo. It was coming down. It opened back up. Now McGoy pushing Tovo. That's going to help. And again, they're still right at that 1 second buffer. So they need to get a little bit of momentum going their way and hope for some mistakes out of Alessandro Truccio, for a kid that's got probably more laps around this racetrack than maybe most of the field here in the mini class at Homestead. I don't know how much of that you can bank on. They've got to find some pace, and they got to find it fast, because we're counting down the laps. It'll be, I believe, 13 laps to go this time by. Here we come across the line. 13 to go, 11 down, or
9 to go.
Down. Sorry, 9 to go. Yeah, just waiting on that update. I thought we already had 13 yet. So 11 down, 11 to go. Halfway in, halfway home for the minis. If not, no, 9 to go. You're right. Mini, I'm all mixed up, Rob.
Well,
we're in such a good rhythm today.
Let's be real. Live timing's a bit messed up right now. It's not really showing us exactly laps here on live timing. So, of course, folks, we normally just have a little look down, get a nice update. Live timing pretty messy right now. 11 laps in, 9 laps to go. Xander just rebooted it, started the screen, so it makes it a little bit better. A little refresh for both him and I and the website. Nonetheless, the lead back to 1.2, and I think that's good for Truccio, because Tovo, McGoy, and Johnson were coming there for a second. They got it down to 9/10 of a second, but then you see Truccio go back-to-back on lap 10 and lap 11 with essentially his best laps, 1/1000th of a second apart, 53.363.
Yeah, super close there, super consistent for Truccio. However, this is what we needed. Ethan Tovo knocks a tenth off the gap that time. Now, it had opened up by 2/10 the 2 previous laps, so we're still at 1.1 seconds. He's just got to get again to that 5/6 of a second barrier. If he can get down to that, the game changes. The slipstream will take him the rest of the way, but he's got to get into that, and he's too far out. A second is not going to help him down the long straightaways to close the gap to Truccio. This lap looks pretty good. McGoy trying to help him. One other driver to note, Lucas Palacio was purple last time by. 2/10 better than the leader, a 10th to 2/10 better than second, third, and fourth. He could play spoiler, at minimum get back onto the podium. Of course, we saw that amazing finish and run from him yesterday, and he's en route for another solid point stay here.
Palacio up on the wheel and again goes purple. This time 0.3 of a second faster than the leader. He is 2.1 back. 7 laps to go at 0.3. That puts him with Truccio at the final lap. So they need Palacio closing up less than a half a second, or less than a second behind Kai Johnson right now. Here's the move here for Tovo, battling it out with McGoy. In fact, that is actually Johnson who had got to second. Kai Johnson had got to P2 on the Bennick. He gets pushed back to fourth again. Lots of action happening. Is that Palacio in there already? Indeed it is. That's Palacio up to third. I was looking at the lap times, come back up, and Palacio had caught them and has already gone to P3. Lucas Palacio, once again, the man on the move in the late half of this race.
Yeah, big-time loser in that entire deal was Ethan Tovo. He's all the way back to fifth and over a second lost that lap to everybody. 6 laps to go, 14 complete. Truccio continues to show the way. And then it'll be, again, Michael McGoy in second. He's about a second away. They're still at that 1 second buffer to Truchot. They've not broken through that barrier. McGoy, though, with no drafting help, needs to do it all on his own, at least in the case of Ethan Tovo. McGoy was pushing him for a little bit, but with Palacio making the move for third, Tovo making a move back on Kai Johnson just out of frame as well for fourth. I mean, it's going to keep backing him up and make it really a mano-a-mano fight. How good is Michael McGoy's Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart? How good is Alessandro Truchot's Parolin USA Parolin? This time by 5 laps remain.
I am still not counting out Lucas Palacio. I think he's still maybe the fastest driver on the racetrack right now. We'll see when they come across the line. 52.4, 52.4, 52.1 for Palacio. He is 0.6 behind McGoy and only 1.6 now behind your leader, and the laps are winding down. 5 laps to go. 5 remaining. Truchot, McGoy, and Palacio. Kai Johnson battling it out with Tovo. They went hardcore into turn number 4.
Yeah, lots of beating and banging there for fourth as Palacio closes up to McGoy. Lucas Palacio again, that time by 0.3 better at a 1.6 second margin. Needed 5 laps really to get to the bumper of Truchot at that rate. He's got that.
What do you think? Turn 1 pass for Palacio. Is he close enough right now?
He's got to be absolutely perfect here in these final 290s. Maybe. Let's see how good the toe is down the backstretch. That'll be the question here. He's 2 car lengths away. Can he roll that speed through 12? I don't think turn
Not
1,
quite enough.
but maybe turn 4 or turn 5. For sure, he'll go quick. McGoy picks evens out to Truchot, and it's 0.4 better for Lucas Palacio.
Wow. Palacio in 1.2. He'll try to go to the inside potentially. Here he does. Here comes Palacio. The turn to the 4. Inside. Book it. Palacio goes to P2. Can he go back to back? Lucas Palacio, the fastest driver here over the final quarter of the race. He'll work his way out of turn number 5 through 6. Michael McGoy has someone to help him here right now. He'll be right with them with a yellow flag here at start finish. There's the driver potentially going off the racetrack right side, but watching again Palacio. He's coming through turns number 10 and 11, has to press the reset button. It'll be 3 laps to go this time by. He was 0.4 quicker than Alessandro Truchot on the last circuit. Will Truchot get the win, or will Palacio reel him in? This time by, they come across the stripe, and it didn't update for us, but again, closing up right now, Palacio P2.
Yeah, Palacio obviously had to give up some time there with the pass made. 17 down, 3 to go.
Another 0.4.
Wow. And I didn't think he was going to get there. Whatever he's doing from turn 9 over to turn 11 is just magic. That's where he's eating all these guys up, because you exit the hairpin, it looks decently even here. But watch the gap from right here to when they end the back straightaway, or even when they enter the back straightaway. You think maybe, oh, no, it's too far back. That's too big of a gap for him to eat up. This roll speed he's got in these back 90s is unreal. He's going to pull away from McGoy right there. He's going to hit through 11, and then when they come on the backstretch, this gap is down to 4.5 car lengths, and we've got 2 laps to go. Lucas Palacio put on a show one more time. Can he do it? Double sticks in the air.
Don't worry about the gap anymore. It is 1-on-1. Palacio trying to reel in Alessandro Truchot. Yet another Kart Republic going for a victory here in Homestead. We've already seen it before. Look how close he is coming down here. 2 laps remaining. Will he take the lead on this lap? He's right up here on Alessandro Truchot. Palacio, the man on the move right now. Lucas makes a move down into turn number 5 through 6. He's within 2 lengths coming out. And as Xander said, he's the fastest driver from 9 to turn number 1. Let's see how he rolls it through here. Here's turn 9. He is close enough to potentially make that pass in turn number 1 for the lead, but the white flag will fly next time by. You know that Truchot will start to go on the defensive. Here comes Palacio working his way down here into turn 12. Can he make the move into turn 12? He does not. Holds the position. Big run out of the final corner. The draft. Here he comes to the inside for the lead. Palacio! Book it. He has taken over P1.
Unreal here. Lucas Palacio now, he's got to go on defense once again. He did it yesterday. Can he do it today? Truchot, I don't even think he knew he was coming. He had such a big lead all race. He just was tucking his head behind the wheel, and now it's a 3-way fight. Truchot's got to worry about McGoy. McGoy looks back, checks the gap to Kai Johnson, and they go through 5. McGoy is there. He'll tap the bumper, lets Truchot know he's ready to go. 3-way fight for the lead through 7, through 8, turn 9. Palacio's done it before. Can he hang on? out of 9, little bumper of McGoy, and we're going to go all the way to 10, Rob.
Yeah, McGoy's going to help him out. He goes to the inside of Truchot. He'll go back into P3. Here comes Palacio. He's got the room down the back straightaway. What a weekend for Lucas Palacio. Back-to-back Jackson Homestead for the young driver on the Kart Republic. Palacio wins again. Absolutely magic over the last 5 laps as he's able to take that position. Unbelievable run for Palacio as he ends up taking the victory over, I believe, Michael McGoy. Truchot, I think, ends up in second. Xander, you couldn't ask for much more from that. What an unbelievable battle to the end of that race.
Oh, that was incredible all the way to the end. Truchot comes up actually just a little bit shy, I think, on McGoy there at the line. We'll just make sure to confirm it, and indeed, McGoy hangs on to second by 700ths there. Truchot third, Kai Johnson fourth, Devin Waltz, great drive forward there. Couple spots gained after a not-so-great start to fifth. Kai Johnson hangs on to fourth again. Tovo falls down to the 6th position. Couple big movers there outside the top 10. We had all the way down to the top 15. We'll let them cycle through. Here's a look all the way down the field. Some unfortunate runs for a handful there. You saw Kai Mars kind of get tagged early on. Troy Ferguson with some bad luck as well in the Bennick. So some of the big name drivers that had some bad runs in this 48 car field. But look back here at the top 15. Ashton Woon picked up 27 spots to 14th. Benja Fernandez from the tail end of the field, 27 spots to 15th. They worked together, probably carved through that pack. Awesome drive. Also in the second group there, 16 gain for Drew Waltz, 13 gain for Santiago Namnum, and Travis Pettit started dead last. He picked up 20 to get to 27th.
You know, it's a big, exciting finish when Xander has to go from commentator to producer to knock my volume down a little bit there. I was trying to slow myself down. I saw what you were doing. But, dude, what a wild finish. To see Palacio come forward like he did, able to reel in Truchot. McGoy got back into the fight as well. I love what we're seeing here in the Mini Swift class. He's got these drivers that have moved up last year that are really putting on a show. This is going to be a fun national season for Mini Swift racing.
It's so awesome to see it. And again, as they go through the checks there, you can see them doing the safety checks on the chest protectors for everyone in the front. Obviously, Alessandro Truchot a little bit frustrated, understandably so. I mean, there was so much heart in that main event there at the end. I mean, they weren't just kind of drafting and passing by each other. Lucas Palacio was willing himself to the front. One thing that's super cool also, again, Lucas Palacio, obviously one of the flagship mini drivers and micro drivers for Trinity Karting Group. Well, TKG, the team, Sean Bailiff, the family, they're not here this weekend. Palacio's down here with his own private personal truck and trailer, and it's just him, his buddy Kai Mars, and Aiden Levy. And this small trailer, they didn't even have a tent up yesterday, took 2 main event wins with Levy and Palacio. They just got another one with Palacio here in Mini. That's such a cool story. Again, no big rig operation, no team owner. They got his driver coach here in Martin Pierce. That's it. Showed up and won. Swept the weekend.
Yeah, back-to-back jacks for Lucas Palacio. Congratulations to him, and a good run for that driver right there, Alessandro Truchot as well. Michael McGoy did a great job. Another strong run as well for Kai Johnson. A couple of top 5s on the weekend here. The bottom line is there is some talent in this Mini Swift category this year, and we look forward to watching them up and down the coast, East Coast, West Coast, throughout the entire SKUSA Pro Tour. And, of course, can't wait to see how these drivers get after another full year of competition when they go to the Super Nationals in whatever date that's going to be in the late fall before we cap off the season. What a tremendous race that was. Mini Swift goes in the books. Xander, we're halfway through. 4 down, 4 to go. More racing still to come here on Kart Chaser.
Yeah, we're going to have our word here with Lucas Palacio, I think, in just a minute. Let's watch here as the congratulations come around from some friends all the way through. There's Salvador de la Vecchia, former Mini driver, moved up to KA Jr. here this week, giving him a big hug and congrats. I'll wait to see where his father Nick is over at. I'm sure he's going to help him get that cart up onto the stand and then give his son a big, big hug and congratulations there, because that was an awesome drive. There's his driver coach, Martin, coming over there, pumping him up, telling him everything about that one, and you can see the rest of the field coming through. So here he is with our Alexander Searle. Let's have a word with the kid who somehow, some way, when it seemed like it was all said and done with the last 5 to 7 laps, pulls a rabbit out of the hat and gets himself with a last lap pass for the lead in the win once again. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Like you said, Lucas Palacio once again pulls the rabbit out of the hat, and he wins and sweeps the entire weekend. Lucas, it seemed like you were out of it. I mean, you didn't get the start that you wanted. You were 2.5 seconds off the lead with about 10 to go, and you were 5/10 a lap faster at some points and got the lead on the last lap. Walk me through that race for you.
I just
I accidentally hit Tovo and went over top of him, and then I said to myself, in order to catch the leaders, I need to bang out laps.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, head down is how it goes in this race. You're able to get the win. Who'd you like to thank for this victory?
My dad, my family, Kart Sport North America, my coach Martin Pierce, and Car Republic.
Awesome. Yeah, Lucas Palacio sweeps the weekend here in Mini. Back to you guys.
Yeah, you can't ask for much more than a performance by that young driver. We did an article on him on eKarting News. EKN one to watch. Makes us look really good when he comes down here and wins both races. Definitely a driver to watch here in 2023. And I'll tell you, Xander, that was just fun to watch. A driver, obviously, the driver's on the move, but they had a great chassis lined up. That thing was a rocket at the end.
Yeah, that thing was rolling for sure. So awesome stuff there for Lucas Palacio as we line up here for Pro Shifter into the boxes along with Master Shifter. The notables here, Alan Isambard to the rear, along with Skitchy Barnes, two drivers that contended in Pro Shifter and Master Shifter. AJ Myers is on the pole. He's going to try and break away and make it look easy. Can he do it? We're green down to turn one, and Myers gets an easy hole shot. He'll clear himself down to the first corner. Davide Foray, the multi-time world champion in the Intrepid for Goodwood Cartway, slots in line to second. Behind him with a good start there, Laura Spinelli there on the Magic Kart in third, and they're side-by-side for fourth coming out of turn four. Who is that? That's going to be Gianno Torino looking for P4 on Giorgio Carrara. He gets through. Gianno Torino a spot higher in the top five.
And remember, a couple of top guns in both categories starting deep in the field. Alan Isambard, yesterday's winner, had an issue on the opening lap. He starts at the back of the pack, as did yesterday's winner in Master Shifter, Scott Barnes. He started at the back as well, having only got the one lap in the pre-final. So both of yesterday's victors starting at the tail of the field. We'll see where they stack up after the opening circuit. Oh, both those drivers are going to have to drop the hammer to work their way forward. First time bye, it's Myers as the leader for a second. Spinelli in third. Torino and Carrera round out your top five. Skitchy Barnes able to go to second. Good start for him as he gets by both Patrick Otto Madsen, Frank Runco, and Dan Breitenstein. So he works his way forward. And sixth place on the opening lap as well for Alan Isambard.
Yeah, great start here for Alan Isambard to make up quite a few spots. He is right there, center of your screen, starting to work his way towards the lead. The gap not too big. He's up to P4 overall, was able to get around Gabriel Cower and Giorgio Emiliano Carrara earlier on. Now, Laura Spinelli also was able to get by Davide Foray here for second. So we've had a lot of changes in the opening circuit. It's Magic 1-2, and the ANSA Motorsports Formula K driver, Alan Isambard, who made things interesting in yesterday's pre-final and was able to drive forward and dominate in the main event, is now having to come from the rear just like AJ yesterday, and we'll see where the times stack up. At the moment, give the advantage to Myers by a couple tenths over everybody else. AJ Myers a 46.6, Alan Isambard a 46.9, 47 flat for Laura Spinelli.
Yeah, you got to expect that once things settle in, we'll see Isambard close his way up and have a good battle here with Davide Foray and Laura Spinelli. Those two drivers running second and third. Isambard really has been the other driver, showing great speed throughout the entire weekend, battling it out with former EKN National #1 AJ Myers. So Myers with himself to battle up front here now. We hope to see a couple of fights actually between the two of those guys in both main events, but we were not treated to either as an issue yesterday with Myers, an issue today with Isambard. So that one-on-one battle we hope for, we have not yet seen, although Isambard just went purple, 46.237, 3/10 faster than Myers. AJ Myers had a look down at the engine coming down here across the front straightaway. I wonder if there's potentially anything wrong with Myers. We'll have a look at that. Isambard's worked his way up. You can see him right there. Look how close he is now to Davide Foray on the Intrepid. The Formula K rolling. And I tell you, look for Isambard to potentially set up a pass down here into turn number 12 to get by Foray either down here. He's all over him right now. Isambard right with him. He'll dive to the inside of turn number 12. Not quite enough. You got to bring a little bit more to get by the world champion, former world champion Foray. Isambard needs to get by because I think he actually may have the speed to battle with Myers. Look at Myers to the 46.7. Like there's an issue potentially with AJ Myers.
Yeah, he's definitely slowing down. Alan Isambard's quicker now. Myers might be just kind of cruising a little bit, but you think he'd want to push that gap to get as much as he can. So Alan Isambard, luckily, is being held back by Davide Foray, who is able to hold on and keep him behind. Through to turn number 9. He's got a shot at him here. Here he goes. Pulls the trigger and is through.
Yeah.
Forces his way by, and Foray can't hold him back anymore.
That's how you have to do it against a world champion like Davide Foray. You can't just throw the inside and think he's going to give you the room. He's going to dive that thing. He's going to put it to the apex. You've got to be aggressive, and that was good for Isambard there. I think there potentially could be. No, I was just hit issue with Myers, and he goes purple. I love it. Cat and mouse games, 46-181. 6/10 quicker on that lap particular for A.J. Myers. Spinelli still runs second. Isambard, though, by Foray, so watch for him to catch up to Spinelli here momentarily and find a way by. In the Masters category, Skitchy Barnes has been able to go by Scott Presti, so Barnes, who started last, works his way back to P1.
Yeah, Skitchy Barnes having a great day, and again, the biggest help for him, he's got pretty much 12 less laps on the tires than all the other master shifters. In the same way, Isambard has fresher tires than A.J. Myers. The difference from yesterday, again, A.J. Myers won that pre-final, got DQ'd in post-race tech inspection for not having an overflow bottle on his radiator, so he still ran all the laps at full song. Alan Isambard pulled off on the opening circuit. He's got fresher rubber. He should, in theory, be a little bit quicker. However, we heard from A.J. Myers. He said he made a couple adjustments that he wasn't really trying to make initially and then did to find more speed because he thought he was covered, dialed it in more, and maybe he does have that leg up that he's been talking about because he was 2.5 tenths up in qualifying.
And back-to-back purple laps there as well, 46.102 last time by. Spinelli now has Isambard breathing down his neck to a certain extent. Actually, Isambard lost a bit there the last couple of laps. He needs to keep closing up. 2 tenths back last time by in terms of pace. So Isambard's got to put his head down if he wants to work his way forward. In fact, Davide Foray may have a battle here with Pedro Piquet pretty soon on the PSL Karting Burrell Art Machine. Actually, the PK Sports, not running for PSL Karting.
Yeah, the PK Sport Machine for Pedro Piquet was in the top 3 most of the day yesterday here in Pro Shifter. He's kind of been nowhere to be found really towards the pointy end of the grid, at least today. Although that lap, again, like you said, was pretty good. And A.J. Myers that time, he's inching closer to the track record, which I think is a 45.7 or 45.6. Only 2 or 3 tenths off the all-time record here for the racetrack at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. A.J. Myers on that Magic Kart. He's not racing against anyone on the racetrack. He's racing against the clock right now, and he's getting closer. A 45.99 on lap 7 with more to go. As behind him, Laura Spinelli, Alan Isambard, Davide Foray, and closing in, Pedro Piquet there in 5th.
Yeah, PK closing up. You'll see him coming into the screen here to the left side. That's PK and Foray. There's Spinelli running P2. And Alan Isambard has been just chipping away at it last time by a couple of tenths of a second. Yeah, he's about 4 tenths back now, Isambard. Spinelli, though, 3.2 back. So Myers has this thing locked and loaded. How about a 45.888? A potential to go after the track record, as Xander said here.
I think I'm mistaken. I think I'm a second off, actually. I got to walk that one back. It's a 44.6. I thought we were getting closer, and I read it wrong. I'm mixing up my numbers. So it's the end of the weekend, and I'm making mistakes. Luckily, the guy out front is not. A.J. Myers continues to lead, and here we go for second. Isambard's there on Spinelli. He'll have a shot at him in 1. Looks inside, deep on the brakes. Fighting hard. Spinelli still on the outside, still there to 2, still there to 3. And he keeps himself clear. He's playing blocker right now to keep A.J. Myers safe out front. And Alan Isambard is getting no love from the elder statesman here in Pro Shifter.
Yeah, nobody's giving him any respect whatsoever, that's for sure. But again, anytime you watch those races of the Supernats, and we get a lot of the European racers come over, you watch them when they make that pass, right? They'll dive it right down to the apex and park it. They'll make the pass aggressively. You can't. I know you want to kind of ask for some more room, but a lot of times it's a little different when you're racing the 6-speed shifter carts. You dive that thing to the apex, you'll take the spot away, and that's really what I think what Isambard needs to do. He tried it there, tried to be nice. This next time, you park it on the apex. Just dive the thing into the inside, get that pass done, and send the other driver to the outside. And you're going to see that, I think, potentially here if he gets a good run out of 3.
Well, and the other part that you got to keep in mind is the majority of the drivers at the front of the Pro Shifter and the X30 Pro class, they race for a living. Every spot that they lose is potentially losing a contract to drive and pay their bills and feed their families for the next year. I mean, you think of guys like Davide Foray and plenty of those Pro Shifter drivers, especially here and abroad, that have families back home, as we see Isambard going by on the inside there on Spinelli. Finally dives it in.
And that's where he passed Foray earlier in the race as well. Good place to come around there. You dive in there. You can keep going straight past the apex and lock that driver down.
Well, while we talk about the international talent here, let's talk about the now local to Miami talent. St. Petersburg native, now living in Miami, Florida. The Weldon family's second oldest son, Oliver Weldon, has been busy here this weekend. We haven't had the chance to catch up with him. We've got him now here with Emery.
All right, standing here with Oliver Weldon. Oliver, you were really fast all weekend for the most part, but just kind of haven't been able to put together the results in the final. What do you think's been missing so far?
After yesterday, I think we had to get a new chassis. I think that kind of made us a bit slower than usual. I still had to get used to the new chassis a little bit. So yeah.
Yeah, and rolling off 10th here for the X30 Jr Final. It's a long race. Again, you've shown the pace this weekend. You've got a lot of fast kids in front of you. What's your strategy? Are you going to be straightforward, right from the start, trying to get to the front, or are you kind of just playing it patient?
I'm gonna try to get a good start. Probably make a few passes in the race. I just have to see where I end up. Hopefully at top 3 so I can get a trophy.
Yeah, and lastly, you mentioned having to change chassis overnight. It's a lot of work. Who would you like to thank for this weekend?
I'd like to thank my team principal, Leo, my mechanic, Dennis, my brother for coming here and supporting me, my mom, and everybody that's under the team that helps me.
That's great to hear. And Oliver Weldon, he'll start 10th in the final, showing a lot of pace this weekend. We'll see how it turns out. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery, there. Wow, did it just get wild right in front of us at the end of that, Rob?
Yeah, that was, I believe, Pedro Piquet and that battle he was trying to have to fight it out there with Davide Foray, and I believe that Carrara was right in there as well. He looped it coming out, dropping a wheel on the exit of turn 12, ends up spinning around, and the guy actually making evasive maneuvers was Aaron Likens, our flagman. He had to get out of the way, and that is Foray. An issue with Foray off over in turn number 5 to the inside of the racetrack, hand in the air. Not sure what happened to Davide there as he is out of this race as well. So that is going to move Carrera up into 4th. And I think Giuliano Torino now then will move up into the top 5. So move Carino to P5.
I wonder if that was maybe from contact that lingered all the way through for Pedro Piquet that sidelined Davide Foray because they were right around each other.
They were.
And obviously Foray, where he stopped, the steering wheel was straight. It's at the exit of the corner, so I don't know. Maybe it pops into neutral or something. Whatever it was for Davide Foray, he's out. Another one of our major contenders gone, and that kind of really spreads things out on the Pro Shifter side. The Master Shifter class still has all the major contenders there, although Skitchy Barnes has pulled a 4-second gap over Scott Presti and Patrick Otto Madsen. But we were having a good fight in Pro Shifter. It's kind of gone away.
Yeah, but look at this. There is a little bit of bragging rights, obviously. We know it's a 5-second lead now for A.J. Myers. But Alan Isambard laid down the fast lap of the race significantly, a 10th quicker than A.J. Myers, 45.795. Now, you mentioned the fact that he didn't run the entire pre-final as well. So there's 10 laps that he would have been on the tires. So a little fresher tires for Alan Isambard. But nonetheless, when you're going head-to-head with a guy who's been the #1 driver in North America in shifter kart racing for the last couple of years, you got to think Alan Isambard feeling pretty solid overall with the way this weekend's gone.
Here's a little bit of a fight that we have right there at the end of the frame there, going through 10 and 11. We were picking up. It's between two of the Masters pilots. I believe Frank Runco,
Presti and Madsen.
Is that Runco across the line with Breitenstein. Madsen and Presti are also very close together on another end of the racetrack. They're headed over through turn 6. A.J. Myers here across the line, so we're spread all around. But 2 fights it looked like. We picked up one there in 10 and 11. That was Runco versus Breitenstein for the final spot on the 4th position overall in Master Shifter. Here with just about 6 laps to go. Disregard that on the ticker. We're further towards the checkered flag than it seems. But A.J. Myers, Alan Isambard, Laura Spinelli all 3 to 4 seconds apart. Giorgio Emiliano Carrara about 10 off the lead. Giuliano Torino 5th. Annie Rule picked up 8 spots. Remember, Rule and Gabriel Cower we watched get into it and crash in the pre-final. Rule's been able to get up into 6th. And then, of course, Skitchy Barnes with a big lead back to that battle for 2nd from Scott Presti to Patrick Otto Madsen. That's what's on your screen now is this fight for the final 2 spots on the podium in Master Shifter. And about a 5-car length gap between the pair.
Yeah, both those drivers pretty evenly matched right now on lap times. Madsen actually quicker, a 46.9 on his best, 9.5 on his best lap. Presti a 46.98, but the last lap Presti was a little bit quicker in that Ralph Schumacher chassis. Of course, Patrick Otto Madsen from ANSA Motorsports on the Formula K. Back to the front running AJ Myers. Things looking pretty easy for him right now. 4.9 seconds is the lead. He and Isambard very similar on lap times, as they were yesterday again when Isambard was the driver out front by himself. Here's that scrap for a second in Masters. Otto Madsen to the inside. Book it over in turn number 4. Strong move to the inside. Let's see if Scott Presti has anything to challenge back.
Yeah, Scott Presti going to need to make himself a little bit wider next time if he wants to try and hang on. He's going to have to get a move early here to shuffle Madsen back because Madsen's been a little quicker to track him down. That gap was pretty decent. If he can find another gear, he's going to have to do it quickly. It's going to be 3 laps to go, 4 laps to go this time, by 3 to go next time. So not a lot of time left here to fight for the lead in the win in Master Shifter, or second in this case, here with Madsen versus Scott Presti, as Skitchy Barnes continues to pull away by nearly 5 seconds now out in front of the pair. Mr. Bermuda leading the way in Master Shifter after that pre-final issue. Just like Isambard, fresher tires, that's a huge benefit in the fastest, heaviest class that's run.
One of the things I love about Scott Barnes is the guy will run almost anything, right? You'll see him in a Margate night race somewhere at a street circuit, whether it's Rock Island, whatever it may be. You see him at the Supernats, finished 3rd. He ran the road course at Daytona during Kart Week on the big track. He'll road race, he'll street race, he'll run a SKUSA Pro Tour race. Scott Barnes, Skitchy Barnes, just a guy who absolutely loves karting, and it's always great to have him here.
Yeah, racer to the bone. 3 to go. Here's Patrick Otto Madsen. The owner and captain at ANSA Motorsports continues to just inch away a little bit in the fight for second. Here's a look back at that fight for 4th between Frank Runco and local Dan Breitenstein. 4th and 5th here in Master Shifter, headed down the backstretch to come see 3 to go. And A.J. Myers has already put them 1 lap down, which means this time will actually be 2 to go for them here at the line. Double sticks in the air with Myers continuing to dominate. Here's a look back at that fight at first second again in Master Shifter, also working their way around to the final 2 laps. Now with AJ, with the big lead that he's got, he has turned things down quite a bit, kind of cooled it off, gave up nearly a second or 2 to Alan Isambard. It was at one point about 4.5 seconds. It's down to about maybe 3.5. Of course, he was working through that traffic that we had on screen, so he's just, cruising to the end. He's built that cushion. He can ride this one to the finish and take it easy on his body when he gets back to work tomorrow morning.
That's it. And again, guys that have to work in the Masters category as well. A.J. Myers, of course, leading the way in Pro Shifter. Scott Barnes, as we said, leading the way in Master Shifter. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about his mechanic, Jeff Souza, who's with him here as well, coming all over from Bermuda. Was there for Daytona as well. Normally comes out to the Super Nationals as well. Jeff from Bermuda here helping his man Skitchy Barnes out. White flag flying this time by, and indeed, A.J. Myers looking to get another victory here in, that's Scott Presti.
Oh, that changes things quite a bit. Otto Madsen now safely in second with no pressure, and that fight we were watching for 4th is now the fight for 3rd.
Yeah.
It's going to be 1 lap shortened because Myers put them a lap down, but anyhow, it'll be a good battle between Runco and Breitenstein to the finish. They're almost side by side back behind. A.J. Myers, though, rebounds from Saturday. He wins on Sunday in Pro Shifter. Behind him, Alan Isambard second. And where do things end up in the Master Shifter podium? Well, thanks to that last lap drama, I think it's going to go. Indeed it does. Frank Runco to 3rd and onto the box. We go back to the rest of the grid here. Gianno Torino, 5th across the line there behind Giorgio Emiliano Carrera. Annie Rule, 6th, and Skitchy Barnes wins in Master Shifter.
Yeah, back-to-back wins for Skitchy Barnes. Again, Patrick Otto Madsen finishing 2nd after a great battle race long there with Scott Presti, and as you said, Frank Runco across the line already to finish in 3rd. A.J. Myers winning over Alan Isambard and Laura Spinelli to cap things off there in Pro Shifter. 5 down, 3 to go. We are about 8 minutes away right now, Xander. 3:40 scheduled start time for X30 Jr.
Well, there's track cleanup to be done for sure. We'll let that go, but it won't take that long. It will give us time, though, for those of you tuning in. Of course, X30 Jr. will proceed then the K Masterclass, and then, of course, at the end, X30 Sr. Well, yesterday, the X30 Sr main event went to Joe Turney, and there were a lot of different drivers that had different storylines throughout the day. We got to chat with all of them Saturday evening to give their thoughts on the end of the day there and how they feel coming into today. Obviously, we've run qualifying and a heat race so far, but here's an idea of where everyone ended up last night, beginning with yesterday's winner.
Obviously, you got to be stoked. Big smile on your face after the day. I mean, it was impressive to put it on for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It was. It's been a hard week, but we're trying our best to do what we can, pushing every lap through the final, and managed to win with not a big gap. So tomorrow's definitely going to be hard as well.
So what do you think? I mean, over the progression of today and what tomorrow's looks like. I mean, do you guys think you got more speed defined?
Well, maybe not on one lap, but over a race I think we can improve, because that was the first time we've actually driven above like 12 laps, and that was 22. So, you know, the kart was doing things at the end that we didn't know were going to happen, and I think we can improve at the end of the race for sure.
No, I think we had a good pace all week. We just didn't put the laps together. Pre-final was a bit tough. I had a contact in the first lap, and this bent my chassis. So I did all the pre-final with a bent chassis. Now in the final it was much better, but in the 6th, 7th lap I had a contact with the Tullio, and I bent something here in the front. Couldn't turn to the right, but I think overall it was a good final. My first race with the team, taking home a P4 because Norberg had the bumper. I think it's a really good result, and we can start working from here.
Yeah, so I mean, this morning and in qualifying, we had obviously top 5 pace. So I think we've improved from last year, and we take a step in the right direction. So yeah, I think tomorrow we should have pace for the podium. We're gonna make some changes overnight on the go-kart. I think the gearing and the engine was perfect, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a disaster this weekend, had no pace really struggled in qualifying. DNS the pre-final with a chain going off, and then we've gone from 34th to 9th in the main event. So I'm happy with that, and we found some pace, so hopefully we'll carry that into tomorrow.
So what kind of changes for tomorrow? Any, or are you going to leave it with where you got?
I think we'll stick with what we got. We know it's pretty quick, so yeah.
Yeah, we started off today with qualifying, pretty good qualifying, P4. The pre-final had a good start, was up to 3rd, and then made a mistake, and then fell back, got trained going to the back straight, and then again going down to turn 4. So that was a bit of not a great race for me, P7 in the end. And then in the final we had a good start, got up to 2nd or 3rd, and then just fell back to 4th, tried to catch 3rd again, just wasn't enough. After the penalties we ended up 3rd, so pretty decent. We just need to find some speed for tomorrow to, to challenge the leaders.
Yeah, you probably got the best bird's eye view of anybody to see the different leaders, Turney, Norberg, Garrison. Where do you think any of those guys are beating you that you can find some overnight?
Yeah, Turney was a bit far, so I couldn't see much off of him. We were a bit quicker than Garrison at the end. In the beginning, we were pretty even. And then Norberg, it was just a bit everywhere. Mostly through the high speed and a bit in the low speed, so I guess we just need to find overall.
Today, probably not your favorite day on the racetrack. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I mean, to the beginning of the day, it was pretty good. Obviously, we qualified pole, won the pre-final. Final, you're racing good drivers, so they know how to take advantage of situations. We were a little bit slow to start the race. They took advantage of it. I fell back pretty far, and yeah, just didn't have enough time to get back up. It's a smart strategy. So, I mean, I expect it. They did what they needed to do, and yeah, I just got bested today.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty excited, from not running Tag Senior that much. I think this year I'm definitely going to hit it a lot harder. The whole team's happy, the way today went and everything, but we still have to go and go back to the drawing board. We still got to find that couple more tenths left in the go-kart and then make it last a little bit longer throughout the whole race. But, besides that, I think we did pretty well for all of us.
Yeah, is that about what you think, just more longevity, or do you feel like there's stuff that you can find more raw speed too?
I definitely think that there is, you know. I mean, raw speed, I think I'm okay at that, but I definitely think that, you know, being consistent every single lap, you know, I need to work on that 100%, you know, not being in the seat, you know, as much that I want to. But this year, I think I'll definitely clean that up. But for sure, we got to go and find some stuff to make the car last longer. You know, we kind of struggled after halfway, it started to fall back a little bit. But tomorrow, we have a game plan going in, so we'll go and try that, and hopefully it works for us.
Awesome. Congrats, Austin.
Thank you.
We are ready to go. At 6 o'clock, we'll be clear for all the categories.
Remember not to show the burrow.
Oh, yeah. We'll turn
so we're just waiting.
All right. Oh, yeah. All right. Here, I'll fix it up, actually, so it's not choking you. Welcome back here to AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex, and you can see that there's still a few moments before we go green with X30 Jr. Emery Lott has caught up with the two protagonists from this weekend in Pro Shifter. AJ Myers and Alan Isabard have split the main, split the points. It's going to be pretty open going into the final weekend of the year. Let's go down to Emery.
Thank you, Xander. Standing here with both AJ Myers and Alan Isambard. AJ, I'm going to start with you. Yesterday was far from a clean day from you. You started off on the wrong foot, got a DQ in the pre-final, and the final drove up to second. Today, much more smooth. You're able to walk away in the final, really uncontested. Just walk me through that race and what your mindset was like.
Yeah, the mindset was just to get the gap early. Obviously, the only one who was really going to challenge me was going to be Alan, and he had to go through the field. I saw he wasn't there by halfway, and I could just stay controlled and pace it.
For sure, and looking towards Alan now. Alan, you had a really good weekend. Yesterday, you were the one that kind of had a little bit of smooth sailing in the final, although it was still an intense end to that race. Today, had a mechanical issue in the pre-final. First off, I got to ask, what was the issue heading into the final?
The issue in the pre-final was either the stator or the coil. We weren't sure which two it was, but we switched both.
Got you. And heading into the final, you made quick work getting yourself up into fourth position early on. From there, you were able to get into second, but just did not have the laps or the requisite speed to be able to really chase down AJ, but still a lot of good pace shown from this weekend. What can you take away from it?
Well, a lot. You know, we had the pace going in, and I think we'll have it coming back in February, so we'll see.
Yeah, and talking about February now, you guys enter the second round of this championship almost level on points. We've only seen one real battle between the two of you. AJ, I'm going to start with you. Is there anything you're going to do differently next time out?
No, I'll probably just roll the cart off how I left today, and I think maybe we don't touch it. We'll be good.
Alan, any changes from this weekend?
No, same thing.
All right, well, we'll settle it out in about a month time at the same track going the other way.
What do you think?
Well, first of all, sorry to Emery. I hit the mute button on him a little quickly. Secondly, I like it. I think both of them are ready to go out. I think, to be honest, I think they both were happy in a way that they got an easy main event win each day. At the same time, by looking at their faces, there's like I want to beat this guy heads up, and they're going to get a shot at it.
Dude, we're the big losers on this. We had a chance to get to see a battle, a head-to-head battle, and we didn't in either race because of something that happened. We didn't get that mano-a-mano battle that I think we should have got there. Now, we're back here in February. Hopefully we'll get it then, but you had two drivers. Each had an issue in the pre-final. We never got to see them lock horns. I feel bad about that.
Yeah, well, they look amped up to do so when we come back here in a month's time. In the meantime, for X30 Jr, presented by Rollison Performance Group here, they're rounding the final corner. Enzo Vidmontien and Stephen Miller have worked together very well all weekend long. And Stephen Miller's got himself a win. Vidmontien's got himself one as well. Let's see how X30 Jr.'s main event turns out. We're green down at turn one.
Oh, everybody diving back to the bottom, then back up to the top to make the move through turn number one. Will they get through cleanly? Looks pretty good so far. At least the front dozen getting through cleanly. And a big start there for Vidmontien as he's able to lead them down here cleanly into turn number four to get that opening lap in the books. I think that was Ernesto Rivera from the inside of row number two. Xander able to slide through to P2. He gets a better jump, although Stephen Miller slotting in to P3.
Yeah, great start for Ernesto there to get through on Stephen Miller. Miller had him cleared, opened up for the corner. Ernesto shoved it down the inside as soon as the door opened up. So great heads-up move there by Ernesto Rivera to get off the brakes really quickly, pump them, and then get back down to the inside. Clean pass all the way, and he puts himself in a perfect spot to start this 22-lap final. So one down 21 to go. Enzo Vidmontien on the Motaz Sport Paralyn leads here as the field heads across the line with a first lap in the books, a 3-car length lead down to 2. We've got 3 trying to break away out front, and a short gap back to 4th with Alex Mercado on that Speed Concepts Racing red speed. That gap might get a little bit easier, though, as they pass for 2nd. And here we are battling back behind as well. This is Burnett for 6th with the likes of a Scorpione and Hudson Schwartz and Teddy Musella. Burnett going to hang on just barely over a Scorpione, but Teddy Musella is looking to go as well. They're all going to stack up there.
Yeah, the lineup coming across the line for the first time had Vidmontien, Rivera, and Miller. Miller, of course, going by in 4, so moved Miller to 2nd, Rivera to 3rd. Mercado was 4th. Jackson Wolney was 5th spot. Burnett ran 6th. Schwartz 7th. Musella, Scorpione, and Weldon. But we'll see some shakeups when they come back around here again, as indeed Stephen Miller into the 2nd spot. Jackson Wolney goes up into 4th. We've got Jensen Burnett into 7th, and also Scorpione back a couple of spots as Teddy Musella able to get a position. Here's a fight further back here right now. There's a move to the inside. Good scrap side by side. I think that is indeed Rivera battling it out with Vidmontien now.
Yeah, they had a weird come together just out of frame in turn 2. So Stephen Miller passed Enzo Vidmontien in turn 1, and it looked like they were all going to cycle in line. Vidmontien to 2nd, Rivera to 3rd. And then I think Rivera might have tried to stick the nose into 2, and it cost them a lot of time. Stephen Miller now with a lead that's about a 2nd back to the Rollison Performance Group, Cosmic there. And then, of course, 2 car lengths back to Vidmontien, 2 back to find Jackson Wolney in 4th. And Alex Mercado has lost the 5th spot to the 729 of Hudson Schwartz. So, again, from the ER on forward here, 3 spots gained, although his teammate is the quickest, not any of the ones in front of him. It's the teammate behind him, Teddy Musella, purple at a 49.6.
Indeed, getting things underway very early on in this 22-lap main event for the X30 Junior category. To follow, X30 Master and X30 Senior to cap things off as the spotlight race of the day. Big field in X30 Senior, but of course they all come from this particular category, X30 Junior. This is where the future stars of that pro category will come from. One day we will see the Millers, the Riveras, Vidmontien, and then the like work their way up into the senior category. But right now their opportunity to run up front and race for wins and championships. Stephen Miller pulling away right now. It's been a really strong day for Miller, coming off what was a good day yesterday as well too, Xander, but really making things happen right now. 1.1 seconds up on Ernesto Rivera.
So as they go through turns 2 and 3 here, Ernesto Rivera, now it's going to fall to him to try and hunt down Stephen Miller. He lost a 1/10 of a second last time by. Feels a lot like this mini race we had not long ago with Alessandro Truccio at a 2nd gap and having some really good pace, where Stephen Miller has the opportunity to just kind of hold. If he can hold station, not be any bit slower. He doesn't need to be faster than anybody at this point in the race. He's outside the draft. Just needs to stay consistent, run at that 90-95% level, and if no one else has hot shot speed, he's set. But he's just got to hold that for 20 laps. That's hard.
And remember, these first handful of laps, because of the tire pressures being set so low for a 22-lap race, these karts aren't very good. They're not easy to drive, as you know. The temperatures have not got up. The pressures have not got up yet on the tires. You got this thing set low. That's going to start to come in midway through this race. That's when we'll really start to see these things start to come alive. So the drivers really have to be wheeling it here, doing the best they can, waiting and patiently waiting for those tires start to come in and for the chassis setup to really start to get into that operating window. So at this point, drivers just kind of doing the best they can, putting the best laps down they can. And this last time by, Rivera was 0.2 of a second quicker than Stephen Miller. So that gap that was almost 1.1 seconds now, less than a second, down to 0.922. So we'll see if Rivera can continue to reel in Miller, who's got a bit of an advantage here early on.
Yeah, let's see it here. Down the backstretch here, we're also watching a group a little further back. On your screen is a 729 of Hudson Schwartz and Alex Mercado. Now that time by, they hit a couple 49.3s. That was a 4/10 loss to the race leader, and it was a 5/10 loss to the guy in second. Ernesto Rivera has picked up more time, even to the top, and as Enzo Vidmontien surrenders the 3rd spot to Jackson Wolney, Ernesto Rivera, the Supernats 25 X30 Jr winner from yesterday, trying to find himself another X30 Jr main event win. He is hunting down Stephen Miller in the Chad Dawkin Racing Alonso kart, 0.6 of a second the gap, and closing as this group right here, Mercado and Schwartz, 6th and 5th, have remained at about 2 seconds away. Sorry.
So Ernesto Rivera has not gotten beaten in a Supercars USA national race since July. Well, Summer Nationals, right?
Yeah.
He won the
All the way back.
He won the Super Nationals, and he won the first race yesterday. So you have to go back to the Summer Nats since Ernesto Rivera's been beat. But then again, his first national win was, of course, the Super Nationals. So we'll play that card there a bit on the stats. But indeed, he has won the last two X30 Senior races, or rather junior races nationally. Super Nationals, and here at the Winter Nats, he wants to keep the streak going, make it 3 in a row as he continues to reel in Miller, now down to less than 0.6 of a second this time by. He was almost 0.2 quicker, so 0.595. So we're going to see this gap up front continue to stretch down. And in fact, in all three battles we have, we got an RPG driver in there. That's Miller versus Rivera, Wolney for RPG versus Vidmontien. Then you got Schwartz for RPG versus Mercado. And actually, even the next battle is Teddy Musella and Jensen Burnett. And, of course, Musella is an RPG driver. And then Max Taylor versus Oliver Weldon, an RPG driver. So really in all the battles we have, we got an RPG driver there in that fight.
Yeah, we got a whole lot of blue and pink in
do.
there. So as we look back to the front, though, it's about to get really tight towards the lead. Here is again, we've got Mercado on your screen along with Hudson Schwartz. They're trying to make up ground. They're a second and a half back. Ahead of them, you've got Vidmontien and Jackson Wolney. And then for the lead, Stephen Miller has now got company. Ernesto Rivera is 4.5 tenths away. As of last time by, I'd say he's down to 2.5 here this time. 2 car lengths the distance for the top two here with 13 laps to go.
On lap 8, everybody's setting their personal best. This time, not so much. The only guy setting his personal best right now looks to be Jackson Wolney and Oliver Weldon. Those two drivers setting their personal best on lap number 9. Otherwise, Xander, everybody on lap 8 set their personal best time. And the fastest lap was actually Jensen Burnett back in 8th position. He did a 48.599, so Burnett very quick as well. But we're seeing these fights kind of set up here right now. Watching the battle coming through turn number 5 right now. That is 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th working their way through the carousel, the inner carousel 7 and 8. Here's back to the lead group right now. Rivera has closed. He's arrived now on the rear bumper of Stephen Miller. So this battle we've seen throughout the weekend looks to be waged once again.
Yeah, they're a car length apart. Stephen Miller has just slowly had his lead evaporate. And now Ernesto Rivera looking to take advantage, and he does. Ernesto Rivera to the lead, caught Miller off guard, and he loses 3 car lengths because of it. Ernesto Rivera gives himself an instant gap as they exit turn number 4 here with now just 12 laps to go, 10 down.
Yeah, it seems to me like obviously we saw Caleb Gaffaro win over 24 races nationally last year, and of course finishing second to this young man, Ernesto Rivera, at the Super Nationals. Will we see obviously the new heir apparent here for junior supremacy and the RPG group? He is doing a tremendous job, although again great runs for Jackson Wolney. We already saw Hudson Schwartz on the podium. Teddy Musella's been good. Max Taylor, as we have said before. So RPG has a very strong junior contingent. But Rivera looks like he's the man out of the gate right now, potentially looking for a second victory, although a long way to go. We're only halfway through, 11 down, 11 to go, but he has gone to the lead and potentially trying to pull away from Stephen Miller. So Rivera is the leader here, X30 Jr. Miller, Wolney, Vidmontien, and Musella, the top 5.
4 car lengths now, the distance from Miller back up to Rivera. Here's a look back at the second group. Teddy Musella has gone around Jensen Burnett and has gone around Hudson Schwartz and Alex Mercado. So Musella getting himself back up into the top 5. Started 6th, went back up to 5th now. Unfortunately, they're 2 seconds away from Enzo Vidmontien and Jackson Wolney, but at least he's got some clear racetrack. And you look back at the leaders here, this gap, it's opening up just a little bit, I think. Last time by, Stephen Miller, of course, had to the pass, so he lost a lot of time. This time, picked back 300ths, but it's still at about a half second from P1 to P2, half a second from Miller back to Jackson Wolney in third all together. And we've got, Burnett in the wall in turn 1, Jensen Burnett.
And he doesn't look like he's very happy either. You wonder who got together with him. Burnett was running right there with Mercado and Schwartz, so not sure what happened in turn number 1, but it did not seem like that was an issue where he made his own mistake and backed it in. Potential contact there, the way he was reacting to being in the barriers on the outside of turn 1, Xander.
And it just kind of goes up and down, right? Jensen Burnett, what a great weekend in KA. Podiums both days, wins yesterday. And then here in X30 Jr, the final race of the weekend, ends up in the wall here just at the halfway marker.
There's your gap there between first and second. Right back behind them as well, third and fourth. Top 4 drivers separate about 1.1 seconds. That's actually shrinking up a little bit right there. In fact, Miller was able to knock another 1/10 of a second off of that of Rivera. Look at him closing back up again. So even though he got past and a bit of a gap there for Rivera, Miller's put his head down as the driver comes off the outside at turn number 12 here. We've got yellow flags flying as that driver has gone off, and the number 777. Trying to pick up who exactly that was. In the 7th, that was Gavin Witt who went off here, running in the 22nd position, coming back across the line. Gavin Witt, Xander off the outside, and backed it in lightly into the barriers of turn number 12.
Yeah, luckily was able to get back going. No major harm or damage to the car, just sent to the rear of the field. Now, talking about damage. Well, Stephen Miller on damage control. He's trying to make back up the gap, and he's making some headway. That time by personal best, 2/10 better than Ernesto Rivera. And after going to work, keeping his head level, and cleaning the tires off, Stephen Miller has bought himself another shot at the win as he goes to the inside. Turn 4, he'll take the lead back.
Yeah, what looked to be potential for a runaway for Rivera. Miller, well done, puts his head back down, resets, and reels him back in again. And that's brought Jackson Wolney and Enzo Vidmontien back in again. Less than a second separate the top 4 drivers. So it looked like it could have been a bit of a yawner there with Rivera pulling away, having taken the lead. But no, with 14 down and 8 laps remaining, we got ourselves a battle here, Xander.
Yeah, Stephen Miller leading down the backstretch here, a car length apart back to Ernesto Rivera, a car length back to Jackson Wolney, and 1 car length back to Enzo Vidmontien. A 4-driver party here in the final stage of this X30 Jr main event with 15 laps in, 7 laps to go. The tires on the very last little bit of where they should be performing here for the day. They've got 12 laps from the pre-final, 4 laps from qualifying, plus an out lap to make it 5. And now they're going to have to hang on for 7 more as Rivera throws a diver in 5.
Nice move to the inside of 5. Rivera going back to the lead. Likes being up front, as does Miller. Here comes Jackson Wolney in. We'll see how he plays it. Jackson, not a driver that we've normally seen up front running at a national at this level. So Jackson getting the chance to run in that lead group. We'll see how he performs and whether or not he's able to make a run here at Stephen Miller as well. He's got Enzo Vidmontien right behind him. He's no stranger to running up front. So here goes Vidmontien. He'll go to third to the inside of turn 1. Book it. That is P3 for Vidmontien. Put him in the fight here as well.
Yeah, Enzo Vidmontien there, and this will help as Miller goes back on Rivera. There's contact. They both go wide. Here comes Vidmontien, and we're 2 by 2 in the run to turn 5. Miller hangs on. He opens up, and Vidmontien crossover in the braking zone. Phenomenal move, and we got more contact, and Miller's kart shuts off. Stephen Miller's kart stalled at the exit, and it, oh, wait, does he? Yeah, he's trying to fire it back up. He's got a problem. Oh, my goodness, Stephen Miller is out here with a mechanical failure.
Miller takes over the lead, opens up wide. In comes, I believe it was
Vidmontien. And then Wolney went with him.
And then around the corner comes Rivera. They make contact. He climbs up over top. Probably something happened to the engine, maybe the electrics of the engine there up over top. He almost goes around. Miller stranded on the exit of turn number 6
yeah,
over to 7.
I've had something like that. Similar happened before an X30 Sr at Summernats years ago. Wasn't running too good. Got bounced into the dirt, and it knocked the ground wire off of the engine. So it shut off at that point, and there's nothing you can do. You hit the button, you think it's something weird with the motor, and you get no starter at all. So no spark. So Stephen Miller, unfortunate there. What a great run, and this, of course, goes from what should have been a stellar points day to a drop in the championship. Along with that, it still did hurt Ernesto Rivera tremendously. He lost seconds in that exchange. He's fallen back now to the clutches potentially of his teammate Teddy Musella, who was outside the top 5 for the majority of this main event, and it has now made it all about 2 drivers that were not leading the most laps thus far. Enzo Vidmontien and Jackson Wolney. Wolney looking for that big-time first national win.
Yeah, big time here for Wolney. We've seen Vidmontien win races before, of course, the champion last year in the Mini Swift category on the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. Can he get it done here today? He will look up front and see a 2 kart length lead right now over Jackson Wolney with an opportunity, as you said, to win his first race. We have 18 laps in the books, 4 laps remaining as we work our way back around. Indeed, 2.2 seconds back was Rivera as he was essentially sideways coming out of turn number 5, going in the wrong direction after that contact. He'll have to put his head down and really dig in. He has his teammate behind him, as you said, Teddy Musella. And in fact, Max Taylor has worked his way back up into the 5th position as well, ahead of Scorpione, Hudson Schwartz, Oliver Weldon, Alex Mercado, and Anthony Martella. It's does come down to 2 drivers. Unless Rivera can find some speed in the end with 3 laps to go, this is going to be Vid Montien versus Wolney.
Yeah, definitely a 2-horse fight is what it's looking like here. Rivera was 0.2 better last time by. That's not enough to close the gap. Now, here's a look further back. Oliver Weldon, a topsy-turvy day so far. As he mentioned, a chassis change overnight. He is right now in the midst of this battle with the likes of Alex Mercado, who's fallen backwards, and Hudson Schwartz. Weldon had to go from way back forward on that Hot Wheels JC Karting Lando Norris kart, and he finds himself inside the top 10 now, up 2 spots from his starting position of 10th to 8th. Now with 2 to go, Enzo Vidmontien, Jackson Wolney, 2 drivers, mano y mano, Rob. It doesn't get any more, driver skill-based than right here when it's just one-on-one.
Yeah, and you see a driver who's won races before. Jackson Wolney's looking for that first big win, so Jackson, can he pull the trigger and get that victory here? An elusive win here for him on the national level. Things have played well, but Enzo Vidmontien on the Motaz Sport parallel looks really good as well. I thought maybe an inside run there for Wolney. Maybe taking a look at different lines of where he could potentially make a pass. He's right there with Vidmontien. The white flag will fly this next time by. So indeed, does Wolney have an opportunity? Does Vidmontien hold him back? White flag going to fly as they work their way through. Can he get a run down into turn number 1? He will not. Big enough gap right now. It looks to me like he'll be good through 1, 2, and 3. Vidmontien, your leader.
Yeah, Enzo Vidmontien through the corner, through turn number 3 here, opening the gap up a little bit. That time by, again, he pulled a 0.5 tenth on him. I think he got another 0.5 tenth in the first 3 corners alone. It's looking really solid right now for Enzo Vidmontien. The Motaz Sport team picked him up at the beginning of 2022, and he ran over there with the Kart Republic squad, and then as they made the switch to begin the year on the Parolin chassis, they have picked up right where they left off, and in their debut weekend on the new colors, Enzo Vidmontien has put them up front all day long. He'll take them down the backstretch. Final time. Checkered flag in the air, no pressure out back. Enzo Vidmontien wins round 2 at X30 Jr.
Pretty excited about that one coming across the line. Vidmontien ends up with the victory. Rollison Performance Group, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th with Jackson Wolney, Ernesto Rivera, Teddy Musella, and Max Taylor. Leonardo Scorpione ends up 6th. It's Oliver Weldon in 7th, and capping off your top 10, Alex Mercado, Hudson Schwartz, and Anthony Martella. Rivera on the final lap goes 48.475, 0.2 of a second. He needed 7 more laps, I think, potentially to close up. He was getting closer and closer, but nonetheless, the issue that he had with Stephen Miller coming out of turn number 6 ended the opportunity for both of those drivers. Miller ending up on the sidelines and Rivera ending up back in P3. Wolney gave it everything he had, but in the end, Xander, this was all about Enzo Vidmontien capitalizing on the opportunities at the end of the day.
He took every opportunity that came his way, made the most of it. Awesome drive for Enzo Vidmontien here to take the win in the RPG-sponsored X30 Junior division. So Vidmontien and that Motaz Sport Parolin, top of the boards. Lots to take away from this X30 Junior main event and lots to prepare for the final 2 to come. K100 Master was dominated by Luis Schiavo yesterday. Today, about 4 drivers in contention. We'll see them all here in action right after this. And then, of course, during that K Master main event, we'll chat with a number of our X30 Pro contenders as they will headline and cap off this opening weekend of the 2023 Pro National season. Stick with us. Kart Chaser's live coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Series rolls on. If you're looking for your first foray into car racing, the Formula Inter F4 Series is for you. It's an arrive and drive championship costing a fraction of the price of the US F4 Series or USF Junior Championships, utilizing a spec fleet of cars that are randomized at every single round. You can start with International Motorsports Karting Team and advance through the ranks to the Formula Inter Championship. For more information, follow us online at Formula Inter on all social media. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
The sun's starting to work its way down to the horizon as we've got a couple more races still for you here. A gorgeous day right now. I'll tell you, cooler yesterday morning, Xander, but we were up to, I think, what was 64 degrees earlier today, just down to 63 right now. This is what we were hoping for. It's a beautiful day right now. The racing's been tremendous. 2 more races to come, though. KA100 Master, I would have said yesterday that we weren't going to see much of a battle because Luis Schiavo has kind of been the guy, but everybody else has kind of dialed things up. Michel Garrido, Ruben Ravello's kind of dialed things up, Mario Dominguez as well. We may see a good battle for the race win here, and then, of course, just waiting for the scrap that we're going to see in X30 Sr. That is going to be a tremendous fight for sure. There's a lot of racing to come still. But that was last we saw, man. It was like the battle of attrition, like who wanted to kind of get to the end on that one, I think. That was a pretty big battle there in X30 Jr.
Yeah, I mean, we saw so many different names that had, I think, pace to win that one all the way to the end, and then it was just a matter of smart decisions overall that was the big difference maker. And unfortunate for Stephen Miller, just, I wouldn't say a bad decision to do what he did. He's probably going to look at it as that by opening up for turn number 5, because if he stays low, he might get a shot from behind, but he holds the lead. I don't think he expected Vidmontien to hit the brakes, back out from the outside, and then send it down the inside. Really impressive move from Enzo to be able to pull that one off, and I think that is the deciding factor that won him the race for sure. But unfortunate for for Rivera, for Miller, for a lot of them. Like you said, it was attrition. They all could have won it. It was a matter of surviving the 22 laps. These are long main events.
They are indeed. You got to try to be focused through the entire run as well, and you can't make the mistake whether it's early or whether it's late. Drivers getting set to go right now here in KA100 Master. We do have some interviews we're lining up to get done here. The drivers are going to roll in. We'll get ourselves started with the first couple of corners. KA100 Master brought to you by Kart Racing Solutions. Luis Schiavo starting on the pole alongside Michel Garrido. It'll be Mario Dominguez and Miguel Mir on row 2. Ruben Ravello and Diego Rodriguez on row 3, Elliot Van Rankin and Alex Dalbon, row 4, Alfonso Santiago and Luis Quiones on row 5, Tom Gerstner, John Stanescu, Iran Sanchez, and DJ Ortiz rounding out the 14 drivers we have set to go. They'll get themselves in the staging lane, starting the penultimate main event of the weekend. Green, 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 and they'll race down in to turn number 1. Oh, there's a contact there coming through turn 1. 2 drivers are going to get out. Look at the big gap back to third, though. 2 drivers able to escape the action into the opening corner.
Well, Schiavo somehow, some way gets himself through cleanly. So does Michel Garrido, and then it's chaos behind them. Looks like Mario Dominguez got tagged. He lost a couple of positions. I'm going to guess the other driver that might have got turned around would maybe be Ruben Ravello, because I don't believe I see him running inside this main group here. So as they come out of turn 9, Schiavo leads over Garrido, little gap back. It gives us an opportunity to go side by side. Let's send it down track side to our X30 Jr winner, Enzo Vidmontien. We got to hear his thoughts on that final decisive move there in turn 5 in the final few laps. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Enzo, I mean, you swept the day. P1 qualifying, P1 pre-final, P1 in the final. Race wasn't easy, though. You had a bunch of guys, you know, Stephen Miller, the 2 RPG cards trying to battle it out, but you're able to get that decisive move in the last few laps. Walk me through the race and walk me through that move you made.
Kart was alright. I was sliding a lot. I didn't really have the pace, but I kept it there behind Jackson, and Miller tried to hit Ernesto out, and I got a lucky move, and then Steven thought I was just going to back out and not send it, but I send it, and yeah.
Yes, that you did. I mean, Enzo, you've been the fastest guy in this class all day long. Tell me, how good has this parallel kart been for you?
It's really, really good. The best chassis out there. It's just a lot of grip and everything.
Awesome. Yeah, one more thing. Who would you like to thank for this victory?
My dad, my mom, Motaz, BN Engines. Yeah.
Awesome. Enzo Vinbantiene, everybody. Your winner in X30 Jr. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, again, we kind of talked about it. He kind of gave you all, of course, the from-the-seat feeling, but you had said, hey, that move that he made on Stephen Miller, I don't think Stephen figured he was going to back out, like you said, then dive back down to the inside. Kind of caught him off guard. He sent it, as he had said there, and that got the job done, because really that move is what created all the chaos behind that resulted in Miller and Rivera getting together coming out of that corner. Had that not happened, that wouldn't have been there, and he wouldn't have had that big gap to pull away for the last couple of laps.
Definitely would not have. Let's
Right.
hear from the other side up at the front of the field here. Emery Lida, take it away.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Jackson Wolney, an impressive second-place run. Came up just a little bit short against Enzo for the win, but still an incredible run. Talk me through those last few laps where you had a chance at the win.
Last 2 laps, I was trying to stay with Enzo, but I think the tires kind of fell off at the end, and I wasn't driving as good. But I think my first podium, it's awesome.
Yeah, still an incredible run. And when you look at where you were at over the last year, obviously joining the Rollison Performance Group team, you had gone from really running up towards the front at regional races to now on the podium in a field that is absolutely stacked with top quality X30 Jr drivers, both at the regional level and at the national level. Just tell me, what's it been like going on this journey, and how do you feel like you've improved as a driver?
I think it's been a really good year for me. I think going into this year, we can more podiums coming and maybe wins. But I just thank RPG and Ryan Norberg for helping me through.
For sure. Jackson Wolney, someone that got on the podium today, a really impressive run in the X30 Jr field. We'll see what he has in store going forward, but a great step forward in his development so far this weekend at Homestead as he finishes off his first weekend with a podium in 2023. Back to you guys in the booth.
Xander loves seeing a driver like Jackson Wolney get that first podium. You know, it opens the door, makes him realize all the hard work that he puts in to learn, to work with the Rollison Performance Group. All the time you spend on the racetrack learning pays off when you actually get into competition. Big for him to get on the podium here today.
Yeah, big for him. And while we were on the interview, I don't know what happened to Luis Schiavo. He absolutely pounded the wall with the right front bumper in turn number 1 a lap ago, and since then has been looking at the brakes and I think pulled into the scale line. He was right there with Michelle Garrido. I don't know if there was any kind of contact or what in the world happened to him, but Luis Schiavo is not going to repeat, that's for sure. He got heavy damage there with the wall impact. Take a look. It almost looked like he was checking his brake disc to see if he still had brakes. Because, yeah, long straightaway and then just went straight off. So Michelle Garrido has been gifted a massive lead, over 6 seconds back to Mario Dominguez in second, Miguel Meyer in third. Ruben Ravello has worked his way back up into that 4th spot. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on here. I think Rob Howden's going to go investigate here. Maybe we can send our guys over as well to see what in the world happened to Luis Schiavo. Meanwhile, for KA Master, as they continue to work their way around here in the class presented by Kart Racing Solutions, don't disregard that ticker there on the left side. We'll wait on the ticker to update here in a few moments, as it's been a little bit in and out the internet, of course, under heavy usage here this weekend with so many people in town in the biggest SKUSA Winter Series event since the series inception 6 years ago in 2018. Now, we've got 16 laps to go, 6 laps complete. Michelle Garrido continues to pull away. He was another couple hundredths to the better to Mario Dominguez, the former Champ Car World Series driver. Garrido with a good amount of sports car racing himself over the years, as well as a lot of laps here around AMR Motorplex in recent times as they battle back behind for the third position. Miguel Mir on the Orsolone Tony Kart versus Ruben Ravello through 7 and 8. Ravello, great crossover there. He gets through, and Ruben Ravello's onto the podium here. Rob, you're back with us now. What's the update on Luis?
Yeah, a quick talk with Luis Schiavo, and indeed a brake issue. Not quite sure exactly what it is, but he just said just didn't have the brakes, so elected after the contact, of course, just pulled it off. There was something wrong with the brakes. They'll go back and try to diagnose it, but a tough one, as you said, for the driver who's really been one of the dominant factors all weekend long. He ends up going to the tail of the field. This will be his drop race if we indeed see him back in February. That means that Michel Garrido is the driver out front and by a long shot right now. 6.5 seconds the lead for Garrido over Mario Dominguez. Ruben Ravello, we saw that pass that he was able to make on Miguel Mir, and here they are coming through turn number 5 here right now. That's the battle for the final podium position. Diego Rodriguez right there as well. The fight is underway. This is the scrap here again, as I said, for the third and fourth positions. Rodriguez not that far behind Mir as well, less than a half a second. Then a couple seconds back to Alex Dalbon. Tom Gerstner running a strong 7th ahead of Iron Sanchez and Elliot Van Rankin. Fast lap laid down in the books there for Michel Garrido, 51.145 for Garrido, 6.6 seconds ahead of Mario Dominguez right now. So laps winding in. We got 10 laps down. We got 14 laps remaining here in KA 100 Master, brought to you by Kart Racing Solutions. Garrido leading 6.6. We're watching this fight here right now. This is P3, the battle we're watching here. Multi-time Texas champion Miguel Mir battling it out with the team principal of Alessandro's Racing, Ruben Ravello. He's the driver out front here in P3. Made a move just a couple laps ago. Let's see if Mir has anything for him right now. Mir running for Orsolone Racing. A big run out of turn number 11 down to 12. Getting things rolling here for both these drivers. Again, early on, right? You don't want to say one driver's got more pace because Mir's sticking with them. Ravello's been really good on the podium yesterday as well. Whether or not these karts still are good when we get through to the tail of this race, that will be the key, right? Because, again, tire pressure set for a 22-lapper. The kart's never that great coming out of the gate, although we are closing now more into the mid-race laps here right now. 9 down, only 10 to go when they get back around. So closing on that halfway point, but will be a 22-lapper. It's Garrido, Dominguez, Ravello, Mir, and Rodriguez top 5. Capping the top 10 is Dalbon, Gerstner, Sanchez, Van Rankin, and Stanescu. One more race still to come before we cap off the day here in Homestead, Florida. X30 Sr drivers have got those karts pushing up to the grid as we are ready to get rocking and rolling with what should be a fantastic main event. Can Joe Turney do it again, or can the rest of the drivers here in the paddock step up to battle the British driver on the Kart Republic? We'll see. Again, once again, hello to those of you tuning in here on Kart Chaser. Glad to have you with us here on what is a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Florida. About 63 degrees trackside. Not sure where it is for you right now on the temperature scale. I know back home for me it's in the single digits, I think, back up in Canada. So I'm happy to be here in Florida, looking to get back down here again in February when we'll change it up and go in the reverse direction. We'll run the other direction around the racetrack here. We'll go in the clockwise direction. I've actually never got a chance to race in the clockwise direction. I've run it here in counterclockwise some 20 years ago, running in the SuperKarts USA Florida Winter Tour days. Back in my first years of running a shifter, I really love the layout of this particular racetrack. I've never had a chance, as I say, to run it in the reverse direction, like the clockwise direction around this track. We'll do that when we get back here in February with rounds 3 and 4 of the 2023 SKUSA Winter Series, kicking off the new national season. Little chat with the boys from MG Tires hanging out here with us right now.
Yeah.
Always good to see Marcelo and Joe Franco here from Brazil coming up for MG Tires. They've been part of this program for a long time, the SuperKarts USA program, and great to have them here as well. Always big supporters of the SuperKarts USA series.
Yes, big supporters here, getting to show people a little bit of the behind the scenes of what we've got. It's a lot easier to do that this year, Rob, than a year ago when our tents were blowing apart.
True
and when you were alone on the mic, it was because we were just completely falling apart.
That's true.
So the fact that's not the case now, a lot easier to show people, yeah, we got a great setup. Everything's going good, which it has been a super smooth weekend for everybody, including us, and including one man we're going to go down to. Emery Light has caught up with the other half of the operation that won yesterday. Joe Turney's mechanic, Daniel Tate, is down here with Emery.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Daniel Tate, the tuner for Joe Turney this weekend. Obviously, Joe's had a sensational weekend so far, winning yesterday. He's on point again today, heading into the final, starting from the front. Daniel, this has been an interesting weekend being in Miami. We've seen colder temperatures than we may have usually seen here. How has that impacted how you guys have set up the go-kart?
Oh, honestly, not too much. We were luckily able to be here for last Saturday and Sunday just to get a good test in. So we kind of already had a good baseline. So just being able just to come in, just kind of have a good idea of what we wanted for our tire temps, it's pretty straightforward for what we wanted.
Got you. And how does having a really experienced international quality world champion type driver in Joe Turney impact the setup you guys are going to be using going forward with the rest of your program going into the rest of 2023?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, the experience that he brings over compared to no offense, some of our American drivers, it's unmatched. So it's just a perfect scenario for us, especially to develop the car for here, the North American market.
Got you. Well, the long-term impacts of Joe Turney certainly going to help out Kart Sport North America. The immediate impacts, he'll be in contention for a victory. Coming up next in X30 Sr. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, you're looking at Joe Turney, right? Not everybody here in Europe, in North America knows who Joe is, a former factory Tony Kart driver as well. This guy's obviously very highly esteemed over in Europe, now running, of course, with the Kart Republic. And to have him come over here to help build this brand, we've seen a lot of the Kart Republic success we've had over the weekend, all the way down as well into the mini Swift categories with a driver like Lucas Palacio. But Kart Republic has been strong here for the last couple of years, and I always find it exciting when we get some of the factory drivers to come over because it really elevates, I think, everybody else's game across the board.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, again, if you take Joe Turney out of yesterday's main event, it looks like every other Pro Tour we had last year where Ryan Norberg fell back a little bit, let the tire pressures come to him, and then drove away. The difference was he did all that to everyone that he raced last year, and then Joe Turney was still 2 seconds up the road. So in the case here, it's again forcing Norberg to level up, and we saw in this pre-final here today, the entire top six all rose to the occasion. DeTulio, Ramos, Norberg himself, Donovan Bonilla stepped up in a big way. He rolls off third, put his teammate to the outside in row two.
And where do you have to be better? You have to be better over the first 5 laps, right? The top factory drivers, even though you're low on tire pressures, those guys are magic. They can still get the kart to rotate, right? Even though the tire wants to roll over, they can still get that kart to rotate. Those first couple of laps, when everybody else struggles, they're waiting for the tire to come to them. Those guys can be super good. And that's been one of the things we've seen out of Norberg. We're obviously seeing it out of Joe Turney as well.
Well, you talk about the first few laps. Austin Garrison was one of the fastest drivers in the first few laps yesterday, and unfortunately the pace didn't stay in the second half of the main event. He has to roll off inside the top 10 after an up-and-down pre-final, and he's with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I'm here with Austin Garrison. Austin, I mean, you've shown incredible pace today, just not a lot of luck. Obviously, in the pre-final, got shuffled back a little bit, had to work way back up. Talk me through that pre-final.
Yeah, so we had a really good start, actually, and then, once everybody started going, block and all that, I got hit from behind, obviously, I hit the person in front of me and just got sideways and just started to get moved back throughout the race, and after all the dust settled, I got passed in corner 1. That really hurt me, but pretty bad because I went into the barrier, and then I got dirt all over my tires and had to go and block after that. So the tires weren't in. I was sliding around everywhere. But after that, when I got some clean air, we started to click off some pretty fast lap times. We made a wrong choice on the gear before I went out for the pre-final. But now, if we get a pretty good clean start now, we should have a fight for the win.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, it seems to me that you have the kart to go up there and fight for the win. What's your strategy starting from the outside of row 4?
I haven't started on the outside yet, and I know it's not the best place to be, but you can't really do anything about it. When the green flag flies, I'm just trying to get down to the inside to the bottom of the racetrack, and then hopefully everybody is pretty smooth and calm going into corner 1 so we can all have a clean race.
Awesome, yeah. Austin Garrison, everybody, starting 8th in the X30 Sr Final. Back to you boys in the booth.
Smooth and calm going into turn number 1. That's what I picked up out of that one. We'll see whether or not that happens. But again, definitely a driver who could potentially be in the fight. Let's quickly have a look here with 5 laps to go in our KA100 Master category. This fight we've been scrolling on. I know we're going side by side. What a battle this has been here right now between Ruben Ravello and Miguel Mir. Ravello actually turning the fast lap of the race last time by. He was the fastest driver on track. Mir right there with him. That's for the final position on the podium. Michel Garrido out the front by 6.7 seconds to Mario Dominguez. He just went purple this last time by. Ravello goes 3rd, Mir 4th. Diego Rodriguez rounding out the top 5. 4 laps remaining, And right before we come to the checkered flag, let's send it back down to Alexander Searle for a driver who get ready to step things up. He stands by with Ryan Norberg.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Ryan Norberg. Ryan, obviously didn't really have the pace up to your standards there in the pre-final. Walk me through that race for you.
Yeah, we kind of got shuffled back a little bit early. Yeah, didn't have the pace early in the run there. We were fast in the end, but not really enough to really claw that back. So, yeah, we kind of got put on our heels early on, and, yeah, we just didn't have the speed that we wanted, but made some adjustments for the final. So hopefully that, helps us get going a little bit faster.
Yeah, I mean, obviously starting on the outside of row 2, what's your strategy going into turn 1?
There's no strategy. I mean, outside here is not the best spot. Whenever you make a plan, it never goes that way. So you got to take it by ear. You got to go into the corner and just, hope you've covered off the inside enough. You don't get run into the wall. Been here enough to know that, you just got to play it safe on the outside. You can't win the race in that first corner there, but you'll for sure end it. So, got to be smart.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Ryan Norberg, everybody, starting 4th in the X30 Sr Final. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thanks, Alexander. And again, that's the key right there. You can't have a plan with what you're going to do in turn number 1. And it's like what Brian said, you have to react. And you react based on the experience you have throughout your years of competition. And it's not something you think about. You don't think, you just do. And that's what Ryan and everybody on the outside of that the rows are going to have to do. They're going to have to react based on what happens to the drivers around them so they can make the right move and work their way through. So again, folks, drivers working their way through to cap things off here right now. And I believe that Miguel Mir indeed has got by Ruben Ravello. So through that interview, Miguel Mir on the Orsolon Racing Tony Kart has gone to P3. That's the final podium position. Michelle Garrido and Mario Dominguez have the front 2 spots for Alessandro's Racing. And maybe to watch out for, if there is some lap traffic that they've been giving the flag, the removal flag to, but they just have not heeded that flag as of yet. So there's still quite a ways up on them right now, but we'll see what happens with that removal flag. Right now, though, it's Garrido, Dominguez, Mir, Ravello, and Rodriguez, the top 5. And right now they're about 2.4 seconds behind Mario Dominguez. Leaders coming around the line once again. White flag flying, 1 lap remaining.
Oh, Dominguez.
They gave the flag to Dominguez, and he is pulled off.
Oh, no.
They gave the flag to the wrong driver. They gave the black flag to Dominguez, and he pulls off the racetrack.
Oh, my goodness.
All by himself in second, and they gave the move over flag to Dominguez, the wrong driver. He was running P2. He pulls off thinking he had a meatball flag. And that is going to put Mir up to second, Ravello to third. Mario Dominguez erroneously given the flag to remove from the racetrack as Mir was there. That is a shame. White flag flying, final lap for Michelle Garrido. That is tough to swallow, Xander. Ouch.
Well, it takes a bit of the wind out of our sails from seeing it. Michelle Garrido has no idea, though. He'll take the checkered flag. Dominant run. Garrido wins, and the battle for second here comes all the way down to the checkers. Mir will hold on over Ruben Ravello. Yeah, a little bit of an anticlimactic finish there and some unfortunate deal for Mario Dominguez, but a good sign of respect there for second and third.
That was a great race, all race long.
That was a good battle all the way through. And Michelle Garrido, the winner, headed out of turn number 4 to turn number 5. But that one, unfortunate. Obviously, we had to flag off quite a few of them. There were some DNFs, Luis Schiavo, DJ Ortiz. I mean, we lost a lot on attrition in general. So Dominguez does get credited with 8th. But I'm sure he would much have rather being able to stand on the podium here, and that's just an unfortunate deal. And one of those things where, maybe you wait 1 lap if you get the black flag.
He did wait 1 lap. I looked up, and I think they had given him 1 lap, but he came all around again. They gave it to him for a second time.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, indeed. So he would have been second place. There's no doubt that he would have rolled to second place, Mario Dominguez. So Michelle Garrido ends up P1, Miguel Mir in second, and Ruben Ravello rounding out the top 3 as again, Dominguez getting removed from the racetrack erroneously. Tough one there for him for sure. We have 1 more race to go, though, Xander. X30 Sr will be next up to cap off this trip to Florida.
Yeah, we cannot wait to get things started here. Lots to unpack. Obviously, first of all, we've got our picks here for this one. You said Ryan Norberg earlier in the day. You saw the pre-final. You saw his qualifying. Top 3 in qualifying. Pre-final, up, down, fast at the end, like he said. Where do you stand with him? Are you sticking with your national #1 pick?
I don't know right now, to be honest. I think that Joe Turney's got just so much speed right now, and a number of drivers are pumped up. But Donovan Bonilla is going to have so much confidence coming in here with an opportunity. So with opportunity comes that more aggression. He wants to get on the podium. He wants to win a race. And I think Austin Garrison's going to be the same kind of guy who just came close. He's going to be super aggressive. If they made that right move, he just said just needs a little bit more. If they're able to make the adjustments, Garrison could be in there as well.
I like ADT. I'll be honest. My pick with Garrison, I'm going to stick with it. I'd love to see it happen here. I'm always one to cheer for the hometown guys to win at their home racetrack, so it'd be cool to see him pull that off. Like he said, starting on the outside. He hasn't started there. He's hoping to just survive turn 1 and then go from that point on. But I think Alessandro DiTullio, another hometown kid here from Miami, Florida, he was the fastest, in my opinion, at the very end of the pre-final. He was hunting down Joe Turney lap after lap, at worst ending even with him. So after all weekend of frustratingly missing that last 10th to compete for the win, I think ADT, along with the team at Motaz Sport and Parolin, have finally found it. And if the track is similar to that pre-final, watch for number 320 to go to the front.
And let's be real, he's fast here. Alessandro DiTullio knows his way around this racetrack. He essentially won both races here last year on one of the weekends. Got that squish penalty, which was so minute, as you said, came back with retribution and won the next day. So, yeah, not out of the realm of possibility that DiTullio's the guy to beat. But the guys on the outside of the front row, you mentioned it, Garrison and Ryan Norberg, that's what could be really interesting as well.
Look at that. That's DiTullio. He's tuning on something. Does he have a problem coming straight onto the racetrack? Hopefully he's okay. He's in the runoff area. Okay, so here's the thing, right? We've talked about this plenty of times at the Supernats. There is a commitment cone. They have to be in position, whatever the position they are in at the commitment cone, which Joe Turney is going full throttle towards. DiTullio will have to start there. Alessandro DiTullio is now to the edge of the top 10. What does this mean? Well, if he advances his spot, he's going to get a 10-second post-race penalty. He can't do that at the commitment cone. He's got to start back there. So DiTullio, who is slated to start second, is now going to start, well, he's going to advance up there.
He's getting up there. Wow.
So is that going to be a penalty? We don't know. The formation cone is coming up here, but I think that was after the commitment cone. That commitment cone's going into turn number 10. So if a penalty hits DiTullio, you can bet they're going to protest it, but this is, again, a rule that's been in place. It's been a lot. It's a 10-second penalty. I don't know if it's going to hit him. We don't know what's going to happen. Well, we do know, Rob, it's the final race of opening weekend, and Joe Turney has the field together.
Turney, DiTullio, row 1, Bonilla, Norberg, row 2, Ramos, Stolzer-Manis, row 3, Morgado, Garrison, row 4, Leon and Ingrata, row 5. Field set. We're going to go to the flag. Green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1. They'll drive their way through here right now. Everybody's slicing and dicing. Can they get through cleanly? Looks like the front 10 drivers out pretty comfortably right now, and a start cleanly, and we're underway. Who is at the leader? Is that Norberg?
I don't know how Ryan Norberg has found himself to the lead, but again, he's slotted up into second with DiTullio going to the back. DiTullio's got himself up to 4th, so he's got a good start. They're fighting behind him, but Ryan Norberg versus Joe Turney for the lead here. This is what everybody wanted to see, and look at this. Thomas Stolzer-Manis has once again blown a chain at turn number 3, and he's trying to put the chain back on the go-kart, get going. I think he's going to give up. Thomas Stolzer-Manis, a disappointing end to Sunday, but let's go back to the leaders. Norberg, Turney, Bonilla, the top 3, then DiTullio. Then you've got Diego Ramos. Mateus Morgado, 6th. He's coming under fire from Austin Garrison down in turn number 1. For that spot, Garrison's through.
There's the stark contrast there. Stolzer-Manis off the side of the racetrack, and Norberg as the leader of the pre-race interview. He said straight up, he goes, I'm starting 4th. I can't have a plan. I just got to react to what happens. He ends up coming out P1. A very Norberg-esque kind of start to this race. He leads it, and right there is Turney in 2nd, Bonilla and DiTullio 3rd and 4th.
Well, let's get set here for more action. Alexander Searle, a quick report from us here as we come to put 2 laps complete. Norberg leads over Turney. Alex, what do you got for us?
Yeah, just a quick report. I mean, I spoke with a few drivers on the grid, one of them being Blake Nash. Blake said he hasn't changed really anything on the go-kart besides just a little gear change. He says he feels really confident in his go-kart. He just wanted to keep it clean, but so far it hasn't worked out for him. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex, here. Blake Nash trying to keep it clean and move forward. He was able to do so in that pre-final and pick up some spots. We've also got a few drivers near the back that got collected there. Jorge Ortiz out. 2 more here. This is from the AM Racing Engines camp and the Orsolone Racing camp. This is outside the top 15. Up front, I think we got a challenge coming for the lead, though. Joe Turney looking inside. New leader. And it's a repeat of yesterday as he does it on Norberg for the top spot.
And look who's right there as well, the other RPG driver, Donovan Bonilla. Going at it right with him, but Joe Turney's put the Kart Republic back out front. The two RPG drivers slotting in to second and third. When we have a chance, I have a potential insight into the KA100 Master category. I'll bring that to you in a second, but we'll wrap this up with the Tullio running their P4. Great opening sequence of laps as these drivers are dicing it out hardcore right now.
Donovan Bonilla followed Joe Turney up to Norberg. He's trying to play nice with his teammate and mentor and give him a shot to go back at the world level driver, the international talent and multi-time British champion. As they go side by side for third, he's going to pay the price. Tullio gets the third spot away from Bonilla. Ramos is looking for fourth.
What's the line you hear all the time from drivers up front? Pass or be passed. So obviously Bonilla not wanting to go by his teammate Norberg loses a spot to Tullio, and he'll lose another spot to go back to P5.
Yeah, I think Tullio got a little bit of help from Bonilla going into 5 because I don't think Bonilla expected him to break as early as he did. Luckily, Ramos cut Tullio a break, got by Bonilla. Now they're third and fourth, and they need to hunt down Norberg and Turney, the top two. This is the duel that everyone was hoping to see, and Diego Ramos trying to play spoiler of it. The pole award winner in qualifying goes to third.
Here's the quick update potentially from KA100 Master. You and I were calling that they may have been given the removal flag to Dominguez incorrectly. Someone sent me a picture. It looked potentially like Dominguez's bumper was off. It was actually a meatball flag, not a removal flag. So we thought he was getting removed erroneously. No, a meatball flag potentially. Not. This is unofficial. This is only from a source sending me a photo that maybe it might have been a dislodged rear bumper.
It could have been. Obviously, we didn't get a look there. I was kind of in and out of the studio, so apologies to the viewers back home for if we got that wrong. Either way here, Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg, these two heavyweights here have been up front all weekend through the time charts. The two drivers, everyone's been ranking themselves against. America's best, the UK's best here. We joked it was the Revolutionary War all over again. Norberg could not get to him yesterday, but it was a big lead for Turney he got. Much smaller here today. 4 car lengths and counting at the moment as they exit turn 3.
And we're not even to the quarter mark yet, Xander. 5 laps down, still a long way to go. 17 laps remaining in this one. So again, as I've said before, these opening laps, as we all know who have driven karts, you set the tire pressure for mid to late in the race, not at the very start. It's not going to be good. The kart's not going to be perfect, but it's the great drivers who are able to work their way through that, manage the situation, waiting for those tires to slowly come in. Turney showed he had what it took yesterday. Then again, for Norberg, he was in the middle of the crap, battling it out, getting diced with the entire time. This time, though, head down. Let's see what happens. Mano a mano. As there's another chaser, though. Here comes a driver who's been very strong. Diego Ramos was on the pole. Does he have a chance for a race win?
And his teammate, Mateus Morgado, goes purple. Tullio a 47.7. A 47.51 for Mateus Morgado, a tenth and a half better than the top two who click off 7 flats or 6.8 in the case of Joe Turney. So Diego Ramos chipping away towards the lead. Norberg still right there. It's a high-speed chess match once again, but Norberg closed up big time through the middle of turns 5 and 6. And Joe Turney, with 15 and a half laps to go, leads a pack of about 5 or so. As we watch back from there, it's Noel Leon in the 6th spot, Austin Garrison in 7th, and they're about 2 seconds away from the lead.
Final race of the weekend, and it feels like we may have saved the best for last. We have ourselves a tremendous battle serving up right now. Will it end up being Kart Republic versus Cosmic versus Burrell Art versus Parolin? We'll see whether or not Tullio can get back into the fight, but Ramos looks like he's the man trying to get up there as well. They all were quicker than Joe Turney last time by. Norberg right there on him coming out of turn number 4.
Turney made a mistake in turn 12. He knows Norberg's is looking. Here he comes to the inside in 5, and we can catch it. We just missed it there. Norberg, the new leader.
Ryan Norberg and the RPG Cosmic has gone to P1 early in this race. We're talking lap 7. Too early maybe, or is that kart just starting to come in? Which driver has the best long-range pace? You know, Turney was holding on to that machine, as was Norberg, but Norberg coming on here at about the 1/3 mark. Will he have the pace when they get through to the end? He'll have to take care of the tires as well. Turney locks on. He wants to go back to the front. Turney to the inside. Book it. He takes it back. Norberg goes over under. He'll take the position. And hello, Diego Ramos. He is there as well. He's going to look to the inside.
Ramos forcing Norberg to stay there. Turney's hanging on the outside. He gets knocked off the racetrack. Ramos to second. What does he do to Norberg here? He'll hold on to the spot through 5. Here comes Morgado. We've got 5, and we've got a race here, Rob.
And your guy as well, Alessandro DiTullio, putting his head down to try to get in there as well. We got ourselves a battle. Closing in on the halfway point, still a couple of laps away. But the top 5 drivers here, absolute superstars in American karting. And we throw in that UK driver as well, Joe Turney, to make things a little extra exciting.
Diego Ramos has watched Norberg and Turney come closer and closer to him. When does he go? It's now. Diego Ramos to the lead in turn 1.
PSL Burrell to P1 out of turn number 2. Norberg realizes it, tucks right back in. Everybody locked and loaded. But the driver who qualified on pole earlier today, Diego Ramos for PSL Karting on the Burrell Art, is the driver to beat right now. He is out front early. Here's a pass further back. That's contact there. And that is Turney getting roughed up a bit by DiTullio.
No, Morgado.
Oh, was that Morgado?
Went 3 wide to the bottom on Turney, and he sandwiched Turney into Ryan Norberg. Norberg is back. Turney goes way back. Morgado to third, and ADT up to second with about a 7/10 margin to catch Diego Ramos. Here comes Donovan Bonilla on Norberg.
Yeah.
He'll go by as well.
Again, that was the momentum created there. Donovan Bonilla able to go by. Let's see if Norberg goes and gets him. He does not. That's Noel Leon, I think, right behind him. Yeah, Noel Leon right there as well in the 6th position. So we are having a ton of action here. Mateus Morgado, you got to think a little bit of frustration for Morgado as there goes Leon. He makes a move by Norberg as well.
More contact behind them there as it looks like Turney got knocked off the racetrack. It is a frenzy at the edge of the top 10. Turney versus Neveau, his teammate Austin Garrison is there, and all the while, Diego Ramos trying to run away. It would be his second win in the States in about a year's time. Only the last time he won here, Mateus Morgado let him go to get him second in the championship at round 4 of the Winter Series. And then, of course, you take into account DiTullio coming back from last year. Morgado looking to dominate as he did in 2022. And Donovan Bonilla, could the former rookie, sophomore, senior now, get himself in a position where he could get his first career pro national victory? All kinds of storylines still with 11 laps remaining. We're only halfway. A lot can change. Norberg knows this as he's gone back by on Noel Leon and has to hit the reset button. The same for Joe Turney, who I'd be very surprised if he doesn't have anything bent in the front end of that KR. He's way back now from Austin Garrison, unfortunately.
Yeah, there was a ton of contact, and you would not be surprised if I had some bent parts on any number of the cars that were battling it out over there in turn number 4 and turn number 5. A lot of contact here now. Front 3 drivers are working their way onto the front straightaway right in front of you. By start finish. Here we go. That is Diego Ramos, Alessandro DiTullio, and Mateus Morgado, the highest that Morgado has run all weekend long. For a lot of times, we've seen him outside the top 10, most definitely outside the top 5. So Morgado, the reigning world champion, up on the wheel in that Burrell Art machine. And the PSL camp has got to be happy. They're running 1 and 3 after struggling a bit yesterday. They're sandwiching DiTullio right now on that Paralyn machine from Otaz Sports. So the front 3 drivers looking good. Donovan Bonilla running in 4th. Ryan Norberg's worked his way back up to 5th after getting through on Noel Leon. So again, Norberg with lots of time left. He's got to focus, Xander, because 10 laps remaining, 12 down.
Yeah, as they go down the back straightaway here, Morgado continues to follow ADT. You talk about how good the Burrell guys have to be feeling. I mean, last weekend at the test weekend, they were not just 1/10, multiple tenths off of everybody, including drivers that weren't even racing here, like Max Garcia, who's on a testing-only calendar for 2023. And so they go from that to finally finding pace towards the end of the day on Friday, and then Morgado and Ramos looking good throughout the day yesterday. Now DiTullio's going to throw it to the inside here, and he'll take over the lead.
Morgado's going to go around the outside as well, so move Mateus Morgado into 2nd spot. Here comes Donovan Bonilla, but it is Alessandro DiTullio trying to go back up to the front here to get another victory for Paralyn. Already saw one that today here again for Enzo Vidmontien. So the Paralyn crew, the Motaz Sport crew, looking for the victory here. But 4 drivers in the fight, still a long way to go. 8 laps remaining, or 9 rather, when they come back across the line. Now it's 8 laps, 14 in. Everybody moving around. Bonilla, the driver for RPG, who's battling it out here right now. A couple Burrell Arts in front from PSL. Great looking front running quartet, and we'll keep an eye on Ryan Norberg from P5 if he can get himself back into position, Xander, if they start fighting up front.
And he'll be bringing a lot with him. Noel Leon as Morgado goes to the lead. For the first time this weekend, Mateus Morgado takes over, and he runs DeTulio a little wide on the exit. DeTulio tried to show a nose. Now Ramos to second, Bonilla to third.
Big run there for Bonilla to capitalize as well. But indeed, Morgado came out of turn number 6 to essentially roam a little bit wide on the outside of that one. DeTulio was thinking about trying to dive back to the inside of turn number 7. Here comes Norberg thinking about it as well. He is right there. Norberg has got Leon with him, and not that far back, I believe, is Thomas Nouveau as well. Yeah, Nouveau right there in P7. So he's part of this fight as well. But hey, for the first time this weekend, it's a Burrell Art PSL 1-2.
And Diego Ramos and Mateus Morgado, I think out of any driver, probably do the most team orders uninitiated by the team, but just because they respect each other. I'm going to take that back. Not today. Ramos to the lead. Bonilla to second. It is anyone's guess who comes away with this one here with 7 laps to go. And Diego Ramos back to it and Bonilla up there.
Sorry, and another PSL Burrell roughing up DeTulio. That time it was Diego Ramos who essentially drove DeTulio off on the exit of turn number 6. So not getting any respect coming on the outside of that corner, trying to get back into the inner loop. 2-driver breakaway right now. It's Morgado, and it is Bonilla.
Yeah, Donovan Bonilla on looking for the race of his life right now. It would be such an upset win over all these other veterans who have been shut out of victory lane from Ryan Norberg dominating last year. So many big-name international world-level talents did not get a checkered flag. They all are hungry to go back to the top step, and they're going to try and do anything to keep a kid like Donovan Bonilla in his second-ever senior season to get the win here today. But what a cap-off to the weekend here. Ramos leading Bonilla, couple car lengths to Morgado in third. DeTulio still right there in the 4th spot, and he's trying to hang on as Norberg's been shuffled back down the order again. Noel Leon to 5th. Thomas Neveau started 16th. Outside lane, row 8. He's up in now to the top 6.
Nicely done for Thomas Neveau. Diego Ramos, of course, started the day off on the pole. Here comes Bonilla. He's looking for the lead to the inside of turn number 1. Book it. Can he hold it? He cannot. Over-under again there. He made the move to the inside but went deep on it. First shot at it. That's going to bring 3rd, 4th, and 5th back up. Morgado,
goes
DeTulio,
again.
And
there
Leon.
He goes.
He does. Gets a good run. Throws it down to the bottom. Bonilla's now the leader. Will he hold the spot to the inside? He doesn't block quite enough. There's some contact coming through, and that'll be it for Ramos. Trouble for Ramos. He's going to come to a stop in the middle of the racetrack, but will pull around the corner. That'll be it for Diego Ramos.
Oh, man, it killed the go-kart for him. Again, talking about a similar incident that happened to Stephen Miller. They have to go so slow in that corner right there. There's a weird bump, and, of course, he had that contact. And now Donovan Bonilla leading a race here with just 4 laps to go here. We'll wait on the ticker to update in a moment. It's a little bit behind. It'll update in just a second. It caught Ryan Norberg out as we watch them go through turn 3 over to 4. Noel Leon into 4th. Morgado trying to hang on and close the gap as well. He's been shuffled back to 5th. Leon to 3rd. Thomas Neveau from 16th has climbed into the top 4. Austin Garrison is up in the mix, and Joe Turney has caught them as well. But up front, we've got 2. Donovan Bonilla versus Alessandro DeTulio.
Wow, this is a big run for these 2 young drivers. Again, Donovan Bonilla trying to break through here on the national level for RPG, the Rawlson Performance Group. Can he come home with a victory? It'll be 3 laps to go this time by. He's got DeTulio hunting him down. How about Noel Leon up into 3rd position as he gets by? He and Neveau by as Morgado's falling down to 7th. It's Leon in 3rd, Neveau 4th, and Austin Garrison now into the top 5. What a scrap we have coming out of turn number 3, a little bit further back as well. Here come the leaders out of 4 over to 5. Xander, it is still the driver of Bonilla leading the way in the number 380.
Again, just working on that ticker to try and help you out because you can see all the battling. It continues to change lap to lap to turn number 5. We're going to come this time by to 2 laps to go. Here's a look at that. Joe Turney somehow has gone ahead of Morgado, Garrison, Norberg. They're all still fighting there. The top 4 are long gone. It is going to come down to Donovan Bonilla versus the Motaz Sport Paralyn of Alessandro DeTulio. 2 laps to go as they come across the line.
Bonilla drops the head down into turn number 1, looking for just a little bit more. DeTulio knows this racetrack extremely well. He tucks back in there. It is RPG Cosmic, Motaz Sport Paralyn back and forth here. P1 and P2, they've got enough of a gap over Noel Leon in that CRG. If they start battling too early, you know he's going to be there. Right now, DeTulio is smart enough not to try to pull the trigger yet. He knows it's got to be a last lap pass because he knows he's got more guys coming behind him. Bonilla, though, will have to hold on to see if he can't come away with the victory, be the first national win for Donovan Bonilla.
Coming off, again, a rookie season where he really started to shine at the end of the summer in 2022. And then on the flip side, Alessandro DeTulio, a frustrating weekend here, trying to find the speed. He's a car length away from Bonilla at the white flag. They've got a gap back to Noel Leon. DeTulio continues to check the margin. I think he might be close enough for a dive. Oh, lost some ground through 2. It'll open up to 4, so no move there. Donovan Bonilla goes low to block. He's going to lose a little momentum. And does DeTulio send it? Turn 5, a car length away. Bonilla's going to close the door.
Just a little bit to the inside, little defensive coming through turn number 6. This will be the last half of the lap. Leon's hoping for them to battle to get back in. No inside tight line there. Not able to get it done over in turn number 9 as well. Bonilla's holding the spot. He'll work a little to the inside coming through 10 and 11. This is going to be the last run. It'll be Bonilla or it'll be DeTulio. They'll work their way down the back straightaway. Bonilla down to the bottom of the racetrack. Can DeTulio get enough run? He does not, and Bonilla wins! Donovan Bonilla will win here in Homestead. A breakthrough victory for the Rawlson Performance driver. A tremendous drive as Bonilla will celebrate. Left, right, left, throwing the cart around the racetrack. Put yet another Rawlson Performance driver on the top of the podium so many times over the last couple of years. It's been Ryan Norberg. It's been Hannah Greenmeyer. We've seen different winners in RPG colors, and count Donovan Bonilla on that list for Mike Rawlson's crew. What a battle between he and Alessandro DeTulio.
Oh,
that's what kart racing is all about. 2 drivers battling it out. I love this.
That X30 Sr main was a throwback to some of the best. This track always provides such amazing racing action here, but it's almost a breath of fresh air after how dominant Ryan Norberg and Rawlson Performance Group have been. So many of these races felt almost like they were getting a little bit predictable, and you could see in just a month and a half the amount of homework the rest of the field did and how hard everyone's working, how much they've pushed. I mean, there were 10 guys at minimum that with pace that could have won this one here at one point. Obviously, Donovan Bonilla, fantastic run. Congratulations to the kid for his first career win. Let's see if we can take it down to the camera right there. We're already into the scale line. Donovan Bonilla, you can feel the emotion there. Here comes Diego Ramos there. He was going to give him a little bit of a word there. Obviously not happy with the way his way went because that was the contact that shut Ramos's cart off. But beyond that, Donovan Bonilla is going to be pretty happy with it as long as the results stand there. I don't think any penalty would come. We talked to Donovan earlier on through the weekend. There's a congrats from Thomas Neveau. And again, you could see the emotion for this kid, how much it meant to him. There's a congrats from Alessandro DeTulio. Here's our own Emery Lida. Hot out of the go-kart, helmet off. Donovan Bonilla is a pro national winner. There's the congrats from Ryan Norberg. Proud of him for the major win. And we'll see if we can get a word with him. Donovan, let's send it down to you, Emery.
Donovan Bonilla, round 2 winter tour winner, an insane race from start to finish. It looked like as many as 10 karts could have won that race, but in the end, you prevailed. Just talk me through that race for you.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I fell back at the beginning, so I think it was over, but I just kept fighting. I had the speed. Thank you to the whole team for a great kart. And yeah, I just go one by one and I win.
For sure, and it worked out beautifully for you. Obviously, your teammate Ryan Norberg had a difficult race, but for you, you were out front. You were able to control the race down the stretch. Sensational DeTulio to end the race. Just what does this win mean for you?
Well, it means a lot. It's my first national win, like international win out of my country, so I'm really happy.
And now looking at just in general what this one for me means for you. Obviously, you've had a lot of people help you over the course of the last few years. Just talk me through who you would like to thank.
Well, thank you to the whole RPG group, Joni, Alex, Mike, obviously Ryan, and all my teammates, my family. That's all.
Got you. Well, an insane race. Congrats, Donovan, on your first national win.
Thanks, Emery here. And, yeah, Rob.
Well,
wow.
he said it straight up. He was back to 8th position early on in that run. Like, let's be real. At one point, we're looking back thinking Bonilla's out of it. Like, he's just so far back. I thought the leaders may, hook up and pull away, but they didn't. He was able to work his way back forward. So I think overall, the storyline of his entire race, he's got to be thrilled with what he was able to put together because that was just a tremendous run there for Donovan Bonilla.
Yeah, tremendous run here. Let's send it
on
to
the
Emery.
barrel and chassis, you looked really good, top 10 throughout the weekend. Where do you think that pace came from?
Working with the cart and driving a lot.
For sure, really a great drive. Is there anyone else you'd like to thank?
Motaz Sport, my parents, and BN Engines.
Tyler McIntyre here, your hard charger. A great drive for him to get inside the top 10 amongst all the chaos. Now we're going to keep looking back through the rest of the grid. We'll go up, have a talk for some of the guys up at the front end of the grid. Thomas Navu, really good race from you. You went from 16th to 4th. Looked like you might have possibly gotten a bumper penalty.
Yeah, I had a half bumper after checkered. Unfortunately, I hit Noel, who slowed down after. So, but I think I had a big enough gap for a 3-second penalty, so I should be able to stay in fourth. But super happy with the kart. It was on rail, and I was able to make my way up front where I think where I belong and where the kart belongs. So super happy with that.
For sure, and obviously you kind of struggled all weekend being inside the top 20, but kind of struggling to get up towards the lead pack. What do you think made the difference in the final?
I was able to make the pass. In pre-final, I got stuck behind people, got outside of the track, and once you get in that groove, it's tough to come back when you have bad things on your tire and you just slide over the place. So super happy for the final that I was able to make some good pass and get in the front.
Yeah, great job from you and from in the top 10. Showing a great showing by Thomas Wu, getting himself up all the way up through the field to end in the 4th position. We're going to grab one more person here. Mateus Morgado, probably the best race we've seen from you all weekend. Had a good shot at the win, just came up short over the course of the race. Talk me through your side of things on this one.
Yeah, for sure. Was a bit went. Everything flies because when you are the first, you're many times.
A little bit of an issue there for Mateus Morgado here with the mic. We'll see if we can get him again in just a moment. It's just out of range here, Rob, but let's go ahead and pick up. Obviously, we want to hear from Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg for sure about their weekend and that incident that took them both out of contention.
Yeah, indeed. We saw some really aggressive racing all the way through, and of course those two drivers, we thought they were going to be able to pull away and kind of just rock things themselves. That's what brought everybody back into the fight. Love to be able to get some input from them for sure. But the bottom line is, that was a great way to finish off what's been a great weekend. Obviously, the level of intensity kept coming up and up throughout the day. It got super aggressive there at the end. Everybody, I think, realized that they may have a shot at a win, and that's why they were all pushing so hard.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be. As soon as everyone realized that the pace was there, we knew it was going to be close after that pre-final. Tom Kutcher was over here with the MG Tires guys, and I was telling Tom in the moment there, I was like, Tom, the last 6, 7 laps, 8 laps of that pre-final, we had 6 guys even on lap times, the first 6. I knew it was going to be close. Would I have expected all top 10, 12? Probably not here. But, hey, what a performance by all of them. We'll get some more post-race interviews from the top 3. We obviously want to hear from Alessandro Tullio. So close there at the end. Noel Leon, a podium at the end of it all. Awesome performance. Joe Turney somehow, someway rebounds there to 5th. And look at this, the entire Rollison Performance Group camp. Huge congratulations. There's, of course, Alex Vincent and team owner Mike Rollison's probably somewhere in there. Team manager Joni Texera and everyone giving a congrats to Donovan Bonilla for his first career X30 Sr win, and it could not have come in a more spectacular way, Rob.
Yeah, you know what? I love seeing young drivers get that first national victory, and again, kudos for him. You can see right now, there's Mike Rawlson there with his young driver, Donovan Bonilla, and you know, it's got to be a special day for Mike, obviously, seeing so many young drivers come to his program. It's really about driver development. When you can get a driver and bring him from where he was, maybe outside the top 10, and really work them up till they get that first win, that's the job well done, right? That's mission accomplished, and that's what it's all about for all the teams in the paddock here with driver development, and big one, of course, for Bonilla to be able to get the victory here, especially early in the season, man. We talked about this throughout the weekend. That's going to set, a tone for the rest of the year. He knows he can win races. He can win any race he gets into now, and that's going to change his mindset when we get onto the Pro Tour as well.
Well, speaking of Bonilla, let's speak of his teammate here, Ryan Norberg on screen. Obviously, the emotion quickly changes from the excitement here for Donovan to probably a little bit of frustration for himself. True. He was quick all the way through. He knows his dominance has just naturally put a target where the other drivers want to beat him that much more, that they're willing to shuffle him first chance they get, because it's not a lot of shots that he really gives them to take, so they take every single one. Louis Westover there had a great drive through the field after what has been just, again, a weekend that was a little bit unfortunate for him overall, but he finally ends up this one with a good drive forward through to the end. We'll take a look at the results as the way they stand. Westover, fastest lap time, up to 11th after kind of going backwards a little bit on the start. So Louis Westover there, P11 for him. Of course, Donovan Mania, the winner. DeTulio, Leon, we talked about Netvu from 16th to 4th. Turney there, rebounds to 5th, and I'd have to imagine there's something bent for Joe Turney. We'll try and get an idea on him as we'll go down and see who else we've got lined up for some more post-race interviews here after the scale line. You look further down, there were a few that we lost all in the beginning there. Jorge Ortiz, Austin Perrin, Noah Jackson, Nicholas Ambiato, William Botillier, Aaron Farhadi, but none of the guys, like in the case of yesterday where we had a lot of big-name guys from the back. The entire top 15, unreal levels of talent in that one. We got to see them all go at it. That was a treat for sure.
You think about that drive for Tyler McIntyre. You know, Emery got a chance to talk to him up 25 positions up to 7th. A great drive. There were some guys up front that were able to battle for race wins, but for McIntyre to come from deep in the field like that, this will be one that he'll be able to check off as a strong start to the season. Overall, the weekend for Tyler McIntyre.
Well, let's see. I think we've got some of our drivers here already hanging out with us, and there we go. A look over on the backside of our tent. We'll get some interviews going. Ryan Norberg, at least a little bit of a smile there here. So what was a dismal ending, I think, but let's get his thoughts. Alex?
Thanks, Andrew. Ryan, obviously not the race you would have wanted. I mean, walk me through what happened.
I don't know where to start. Yeah, I mean, we got to lead. Me and Joe were racing pretty good, pretty clean. I think we were more set up for two drivers race, not really a long one. I really wasn't trying to, mix it up too much. But, when you go offline, it just gets so dirty, and, you're just really slow for, 2 laps. It takes a while to clean off the tires. So, yeah, we went offline a little bit defending, and then, the pack closed up, and I didn't realize there was that many people in the pack. I mean, it was one after another, and, I got kind of hosed there in the turn 1 when I was leading, and, it's racing. I'm not upset about it, but I got trained after that, and then from that point on, you're fighting an uphill battle, and, everybody's taking advantage of stuff, and as soon as you get a run on a driver, they see it and they block it, and then you're just kind of backed up again with more drivers, and it's just that same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah, every time I looked, you were constantly fighting for position. Is there anything in the race that you would have changed to maybe just change the outcome of the race? Anything you would have done differently?
Yeah, the entire thing. I probably would have done a lot different. I can't even remember a lot of the stuff. I probably shouldn't have trusted Diego when he said, yeah, let's work together, because that's obviously not going to happen. So, yeah, that's where it all started. I probably should have. It's always better to be, defending from the front, not from third. So, yeah, you can control the race a lot better up front, and I didn't do that. And so I let myself get shuffled back, and, yeah, you're fighting an uphill battle. It's hard to come back from that.
Yeah, obviously not the race Ryan Norberg would have wanted. Still, though, good, solid effort there. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, Xander, there it is. You know what? You're out there battling it out. Obviously that Ryan talking about maybe a discussion he had with Diego Ramos. It didn't go his way, didn't play out. But, man, this is cutthroat. Everybody's scrapping, trying to do the best they can to get a race result. The bottom line is Bonilla was the guy that came out on top. Everybody else kind of struggled a bit and had some issues, right?
Yeah, no shortage. Let's talk to the other half of that major incident from turn number 5. Joe Turney was at one point a couple feet in the air and staring at the sky, and somehow he rebounded to the top 5. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Like you said, Joe, I don't know where to start, but I think I'm going to start there. Joe, walk me through the contact with you and Ryan at turn 5.
So, yeah, Ryan just went a bit deep into the corner, and then Mateus came down my inside at the last moment, which was fine. But then when Ryan came back onto the line, I was in the middle of it all. So it wasn't really anyone's fault, I don't think, but just unlucky, wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, and obviously after the contact, you fell back to what I believe was 9th or 10th place and a few seconds off the lead. Ended up coming back to 5th place. After the contact, describe that race to me.
It was a crazy race. I couldn't even tell you what happened in some of it. But, yeah, it's a shame. I think I could have... I should really have been able to go away with Ryan, but then a small mistake, he was passed, and then it brought everyone into the race. But the stuff was easily good enough to win. Maybe I just didn't get enough out of it in the final.
Yeah, obviously, still a solid showing there. P5 in the X30 Sr Final. Back to you boys in the booth.
Talk about salvaging, right? 5th there in the main. Joe Turney, that couldn't have been probably more eventful for him and he still manages a top 5 result. He has the win from yesterday. That is a solid points day to keep him in contention for the championship fight, especially when you look at where Donovan Bonilla was not so much in contention yesterday. Norberg, obviously, further back than that. Thomas Neveau, not a great day yesterday. You know, DeTulio was a top 5 guy yesterday, as well as Morgado. So we've got a pretty open points championship, but Joe Turney not giving up. I mean, he was seconds back, right, after that incident. It looked like something was bent, and he somehow managed to stay in contention, and now he's got a really good fighting chance in February.
Yeah, what I think what I liked a lot was we saw a lot of drivers who maybe didn't have the pace yesterday find it, right? All the guys kind of dialed in. Whatever work they did last night, we saw guys step up. You mentioned from the very get-go that you thought Alessandro DeTulio was going to be a guy that could win. He came so close to being able to make it happen. But we saw a lot of the guys. Look at Noel Leon on the CRG. All of a sudden, he was right up there in the top 5. We had a lot of different brands, a lot of different teams up there. That's going to be really exciting when we get back here in February, because there are drivers who are going to be hungry. Maybe they didn't get it here on Sunday, but they want it when we get back here for the next rounds.
Yeah, they will definitely be going here. And I think if anything we learned here from this Sunday main event, it took a couple guys, maybe most of the weekend, to get to where they needed to be. But we are once again at one of the most competitive fields looking at the year, with the number of different brands up front, the number of different engine builders, the RPG Ryan Norberg train. It is unfortunately winless here this weekend, but they do get a win, of course, with Donovan Bonilla. And that is such a great feel-good story to end the weekend. That kid was so fast at a couple races last year and just kind of got roughed out of the way or muscled or outmaneuvered. And now in his sophomore season, he kicks off opening weekend with a major win. That's huge, especially in that main event.
And I think the cool thing is when you're looking for storylines and you maybe want a bit of friction when we get to the next race, because friction brings some excitement. A lot of guys got into a lot of guys. There wasn't just a couple of guys getting together. There was contact all through that field. You and I talked about yesterday how clean racing it was. It was so fun to watch. I think they got their elbows up a lot more here today. Guys were going at each other, so I think there's going to be a little bit of friction, maybe some issues that need to get taken care of when we're back here in February. That'll heighten things up a little bit. I'm looking forward to the next rounds.
I like that. And again, that's partly allowed here by the SuperCarts USA officials, Bo Barfield and the crew. They said, they felt like they were kind of getting a little bit too much into everybody's business with some heavy penalties for one position changes. So they've kind of said, all right, especially in some of the elder classes, you guys want to settle it amongst yourselves a little bit, kind of work it out on the racetrack. We'll let you do that. So here's a look one more time at the beautiful AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. And while we did already speak with Bonilla, the one driver inside, or two drivers really on the podium we didn't get to talk to, Noel Leon and Alessandro DeTulio. I know that we have ADT right nearby, and I believe we'll see if we can get a word with the Motorsport Paralyn driver. He is here right here, all smiles so far after a second-place result, and for the second day in a row, I believe he's actually the only driver to podium both days. So ADT might be in the driver's seat for the championship. Emery?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Alessandro DeTulio. Alessandro, that was an insane race. Just describe it for me.
Yeah, crazy race since lap 1. I actually got scared at the beginning. Something happened that the cart just stayed accelerating, so I had to cut through the track, and so I had to clean my tires immediately. That was a little scare on the warm-up lap, but yeah, after that it was just a crazy race. It was a good race. It was fun. Just didn't have enough in the end. Once I got behind Bonilla, it was just I tried to chase him. With 2 to go, maybe I could have passed him, but I saw the guys behind were pretty close, so I wanted to be safe, especially for the points, so I just waited till the last lap, but the last lap I just didn't have enough for him.
Yeah, and talking about the points, you might not have come away with the victory today, but you put yourself in arguably the best position going into the next round here. And you guys, with the Paralyn chassis, looks to be really consistent, really quick. You're in the top 5 most of the sessions. What could you learn from this weekend?
Yeah, we learned a lot. I mean, we for sure struggled in some parts of the weekend. So I mean, yeah, we learned a lot. We changed things, and in the end, we improved, and we were there challenging for the win, which is what we wanted. We're there in the points. I mean, Morgado won the championship last year I'm pretty sure without any wins, any final wins. So, it's still possible without. I mean, of course, we want to win the races, but it's also thinking about the championship.
Yeah, well, it might have been a little disappointing for Alessandro DeTulio to come away with 0 victory, but still an impressive points run, a lot of pace this weekend, and it'll be one to watch coming up next month for round number 2 of the Winter Series. Back to you guys in the booth.
You know, race wins are one thing, Xander, but it's a body of work, right? It's 4 races. We take 3 now, of course, this year. There's obviously 1 drop this year, but like you said, it's consistency, man. You got to put the races together. And yeah, he hasn't got a victory yet, but he's got 2 really good finishes, 2 podiums. He's the guy that's going to be in the catbird seat going to next weekend or next time we're here in February because he knows what he has to do. He's got some wiggle room, if you will.
Yeah, and that was, such an impressive, mature answer from Alessandro DiTullio at the end of the weekend, right? Overall, acknowledging that maybe they weren't perfect of where they wanted to be. At the same time, this is his 3rd year in senior, and he comes away this weekend without any wins, but with 2 podiums, playing it smart, getting maximum points. Like he said, he saw Morgado win that championship without getting a checkered flag. He knows it can be done. Yep. And you rewind the clocks 2 years ago to this date, he was parked for a year for a blatant incident. So you talk about maturity from his rookie year to his sophomore to his junior year now. Awesome performance from him. And I believe we've got one more interview coming your way. It's from our final podium finisher, Noel Leon. So we'll send it around the track here, around the horn one more time before we wrap things up. And that is with the Alessandro's Racing USA CRG driver. So again, a beautiful sight here at AMR Motorplex. And let's send it down to Emery and Alexander on the pit lane to hear from our final guy that got some hardware and definitely a hard earned podium for Noel Leon. I mean, it took him the entire main event to arrive on the scene. So we'll send it down shortly here as we try to get a hold of him. But, I mean, he was not in the conversation at all until about 5 laps to go, Rob.
No, indeed. We saw him kind of work his way forward. He kept getting quicker. And he's a driver we've seen, I think, really develop throughout the weekend. He's been getting faster and faster. And we saw him come to the tail of that group, and he was making some passes. He stayed out of trouble as well. He wasn't one of these guys we saw 4 wheels off the racetrack at any point in the race itself. So for him to be able to get his way up to P3, I think is a massive run for Noel Leon for sure. Great to have him here with CRG and Alessandro's Racing too.
Yeah, great to have him here. Again, the international talent, the overall global level of talent here at the SKUSA Winter Series, I'd put up against a number of different races in all kinds of motorsports disciplines. We've got drivers and champions from all types of and walks of the sport. Now, Noel Leon has been able to drive his way forward, and he has caught up with Emery Lida here in the pit lane, down over by his tent area. So let's see if we can send it over to him, and Emery, if we can catch up here with Noel Leon. See if we can send it on down here. Emery here. He's got him. I can see we're just about ready and at the range here. Hopefully that mic will reach. I think we're a pretty bit far out. Let's see. Emery, do you got us all the way down there? Oh, not so much. He's a little bit too out of range, so we'll have to wait for them to walk a little bit closer for Noel Leon.
We'll walk him back. Let's go back a bit while they bring Noel up to where they can actually get a hold of him. Let's talk a bit, get back to DiTullio, because you talked about the issue with Alessandro 2 years ago and what happened with him. You watched what happened with him last year, right, Xander? He was able to win races in the Winter Series. Everything he did was able to get him into that USF Juniors program as well. He was a race winner there. This is a kid that's been thrust into a lot of different opportunities here throughout his career and kind of working now into the point where he's in a place where he's kind of on the cusp of being able to go big-time car racing on a more regular basis. What he does here this weekend when he shows against some of the big national talent, that's going to, I think, play really well for him moving forward.
Yeah, to me, my first introduction to Noel Leon was back in the junior ranks at the beginning of that CRG resurgence, and he won here, really just showed up and then just stunted on the entire junior field in his American debut. And since then, he's run kind of a partial American karting schedule. Again, he won that USF4 championship. Yep. He's a NASCAR Mexico champion. He has really excelled in a lot of different walks of motorsport, and he is one of Mexico's top up-and-coming talents. And I think he could be in a really, really fun spot to watch here in a moment. Unfortunately, I think we may have to go to post-race recording for that interview because we're still far out of range for Noel. However, we will go ahead and sign off from beautiful AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex here for what has been an amazing weekend of racing. Rob, closing thoughts after today. One thing, of course, always good to end a weekend with 0 red flags. No ambulance moves at all. We've had, like you said, some gnarly wrecks, some gnarly racing, but clean all the way to the end.
Yeah, we always wait till the end of the weekend, right, before we get happy about having no red flags. We were able to do that today, which is great. I think you could feel the intensity kind of build throughout the weekend, right? We had a really good Saturday, got more exciting earlier today, and then, of course, the finale, the final race of the day got super crazy. Everybody battling it out for race wins, and we had such good drivers. I think some of the takeaways for me was that brand-new group that we had in the Micro Swift category. We had some great runs. Antonio Pizzogna-Nito really being the guy to battle, but we saw some great drivers in there. big racing in the Mini Swift class as well, and some fantastic over-unders, some drivers winning from P3 in the KA100 Senior and Junior categories. All in all, I think I was pretty happy with the way things went.
What would you say, Mr. Supercarts USA Tom Kutcher? Happy with the way this weekend went?
That was badass.
Yeah, pretty good.
It was great, man. I mean, you know, we count success when the meat wagon doesn't roll, right?
Here, let's get you a headset here. I wasn't prepared for you, but I'm always happy to have you here in the booth, Tom.
All
Let's
good.
look
I
it
just
off.
had to walk up because I wanted to tell you something, but I can tell everybody anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, 250 drivers, beautiful driving. I mean, look at this last X30 race we had. I was like, holy shit, I'm jumping around. I mean, get excited. I mean, it was awesome.
It was awesome.
Yeah, so the whole weekend was great. I mean, yeah, I don't think we had a red flag. I didn't see one. Okay, so, I mean, when you have no red flag, no meat wagon, everybody's going home, then it's just badass racing.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was an awesome
and after
weekend.
having 50 minis, 50 KAs,
Yeah.
you know, it's just like, yeah, they're big numbers, but they were clean. They were good. You know, and it was, it was great. It was great.
Well, we're happy to have it here this weekend. We're excited to come back in 1 month's time, of course. Fully free to view for everybody. So, Tom, thanks for coming and joining me. We'll
Not a
chat.
problem.
Oh,
Can
you
I
got
say
more?
one
Go
more
ahead.
thing?
Of course.
I just wanted to tell everybody that's listening to this, or if they hear it in the patio or whatever it is, we are going to join the rest of ROC and USPKS, and we're going to go to Orlando that month.
Oh.
So all the teams can stay put, and we're going to have some badass racing. So we're getting out of NOLA and over there in the slum, and we're going to go to Orlando in the other slum.
Breaking news.
We just signed it.
Yeah,
just signed it right
awesome.
now. So I wanted to run down real quick because I was excited about it because it's good for the teams, and it's just we can go to Disneyland or Disney World. So,
Yeah. Well, we are excited to go there. Tom, thanks as always here.
Thank you very much.
Very exciting news there. Okay, well, there you go. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news. The opening round of the Supercarts USA Pro Tour is headed to Orlando. Orlando Kart Center will host the opening weekend of the 2023 Supercarts USA Pro Tour. Just inked the deal today. That means we're going to have 3 majors in Orlando. The U.S. Pro Kart Series opener, the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour finale, and as Tom said there, after all that, we go for the Supercarts USA Pro Tour opener. Rob, again, we just broke some news. I'm sorry. You're the news guy.
No, it's okay.
But we broke
It's okay.
some. That was crazy.
That's okay. I found out yesterday. I kept it quiet. That's
Yeah,
fine.
of
That's
course.
fine. That's
Of course
fine.
he did.
That's
Of course
fine.
he did.
But no, it's good news, I think,
Yeah.
for a lot of people. You know, it's obviously we just want to know where we are, what we're doing. So the bottom line is we're going to Orlando, and let's go racing Pro Tour style. I like it.
Well, we'll be back with 3 Orlando races. Next week, of course, on Kart Chaser, we're live at the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour in St. Petersburg. Less than 5 days' time before we go back on the live stream. And, of course, for the Supercarts USA Winter Series, myself, Rob Howden, the entire KC, EKN, Supercarts USA crew will all be back in exactly 1 month here at AMR Homestead-Miami Motorplex. Thank you all for watching. We will see you next time.